Good morning. Today is March 11th, 2025. I am Kathy Hopkins with District 5, and I now call the March meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance and listening online. This morning I would like to welcome Stockton USD 271 new Superintendent Dr. Angela McCollum and her mentor, sorry, lost my page, and her mentor through the Kansas Education Leadership Institute, Derek Reinhardt, who is superintendent at USD 303 Ness City. Thank you very much for being with us today. In addition, I want to publicly thank the Kansas Association of Independent and Religious Schools, who welcomed us last month to their annual awards banquet and breakfast roundtable discussion that we had with them. It was very appreciated. We thank them for that. Also, last month, we had many works of art from USD 501 Topeka students. And today, on our east wall, you can see the board member portraits, along with Dr. Watson and our secretary, Deborah Brimmer, who were created by the students from Chase Middle School. So we really appreciated all that. So what I'm doing is cleaning up what I didn't do last month. So I wanted to make sure I publicly thanked everybody for that, so thank you. We have all board members seated and present at the board table. Additionally, I want to point out our board secretary, Deborah, is at our right, and to my left is, I'm sorry, Dr. Watson, to my right is standing in for Board Mark Fenton, our attorney Gordon, and to the commissioner is Vice Chair Danny Beck. So thank you everybody for being here today. Mission statement. The mission statement of the Kansas State Education for long success, rigorous quality action, and character development according to students' gifts and talents. Our vision for the success of each student. This time, we would like to ask for a moment of reflection or thank you. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, nation, and with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Minutes for the February 11th meeting. Do we have any corrections or additions? We had some done previous to. Okay, but those have been taken care of. Anybody else? If not, I will get a motion. Melanie? Michelle? In favor? Okay, thank you. Okay, the agenda has a little bit of movement before we what we have the okay. To move Dr. with date up report open, and we're sliding everything up for the morning, and then the committee will do his report. Okay, so just noon is unchanged, just the morning up to accommodate Dr. across the street. Okay, and if we would ask for a motion to approve the agenda I just amended. Is everybody, if anybody can, the first, Melanie first, all in favor? Okay, all good. Okay. have a motion to approve the consent agenda as it is. Michelle, any second? Dennis? Great. Unanimous. Okay. Okay. Dr. Harwood and Ms. Gordon.
Good morning. Thank you for round. I'll explain why that's at budget part. I'll be headed to. Kind of give you an update of what's going on. So I think the 8th day of the legislature, I lose count sometimes. They have 90. The last day is 12, so that's moving along. There are 698 bills that have been in, but I forget up. I think that's like up 85 or 90 bills that we have been tracking. And then just make the calendar is getting pretty short because next, I think Tuesday, the 18th, is the last day for non-exempt committees. And so the committees that we typically go to, all the education committees are non-exempt committees. So they have to be done hearing bills. What will happen are conference committees, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So those will still go on, but nothing new could kind of happen out of that. First adjournment, which is the 28th. So theoretically, they'd have everything through both chambers by the end of the day on the 28th, because then those things go to the governor. The governor has 10 days to sign something or to veto it, or then it just becomes law. They give themselves time after the 28th so that they can come back that last week and consider any veto overrides that they want to do. In the past, they've also had other things going on. So I say theoretically, past both houses. They could continue to work and something pass both houses for the first time after that if it's in an exempt committee, but they may make it so that they don't have time to consider a veto if that happened, and that's happened in the past as well. So with that, I'll just talk about the bills that have passed the Senate. First one is SB2, and again, we'll just this pertains only to Greeley County. They had a bond issue. The Attorney General wouldn't certify it because it wasn't published on the elections county election site because they didn't have a website. So that's moving forward. Passed the House. The Senate has recommended it back for place on consent calendar. Consent calendar is something where if it's is non-controversial, if it's on consent calendar 3 days and it just passes and they don't really have to do anything with it. So that's a good sign if you want something to pass. Senate Bill 45, this is this excludes students who transfer to homeschools or non-accredited private schools, or students that transfer into a high school credit deficient, and that means they have less than 75% of the credits they should have towards graduation. They would not count in the graduation rate for accreditation. So that would mean that KSDE would have to do a second graduation rate. We would still have to do the federally required graduation rate that we've always done. And then and that's the one that will actually be posted on the report card because that's required by federal law. This graduation rate would only be used for accreditation. And so the state board will have to decide how you want to work with that because all schools' graduation rates should increase. So you may need to think about whether or not the current graduation rate goal would be appropriate if you're not counting those students that either were credit deficient when they came or transferred to a non-accredited school. And you can see that it's actually passed both chambers. It was amended in the House, so it will go to a conference committee, or the Senate could just concur, which would mean they take what the amendments the House had. If they don't concur, then it goes to a conference committee, and then they work it out. And then after that, it goes to the governor. Senate Bill 47, this is does not impact the state board, but is local school boards. Local school board members would be able to put items on the agenda at any time. It would require public comment at all regular meetings and would actually make it so you couldn't prohibit local school board members from interacting with the public during public comment. Also allows school board members to go anywhere on school property during a school day or during when there is a event after school. So it's several things like that that are in there. It's passed the Senate, has a hearing in the House, Ed, tomorrow. Senate Bill 76, we talk about this as the pronoun bill, because what it talks about in most cases, basically it says that school employees cannot use a pronoun or a name that is not a derivative of a name that's on the birth certificate without parental permission. However, if a parent gives permission for a different name or pronoun to be used, a school employee that thinks that that is a violation of their strongly held beliefs does not have to use the name that the parent wanted them to use. That passed the Senate, and it passed out of the House yesterday or the day before, House committee, and will go to the full House coming up. Senate Bill 87 is the tax credit scholarship for low-income students. This has changed. Originally, it was going to be a 100% tax credit. That's actually been amended to stay at 75. The big changes to it is that it increases the total amount that is available from 10 million to 15 million, and then if they use more than 75%, then it could be increased up to 20 million. The other thing that got changed is that they added groups of students that do not have to qualify as low-income students if they are the children of military students or their parent died in active duty, or they are first responders kids. So those, they don't have to meet the low-income portion anymore. Then Senate Bill 114, a couple of years ago, there was a bill that said that students that attend virtual school or non-public school can participate in their school of residence on KSDE activities. What this one does then is says that, well, if they can participate in KSDE activities, they also get to participate in the ancillary activities that are directly connected to that activity. So lettering, pep rallies, those kinds of things. And so that was what that is. It's been amended a couple of times to include students at CAMS, which is the Kansas Academy of Math and Science at Fort Hays, that those students would be able to participate at Hays High. And then they've made a couple other changes along the line to kind of restrict some of the other parts. One of the major changes is that a student that is ineligible in their school of residence can't go to homeschool and be immediately eligible because they got an affidavit from their homeschool that says they're eligible. So they would still be ineligible for whatever that term was at their school of residence. That only goes for that quarter or semester, however they worded it. All right, so then bills passed by the House. 2007, I'll talk about in a minute. This is the budget bill. 2031 is if you are a motorcycle education teacher, you can have an out-of-state motorcycle license. So that one went through pretty quickly. 2033 is about the at-risk list. So what they were going to do is say that the state board gets to determine the at-risk list if things have peer review or if they have been accredited by this one specific accreditation agency, the International Multisensory Structured Language Education Council. The only organization in Kansas accredited by this council is Phillips Fundamental Learning Center, which is you've already put on the list, so we thought it was not going to go anywhere. It passed the House, and it has a hearing in the Senate today, Senate Education today. And then 2069 allows school psychologists equivalent license. This kind of goes back to the interstate compact that impacts teachers, but also kind of all professionals. It's tied to rankings with military connectedness. And so this would allow that to happen. Again, it passed the Senate and recommended the bill to pass. School psychologists are licensed by the state board. But there are a lot of other people that are on the list. 2086 was a CAPERS, which it kind of tweaked some of the things around CAPERS 3. There's a limit to what CAPERS 3 participants can earn on their investment that's with CAPERS. It's limited at 6%. Now, anytime the things that are over 6%, they get 80% of that. So it improves KPERS 3 a little bit. 2102 permits the advanced enrollment of military connected students. The big thing with this is that when a family receives orders that they will be moving to Kansas, they will be able to enroll in the school without a permanent address. So they can start enrolling where they think they're going to be. If the school does not have open seats for open enrollment, at some point they will have to show that they are residents of the district before they attend. If they have open seats, then that might not be necessary because military students are not subject to the lottery. So they can go ahead and enroll them before they get to that part. It also includes they added it include early childhood programs. They did a nice job of crafting it to say that it's only if the school already has an early childhood program and the student qualifies for that early childhood program. And if it's already full, they just get put on the waiting list all before they move there. So it is just a way that for military students who move often, they can start the process before they actually have a house. So 2382, daily compensation for board members. So the state board had a priority and asked that your compensation be tied to legislator compensation as it had been since the early 70s. That got broken this year when last year the legislators got an increase. That has passed the House. There were significant amendments. One of the issues is we talked about a rate of pay equal to what they get while they're in session, which is about $286 a day. We probably should have thought about it, but they did, is that the legislature has an in-session rate of pay and an out-of-session rate of pay. So the current bill says that state school board members would get $286 for the first 36 days of work, which are the 24 board meeting days and then 12 more, and then $172, which is what the legislators get outside of the session for any of the other days that are there. The part that didn't stay in there, which we thought was important, is that there is not an automatic escalator like there is in legislative pay. So that's not part of it. And then the other part actually comes down to out-of-state travel because legislators believe that they can't receive their daily rate of pay when they travel out of state. So that will now also be true for state school board members. Originally, the amendment said we couldn't pay you even for your travel expenses. That's been changed. So the KSDE can still pay for your travel expenses on a trip that is approved by the state board for you to travel out, but you would not receive the $172 a day or the $286 a day during that time. Questions on that one? Because that's okay. Next is 2396. This is actually a tax bill and just got introduced on the 27th and got passed on the 7th from the House. So moved pretty quickly. The impact on school districts is it eliminates the revenue neutral rate. So for school districts, they would no longer have to publish the revenue neutral rate. But it also means that their budgets are now due to us by August 25th like they used to do. So for school districts, we go back to pre-revenue neutral rate. The big change is actually for cities and counties. And what it does is that it now puts cities and counties, if they try to raise their property taxes above what would be considered revenue neutral, there is a protest petition that they can have. The reason that school districts were left out of that is that there are already a couple of different revenue neutral or protest petitions that school districts are subject to, and all school district levies are limited by state law. I mean, so it goes back to, you go to the general fund and then that determines what they are. The only one that's not, our bonds are not limited by state law. They're actually limited by whatever the voters voted for. So it kind of separates school districts and cities and counties now back to the way it used to be. There's also I think in the bill, a $60 million fund that would be divided up with cities and counties based on their usage. And that would basically offset property taxes that they might otherwise raise. So that's all tied up into it. But for the school districts, it just eliminates the revenue neutral rate. So now we're going to talk about the budget. And so this is why I wanted to do this now, because Senate Ways and Means meets at 10:30, and that's where our budget is now. And they're hearing the education one sometime this morning. So this is going to be a little bit busy, so I'm going to kind of go through it from top to bottom. So the first thing is says consensus estimates. So that's all of the funding that is basically tied to the CPIU. So those go up because of CPIU. That would include base state aid, which is attached to all the weightings, supplemental general fund, which is LOB, bond and interest, all of those funds are in there together. And so that's actually an increase of $208 million. But again, that's all driven by CPIU. So it's actually making it so that school districts have the same buying power moving forward that they've had before. So House Bill 2007, which is the first column or the second column, had that in there, and the Senate Ed recommendation is going to be the same thing. And that's been pretty consistent. That would actually go back to the Gannon funding, all those kinds of things that they talk about. The next one is an increase of special education. I think I talked to you earlier that K-12 budget recommended a $30 million increase. The House approved a $10 million increase. The Senate recommendation, as published by KLRD, is that $10 million would be removed and there would be no increase to special education. The important thing to remember here is that actually is a $2.5 million decrease to what's available to districts, because part of the $75 million increase last year was $2.5 million in federal funds that don't stay. So although the general fund and their maintenance of fiscal support is still met moving forward, there will actually be $2.5 million less available to school districts for special education if this were to pass. The Youth Career Program, this is a virtual reality program that got added during appropriations. The House K-12 Budget Committee did not consider this. In House Bill 2007, that would be from existing funds, that's what the E is for, and from our operating budget, which is what the O is for. Senate Ways and Means would have it from existing funds, but it could be any funds that we have, which means that if there are other things that would otherwise be reappropriated or lapsed, we could use those funds instead, and we typically have funds to do that. Spark Wheel was considered by the K-12 Budget Committee and was a $1.3 million additional funding. During appropriations and approved by the House, they said, well, you can spend you have to give the $1.3 million to Spark Wheel, but it needs to come out of existing operational funds, which means out of the $21 million of operating funds KSD has, we would have to send $1.3 million there, which would be the equivalent to about 4 positions we would have to cut in order to do that. So that's still in the Senate portion. We're still working on that part to get it changed. Safe and secure schools, the K-12 budget added $7 million, or added $2 million for a total of 7. Appropriations took out the 7, which ended up being a cut of $5 million from 25 to 26. Senate Education is actually recommending removing the $25 million from 25 and 26. So this means that if this were to become law, we would have to ask the districts to pay us back because we've already distributed these funds. So we will have to ask districts to return the $5 million that we've already distributed. Professional development, Senate is going to recommend deleting $1.8 million for 25 and 26. We haven't paid that out yet, but that means districts would not receive, there are several that gets paid out later in the year. They would not receive that funding this year or next year. Same is true with CTE transportation, mentor teachers, the computer science grants are $1 million. Those are contracts we have with K-State and other places. We've paid some of those out, so we would have to ask those agencies to return the money that's been sent out. Teachers of excellence are the teachers that have national board certification by state law. Districts have to give them a $1,000 stipend. This covered that. Now the districts would not be reimbursed for the stipend they are required by law to put out there. And then Spark Wheel, interestingly, always has had a $50,000 allocation that actually comes from judicial fee funds. but they would have to pay back the $50,000 we've already given them, and then they wouldn't get it next year. So this is the Senate Education Committee is going to report out at 10:30 and Senate Ways and Means, and I kind of wanted to be there in case they let us talk at all. Ways and Means doesn't always ask questions of agencies, but sometimes they do, so we thought it would be important to be there. If it goes to Ways and Means, if it goes through Ways and Means and gets to the Senate floor, an issue that happens on the Senate floor is that they're subject to pay-go. So if they want to put money back into the budget, they have to take it from someplace else. So if a senator said, I want to put the $10 million back into special education, they would have to identify another spot in the budget to take it from. Same thing would be true for all of those other ones. So this is why it's important that we work on this in ways before it gets out of Ways and Means. So we want to be there for that. The other thing that I want to talk about with Ways and Means, because we're still trying to figure out how that happened, yesterday when the Ag Committee reported out, they reported out that the Ways and Means should work with the State Department of Education to increase the salary of the FFA person. So later today, you're going to hear about a contract that is proposed with K-State that would be for that salary. So between now and April, when you're asked to I guess, approve that, we may need to renegotiate it. So just, I mean, for the receive item today, it's fine. But if Ways and Means then tells us we have to use existing operating funds to pay the FFA person more, we would have to reconsider how we have hired that FFA person in the future. So that'll be one of those things that comes up. So not great news on the budget front right now, mostly because of the 25 spending. It's $11 million this year that districts would not get or would have to pay back. So questions about that? All right, so just an update on board testimony. 2382 it has a hearing with the Senate tomorrow, so we'll submit proponent testimony for that again. Senate Bill 45, we already talked about the opponent testimony because accreditation is something that you do. If you wanted to have two different graduation rates, you could decide to do that. The legislature didn't need to do that for you. So we submitted opponent testimony to the House as well. And then the same thing is true for Senate Bill 47. This is based on local board responsibilities that if local boards wanted to do these things, they could do them already. And our testimony was about local boards should be able to set their own agenda and set the rules for how their meeting is going to work. So we did that in the Senate and then again in the House. And then Senate Bill 87, again, was the state board's position on not using public funds for private schools. Again, 87 is a tax credit, so a lot of people talk about that it's not public funds. Our position has been they would have otherwise been public funds if you didn't give the tax credit. So that's the position we've taken on it. Yes, we understand that they didn't become public funds, but that's because the law said they didn't have to. So otherwise they would have been without the tax credit. And that's all the update that I have. So I still have time because they're going to talk about commerce first, so they're not going to get started with us at 10:30. So.
All right, thank you, sir. I do not see any questions. We will let you dash across the street. I'm sorry? Oh, you do have one? Okay, go ahead.
Not so much a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question for Frank, perhaps, but maybe the commissioner, whoever wants to take this. What is that going to do to schools? I mean, logistically, the board sits down, they go through their budget. Can you just kind of talk us through what that process is going to look like?
So, I mean, having gone through mid-year cuts in 2008 and 2009, it's what do you have any reserves to work through it for? I mean, the biggest one will be the Safe and Secure Schools grant. Where are you with your funding that you could actually send that back? A lot of districts would be able to, because if they were building things, then you could look at that as, well, we can send that back out of capital outlay. They typically have reserves there. But for the rest of them, they have already committed to stipends for mentor teachers that they were expecting to get some of that back. So it will depend on how close they were in the accounts that they would have been spending that out of. But it will be a decrease, and then they may have to decide what they can do or not do for the rest of this school year. So mid-year cuts are difficult. These are not as big as some of the mid-year cuts we had in the 2000s, but anytime that, just keep in mind that the way you build a school budget is you make a lot of guesses about how many students you're going to have, how many teachers you need, then how much you're going to pay teachers, and then you figure out in September, this is actually what our budget is, and then you finally get to the 12th month, which is when you finally find out what your special education reimbursements are, even after you've already spent it. So yeah, it would just add one more thing of how do we make it work with the funds we have. And sometimes, I mean, they may have to defer, if it's really tight, they may have to defer expenditures to the next fiscal year. The problem with that is that now that basically became a next year cut, and you're already not going to get the money that way, but at least you have more time to plan for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Frank, put you on the spot a little bit, but I think it goes to Melanie's question. How much money does the state have in reserves, and how much was the state over estimates in the month of February?
So the last I knew, the state's reserves of all kinds, including their statutory rainy day fund, is about $3 billion. And what would have been the February taxes came in $128 million over estimates. So the question is, do they need that $11 million in 2025?
Jim?
I'm more concerned, thank you, I'm more concerned about, well, I'm concerned about that, but I'm also concerned about how much the department can stand if we have to do a whole bunch of other stuff out of existing funds. What impact is that going to have on the department and our ability to do our jobs? And I'm going to ask another question. Does the increase for state board members come out of existing funds, or is that going to be funded elsewhere?
So at this point, there is not an additional appropriation for that. Our understanding would be is that there will be an appropriations trailer bill where that will be considered. So that has not been addressed, but they didn't want to address it until the bill was actually, so there was a bill that had something to do with it. I will say that the fiscal note on that, with the reduction of those days, went from $170,000 to $120,000. So I can't answer that question yet, but because that hasn't been addressed. So the other thing I didn't talk about, because it's global to all agencies, is a 1.5% decrease in operating funds for all agencies, which for us is about $320,000. That's about 2.5 positions. So if you put that with the 1.3 million that we have to send to Spark Wheel, we would have to make reductions that would kind of get back to our core functions of, we'd have to decide what things are we not going to do.
For right now, what I'm going to say may not be popular with my colleagues, but if in fact money for us has to come out of the department, as we make those decisions, I would like to know what impact that has on the department before we move forward on that issue. Sorry about that, folks.
Okay. Oh, Debbie, do you have a? Okay.
So one of the things that I'm trying to learn is the accounting at the local level, so I can kind of understand their money a bit better. And it's not really my wheelhouse, but I've been going over this quite a bit. And so the person I'm working with who's trying to do this, the report of federal aid, the state and federal aid that we have on the state side, from what I understand, at least the 2 districts we looked at, they don't use that. They use that USDE form or something like that. So I'm sorry, this is not my wheelhouse. So I'm just trying to get what I need. Is the regular balance carry over? There's no report for the local revenue, no report from canceled encumbrances from the prior year. And so there's a lot of like empty spaces in those local reports. So I don't even know what the local school boards really actually have set aside for dealing with some of these things that are coming their way. So,
So
and
that
I
might be a
also just,
conversation we need to have then if this actually happens. So we'll have to.
that would be, I would like that. I would like to
Okay.
have more conversations about that. And I second Jim. I don't need a pay raise, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Yes, we will go ahead and move into Citizens Open Forum.
It's a little complicated, but we have a live interpreter here,
Okay,
so I redid the numbers.
okay. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:35 a.m. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics and not on individual people. Our policy is each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only. And our first speaker will be Cheryl Cooper, and second will be Bob Caldwell. Thank you for being with us. Yeah.
Good morning. I am Cheryl Cooper. This is my 21st year teaching as an adjunct math professor at Johnson County Community College. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all the students who will be negatively affected at the community college level by the decision made by the Kansas Board of Regents, which will go into effect fall semester 2026. There will be 3 math pathways for a student to pick from: contemporary math course, which arts and humanity careers; elementary statistics course, the social science careers as an example; STEM college algebra course, or co-requisite college algebra, example are physical and life sciences. Presently, to be admitted into college algebra class, a student needs to pass intermediate algebra with a C or better, or pass the placement test with the required score criteria. This might mean a student has to work their way up from one or more of the entry-level math courses for college algebra. These courses are Fundamentals of Mathematics, Intro to Algebra, and Intermediate Algebra, each a 3-hour course. Starting fall 2026, state funding will be taken away from any college, university, or community college offering any of these 3 courses in their math department for students to take for college credit. Community college and universities will still offer the 3-hour college algebra course with the present cutoff score criteria as mentioned above. Any student seeking the STEM pathway that scores below this cutoff, meaning a score of 0 up to the cutoff score, which is all those students previously in fundamental math, intro to algebra, and intermediate algebra, will now be placed in a 6-hour college algebra co-requisite course. They are expected to learn college algebra at the same time as they are learning the skills they are not proficient in: fractions, sign numbers, order of operations, basic algebra, factoring, radicals, exponentials, graphing, etc. I don't know of very many students who would want to sacrifice 6 hours of credit and money each time they fail this course trying desperately to pass college algebra, although some student studies report community college have shown student success at passing the co-requisite college algebra course. What they don't tell you is the student taking this course is often not prepared to take the math courses after college algebra, which is usually trigonometry and calculus. It makes you question how they are calculating grades for the co-requisite college algebra course. Are they combining the college algebra portion with the co-requisite portion, resulting in a watered-down college algebra grade, or are they separating the grades? Another thought that comes to mind is COBAR using this model to cover up the effects of lower math scores in public schools trickling up to the post-secondary level. I've explained math pathways to a few of my math classes with students of ages 17 through 40, and most all of them do not like the idea, mainly because they would not be as successful and they would be overwhelmed. Some followed up with comments on how they appreciated the knowledge and confidence they obtained from the foundation classes prior to taking college algebra.
Ms. Cooper.
Thank you for your time
Okay.
and listening to my concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so next will be Bob Caldwell, and after that, Michael Kratke.
My name is Bob Caldwell. I'm also an adjunct instructor at Johnson County Community College. Been there for many, many years. I'm here today also to speak on behalf of all the students who will be negatively affected by the new math pathways set to be put into production September 2026. Math pathways may be appropriate for the university level, but I believe it will be a disaster for the community college level, primarily because the community college has a large number of non-traditional students that are working during the daytime and so must take classes in the evenings or the weekends. Most of these students are either returning to college to advance in their career or beginning college after years of working in various areas to pursue another career choice. They are usually working full-time, and many have families, so are not free to take classes in the daytime but must take their classes in the evenings or the weekends. After being out of school for several years, most of these students will be in need of some remedial classes. If their college-level math class is college algebra, then they are unlikely to be ready to take on a math class at that level without some help with the basic algebra skills, which right now includes the 3 courses: Fundamentals of Math, Introduction to Algebra, and Intermediate Algebra. These are all 3-hour courses. This gives the students at the community college level smaller classes, fundamental coursework, extra time to figure out their courses of study and or career goals. After taking 1 or more of these classes, the students build confidence in their math skills in order to take the college level math class required by their major. Plus, this is a 3-hour course taken each semester. I've taught these math classes for many, many years in the evenings and weekends and have seen these students struggle with math skills in the beginning. But many after these courses go on to succeed in college algebra or the college level math class they are required to take. With the math pathways, these students will be required to take 6-hour course in math each semester, 3-hour college level math class, and then a 3-hour co-requisite class to improve their math skills in order to be successful in the math class. Many of these students are still working full-time jobs and don't have any way of fitting a 6-hour course into their busy schedule, much less risking the possibility of failing the course and the financial loss. So in conclusion, I would ask you to consider all the non-traditional students who will be adversely affected by these new course offerings in math pathways. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Michael Kratke, and after that will be Nancy Moneymaker.
I am Michael Krotke, and I represent the WHS Future Committee. I ask you, where will education in rural Kansas be in the future? Will rural Kansas students be traveling 50 miles to a school and to another community? I think not. When a district closes a rural, smaller school community to capture the Kansas look-back funding for the benefit of the larger schools' financial gain, does this seem fair? No, but that is what is happening across our state and will continue without a change in legislation. The legislation has given local authority to the school boards. If a new school facility is planned, the school BOE must have an election for all patrons in the district to approve the project. To close a school, the legislation has given absolute authority to the local boards on the closing decision, but it only takes 4 members of a board to close a school in the community. Shouldn't the patrons of a district, rather than 4 individuals, have the right as a voter to make that choice? The closing of school can be an extreme effect for a small community and its chance to survive. I graduated from Kansas Country School, of which during my 8 years had attendance from 8 to 18 students. I feel those 8 years of country school were life-changing for me individually. My county had 88 schools in the prime years. Imagine that. Well, Wilson Junior Senior High School was closed at the completion of 22-23 school year. Some 90 students have left the district to attend other schools in neighboring districts. District 112 received the look-back funding in 23-24 and 24-25. Now it appears the loss of those students has come to a point of financial concern in the coming years, which may lead to more closings and more financial losses of funding. Are we moving in the right direction for our future? I feel as more small schools are closing, other sources of education will spring forward in those communities. For example, Wetmore's K-12 school was closed at the completion of the 2022-3 year also. So what have they done? In Wetmore, rather than accept the loss of the school for the livelihood of the community, they pursued the opportunity of a private school. Wetmore now has opened the Wetmore Christian School for 24-25 school year with 16 students and hope for growth in the future. Wetmore is a small community educating their children, where a rural community continues education that we should all support. Is this a sign of education for Kansas youth and rural communities in the future? I think so. Decline of rural areas begins with the loss of a school. Will education in Kansas, rural Kansas, continue to decline and lead families leaving communities for other towns or areas with a school? Is this the Kansas we want for the future? I don't. Do you? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up will be Nancy Moneymaker and then Sharon Knutson. Oh, there she is.
Nancy Moneymaker, representing myself. So in regards to FAFSA, removal from graduation requirements, I would like to suggest a motion be made for the agenda item content to be retroactive due to an overlap of time between implementation and removal votes. In regard to the board priorities, I think they should be revisited and amended as they were verbalized and voted just before the new members were sworn in. These priorities are used as the 2025 legislative positions for this board, even though many of you did not have a vote in these positions. In regard to pre-kindergarten, I think this is a very sensitive area. Research shows that semi-supervised play and then guidance and kindness leads to this age group realizing acceptable sharing and friendly norms of behavior. The Montessori method is excellent for making playful activities also a learning experience. What is the board's general supervision given to pre-K education? Why do we push an expensive, never-ending institutional pre-K pilot program? Do we have documented positive outcomes? I know that as the Board of Education, you've been hearing from your constituents about the EUs and the Dear Colleague letters from the federal government. Did this body call for a special session to be able to respond? No. I recently learned that a guidance menu was put out by General Counsel of Kansas Department of Education as a response. Was any of this dais consulted? Council recommends to take no steps to change its policies or practices. Instead of being proactive and saying that Kansas will follow all federal mandates, including the possible discarding of DEI as a race-based discriminatory tool. Accreditation status should be based on meritocracy, not DEI, which is the use of race as a factor, as the letter stated, in admissions, financial aid, training, institutional programming, and hiring. We need the best and most qualified teachers, principals, superintendents, and commissioners. In light of this, the board should relook at its DEI and SEL policies for accreditation. Less is more. Let the individual districts truly decide. This should serve as a wake-up call that if the Kansas State Board of Education does not shift recommendations to better affect student outcomes, another governmental body will. Student education is supposed to be a tool to impart a certain amount of core knowledge to students in a way that sets students up for success in those core knowledge subjects and the ongoing excitement to continue learning. The Department of Education under Commissioner Watson, with emphasis on evaluating systems in Kansas education, leads to explaining away of dismal student outcomes.
Ms. Moneymaker,
These
I'm sorry,
outcomes,
but your time is up.
These outcomes have been on a downward trend since 2015 when the
Ma'am.
current commissioner was hired. New programs were implemented.
Thank you.
I won't be speaking yet. I know. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
Speak, and we'll have our interpreter interpret into ASL for us. I have a question. Will people be able to see the interpreter later?
Okay.
Our video's good.
Okay. I want to make a statement before you begin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the following speakers are coming from the Kansas School for the Deaf. The state board is the local board for the Kansas School for the Deaf and Blind, so I just want to clarify that as they begin to speak. So thank you for being here.
Yes. And I'd also ask that our guest parent who will be signing, that he be given additional time, because it does take a little more time to go from sign to voice. So if he could be given 5 or 6 minutes instead of the 3, the rest of us will be very considerate of sticking to our 3. Okay, thank you. Am I good? Okay. So my name is Sharon Knutson, and I have a child who attends Kansas School for the Deaf. I've come with my friends today to introduce you to the parent organization of 2025 that will be starting at Kansas School for the Deaf. We wish to be a voice for our students and for the parents at KSD. To obtain a free and appropriate education in Kansas, many deaf and hard of hearing children need Kansas School for the Deaf. Our ASL children need direct instruction in ASL. They need interaction with student peers, and they need interaction with teachers and support staff all signing. Language is not only for acquisition of knowledge, but organizing language into self-expression develops the cognitive abilities of a child. Our children at KSD are given an environment where they're immersed in ASL and can learn the poetry and rhythm of their visual language. I would not consider my child's education to be appropriate without the opportunity to attend KSD in this fully inclusive, least restrictive to her, language-rich environment. We love and appreciate our school. However, we are here to share with you some difficulties that we as parents are seeing at the school, and we would like to ask your help in addressing these needs. Our children at KSD have unique needs. For example, the dozen children in the 6th grade classroom are reading from reading level 1st grade to 5th grade. And while that teacher is absolutely amazing, he has the same number of minutes in a day as all of the rest of us, and he cannot address that many reading needs in his class without some assistance. We have 150 students at KSD with individualized education plans, 80% of whom are reading below grade level at a level 1 on attestment scores, and we do not have even not one remedial reading teacher in our school. That's just not right. KSD is not, I feel, planning for the individualness of our individual IEPs. My child, Anya, is in the elementary centers-based special education class. She has microcephaly. She has a wonderful teacher and loves her class. But did you know that next year, there's not a special ed class for my child when she goes to 7th grade? The secondary special ed teacher retired 2 years ago and has not been replaced. There's not a class for my child next year in the middle school. They've advertised this position for $45,000 in the Kansas City Metro. I run a dental office. I pay my GED, trained on the job, dental assistant $45,000. The special ed teacher at the elementary school 2 blocks from KSD is making $60,000 a year, and the middle school special ed teacher 2 miles away is making $68,000 a year. If you think $45,000 is enough, then why hasn't the position been filled in 2 years? Is that really an honest effort to fill a need for a child at KSD? I think that we need something to help our children and to help the school stay on track and give them what they need. So I'm passing on to the next parent. Our next parent also has a child at KSD.
Next is Bree Wentz, and after that will be Scott Plummer.
Hello, my name is Bree Wentz, and I'm the mother of a 6th grade student at KSD, and I have been involved in the KSD community for 7 years now. I want to thank you for your time today and for allowing us to share our experiences with KSD. I'm here today because I believe in the mission and importance of KSD to educate our deaf children in their native language and prepare them for life. KSD has had a positive impact on our family, which we are very thankful for. However, along the way, there have been many frustrations and struggles working with the school. Our son has learned to sign beautifully being at KSD. However, his reading, writing, and math skills have fallen severely behind. He has made little progress and will be entering middle school this fall with his English and math skills at a kindergarten and first grade level. He has never been given the opportunity to be pulled from his main classroom to receive one-on-one instruction with a resource teacher to help him catch up. He is instead placed in the sixth grade classroom with one teacher who is trying to teach a class on multiple grade levels. Why is my son in a sixth grade classroom when he's still at a first grade level? Our IEP meetings have been a source of struggle as well. Over the years, it's not been uncommon for documentation at IEP meetings to state that our child has met the IEP goals when in fact he has not. For example, we were told that he could count to 100 and complete his ABCs. He couldn't do that. This was simply not true. This led to us pulling our child from KSD to homeschool him for a year to give him the one-on-one support that he really needed. Our experience with his secondary school has been equally disappointing. We had an adoptive son attend a high school class for a semester. He was very bright and motivated to learn. However, he would come home frustrated that he was learning nothing. Topical videos would be shown at the beginning of class, followed by students watching TikTok videos on their phone and dancing to them. When the teacher was asked why by our son, his response was, well, the students in this class don't know how to read. The teacher was not able to produce a single example of completed work that our son had done that semester. The teacher used our parent-teacher conference time to explain that when he was hired at the deaf school, he did not know sign language. This teacher has been there for over 30 years, under 7 different school administrations, and remains there today. Hear my request. Just like other school districts, KSD needs reading and math resource teachers. I believe this to be our most urgent need. We need competitive salaries and incentives to attract high-quality educators. Finally, current teachers need to be held to a high standard and accountability, or they need to be replaced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next will be Scott Plummer and then Zach Wentz.
Are we ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott. I'm a third generation from KSD. My father was also a third generation. Right now I have a 9th grader, an 8th grader, and a 4th grader. I have fought and fought and fought the best I can for the education at KSD for the last 12 years, and there's no change. For example, pre-K, they're supposed to be kindergarten ready, and I fought and fought, and they're supposed to be ready. And my first and second son were behind. They didn't know what to do. And if you get a better teacher, then you get caught up, and then the teacher still doesn't know what to do, so then they fall back behind. I've asked for a reading specialist, so ESR funding, and I was denied. I think that currently the curriculum has been resolved, but it's not true. The data has already shown the decline. My wife and I both are very, very upset about this. In high school now, the new teacher is just not prepared. The curriculum is just there. I fought and fought and fought for a grammar class, and there's only one semester, and my concern is that currently graduation requirement is only 1 hour per year, and my children need 2 hours to catch up. With the response for RTI, we've been asking for it, and we're not getting it. The second issue, my daughter, the 8th grader, finally is pre-K ready. Finally, when she could read. She's on the right reading level because she's kindergarten ready, and she get caught up. And in the middle school, she learned almost nothing. The data proves it. That's the academic bowl results for the Midwest region. Includes different categories, math, science, social studies, English, and the results are low, as you can see. There is evidence right there. We were in 15th place out of 16. It's just really, really unnerving. We requested a meeting for dual placement all day throughout the school district. We were denied because money only allows the student to have one course at Olathe, in the Olathe School District. That's it. My wife and I, we just feel completely stuck. We don't know what to do. My son needs help. He's stuck. There's challenges. We're stuck. We have been trying to decide, should we move to get a better education for our kids? Should we move to Texas? We feel like, no, that's not right. Our family is here. Our roots are here. This is where we must be, and we need to stand up for it. We do love KSD. We love it. And we just want your help. KSD needs your help. We're not blaming anybody. We're not pointing fingers. Obviously, something needs to be done. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Zach Wentz.
Hello, my name is Zach Wentz, also with the KSD group. To the Board of Education, a sincere thank you for hearing our public comments today. While not every parent we've spoken with could join us, I think you can see, I'm sorry. We've been on a journey. Without this group of parents coming together, we would have never identified many of the concerns that we've spoken about. When my wife and I joined KSD community 7 years ago, we heard over and over again that KSD was the top deaf school in the nation. I heard it again just recently from a school administrator in our home district. However, today, I'm not sure where this claim originated or what data there is to back it up. And unfortunately, it doesn't align with our experience. Despite these frustrations, I have still learned many things along the way. One of them is the importance of teaching deaf students self-advocacy skills. This topic is included in every IEP meeting and parent-teacher conference. It's very simple. Our deaf children need to know how to navigate life in a hearing world. I've also observed this interesting fact about American Sign Language. It is a visual language, not a spoken language, and it is not a written language. Do you know what this means? In order for our children to one day navigate life in a hearing world, they need the ability to read. I would argue it is more basic and critical for the deaf than the hearing to have the ability to read. If you want our children to have the ability to advocate for themselves, please teach them to read. I want to assure the board that this group of parents believes in KSD. We believe that if KSD is not currently the top deaf school in the nation, it certainly can be. To help set us in the right direction and in conclusion, we have just 2 requests. First, as an immediate need, we request 2 reading resource teachers, one at the elementary level and one at the secondary level. These positions should be adequately resourced with competitive salaries. We don't want qualified candidates finding other better paid positions, particularly when the professional requirements for deaf teachers are higher and include the need for bilingual capability. Second, we are establishing a parent organization with the purpose of fostering open, collaborative partnership between parents, KSD administrators, KSD teachers, and this board. We hope the board will be receptive to future reports from this parent organization. This request has already been presented to the KSD superintendent. We are meeting on Thursday to discuss it in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. Jim, do you have
Not a question, I want to follow up. I've been concerned about our oversight of the 2 schools ever since I've been on the board, and I would like to follow up on what we've said today. maybe have some discussions about how active, and I know that Michelle can't do it all herself, and I know that she does a very good job of representing there, but maybe we need to, I mean, I heard things today that I should have known that I didn't. And I would like for us to maybe reevaluate our position and our role in oversight as we move forward.
I completely concur, and thank you. We will definitely be having discussions and finding ways that we can make a difference. Yes, Michelle?
I see Debbie's on there before me. I just wanted to add that there is over on the table written testimony from another parent that could not be here and to speak today, but she also has a daughter that attends School for the Deaf and would like to provide that written testimony for the board members.
That's great. So make sure we pick that up, board members, so you have that as well. Debbie, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Jim said. I do think that if we are the local school board for them, that we should be meeting regularly. We have Zoom, so we have that ability to have that, opportunity to do that. I want to offer to Michelle that I'd love to help you. I was green with envy that I didn't get on your committee, but and for our audience, I just wanted to let them know that was my children's foreign language when I homeschooled them was sign language. So I've already done a tour of your school on that basis. So
thank you. Yes, we will definitely be looking at ways and discussions to step into this. And I agree, Jim, that's been a question in my mind as well. So we do not take that lightly. So we want you to know that. So thank you. And thank you to everybody who spoke today. I will close the Citizens Open Forum for the State Board at 11:06 a.m. And truly we thank each and every one of you for coming and speaking before us and giving us your thoughts and ideas today. Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda is Mr. Gordon with the FAFSA removal from graduation requirements. Not Chad.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I promise you'll have a break very soon because I don't have much of a response. I think everyone that has testified this time around has asked you to remove FAFSA. As far as the recent request of making it retroactive, there's no reason to do that because no student has ever been impacted and ever been required to complete a FAFSA in order to graduate. So essentially you are ahead of the game if you were to vote in favor of the suggested changes today. I am happy to answer any questions if there are any. Otherwise, because this would be adoption, a formal adoption of a regulatory amendment, it does call for a roll call vote. But with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Dennis, do you have a question?
No, but I just want to thank you for the hard work you did, Scott, in getting us this far. I know it's been a long path, but I'll be ready to make a motion when I think Jim has.
Well, you can go ahead because we can move through.
It is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the proposed amendments to its accreditation regulation KAR 91-31-35, removing the free application for federal scholarship aid, FAFSA, requirement for graduation.
Do I have a second? Michelle? And discussion. Jim, did you have a question?
Yes. I need to explain some things. I was concerned about this at the very beginning, and I only voted yes at the very beginning because we added so many safeguards. But since that time, I'm going to vote no, and I don't expect any, and I'm not trying to lobby for that. I expect this to pass and hope it sort of does. But the fact is, we have people that believe that we are emphasizing non-college over college, and it's not a zero-sum game. I believe that we're emphasizing both, and I think that removing the FAFSA sort of plays into that scenario. I believe that there'll be many first-generation students that don't know what their options are, that would probably have more options had they gone through that process. In the early kind of conversations with the Board of Education, with the Board of Regents, I indicated to them that I would support this, and I believe my own personal integrity would be would be questioned if I didn't do what I had already said I was going to do. So for those reasons, I will vote no, but I want to make sure that I am not trying in this effort to influence anybody else.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Board Member Porter's comments. I am currently the parent of a senior, and so we've been going through the process of applying to schools and filling out the FAFSA. And I want this board to know that my position on this has probably changed from the beginning. I think it's important that we continue to recognize that there are many pathways to success. However, I do not want to put a family in a position where they have to fill out the FAFSA if college is not where they're headed. At the same time, I do want to make sure that we are not sending the wrong message to our schools, and that they need to continue to hold the workshops that they're having in the evenings and guiding parents and students through the process. I think that that is of the utmost importance, because what I have learned through this process is that it is even more tedious than I thought, and literally everyone that we have talked to has required it. Even just to apply for admission, not even asking for financial aid. They want the FAFSA to be filled out as part of the application is what we've run into. So I just wanted to share that with the board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you for that, Melanie. For me personally, it was because it was attached to graduation to a diploma, and that was not okay for me. Should schools be putting it out there? Absolutely, 100%. Everybody needs to know what's available to them for whatever course, and it doesn't have to be a college there. I mean, the technical schools take it as well. Like it's there for many, many levels of education that isn't university. So we definitely do not want to send the signal that we aren't hoping students will go beyond that. I just don't think it should be a requirement to graduate. So that was my personal impetus on that part. So I don't see anybody else. If everybody else is good, I would call for a vote. Now we do have to do a roll call, you said.
That is correct. I think the process is, Deborah, if you'll call, I think the process is you call one name at a time and the person indicates their vote.
Mr. Porter?
No.
Mrs. Dombrowski?
Yes.
Mrs. Arnold?
No.
Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Mr. Zeck?
Yes.
Mrs. Hopkins?
Yes.
Mrs. Nude? Dr. Nude?
Yes.
Mrs. Potter?
Yes.
Mr. Hirschberger?
Yes.
Mrs. Haas?
Where'd my mic go? Yes.
I think we can safely say the motion passed.
8-2.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up will be Catherine Schmeidling on the ERC, which I don't have it broken down in front of me. So I hate acronyms. I'm going to find it.
It is
Evaluation
magically appearing
Review
on the screen.
Committee.
Yes,
There
ma'am.
we go.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of the board, thank you for letting me come before you. I have for you the recommendations from the Evaluation Review Committee for higher ed accreditations and program approvals. And you did see these last month as an information item. So just a quick reminder, I'll try to go fast, I know you're trying to catch up to time. The accreditation process for higher ed is different than for the P-12 schools. It is an information exchange back and forth between the education college at the university and a trained review team There are a couple reports going back and forth, which eventually go to the Evaluation Review Committee, which, remember, is staffed by 4 P12 educators, 4 P12 administrators, and 4 higher ed representatives. And that final recommendation comes to you all with 4 different possible decisions: full accreditation, accreditation with stipulation, probationary, or not accredited. The higher ed accreditation standards focus on whether that education college supervises training content and pedagogy across all license areas, their relationships with their P12 partners, recruitment and monitoring those educator candidates through their program to completion. If those program completers, once they graduate, have a positive impact on the P12 schools they work in, and then that College of Education's overall quality assurance system. How do they monitor everything? And then initial programs that you can get into with no previous experience are accredited separate from advanced programs in which you need a previous education license to pursue that additional license. There are 2 different levels of concern that can be documented. An area for improvement is a concern, but it is not something that would typically jeopardize a standard being met. So it is something that the College of Education reports on for the next 7 years and how they're resolving it. A stipulation is the more severe concern, and that needs to be resolved within 2 years. It could result in a standard being met or not met, and that depends on the level of severity. So I have for you the Evaluation Review Committee's recommendations for Fort Hays State University. They are recommending full accreditation for 7 years with all standards met at both the initial and advanced level. There are no areas of concern, either the area for improvement or stipulation. The Evaluation Review Committee is also recommending full accreditation for Wichita State University for the full 7-year time period, with all standards met at the initial and advanced level. There are none of the more severe stipulations. There is one area for improvement. Remember, this quotes the part of the standard and then goes into more detail in the rationale. So specifically looking at standard 4, which is the impact on the P12 classroom, and then skipping to the very end of the rationale, the EPP provided 2 cycles of data. The requirement is 3. So that is what was insufficient. It is something that would not jeopardize the standard being met, and they would need to report on for the 7-year time period of the accreditation. And their next visit, like Fort Hays, would be in 2031. So those are the 2 accreditations. I also have for you recommendations for individual license and endorsement area program approvals. The process is very similar. Each license area prepares a report on how they're aligned to the standard. A content-specific review team looks at that. There is some exchange of questions and answers back and forth. It goes to the Evaluation Review Committee, and the final recommendation comes to you all for either full approval for 7 years, approval with stipulation for 2, or not approved. So the Evaluation Review Committee recommends full approval for Fort Hays State University's Business Education Program with all standards met and no areas of concern. Approval for Pittsburgh State University's School Counselor Program with all standards met and no areas of concern. And approval for 2 programs for Washburn University, their high incidence limited residency license, meaning that candidates are working under a limited license in a school district while they take the program, found with all standards and the science of reading met, no areas of concern, and then their middle level science program with all standards met and no areas of concern. Do you have any questions?
I think we're good. Motion is on the screen if anybody's ready to.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion if you're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Evaluation Review Committee for Educator Preparation Provider Accreditation for Fort Hays State University and Wichita State University, and program approvals for Fort Hays State University, Pittsburgh State University, and Washburn University.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Barrow? And all in favor? I think we're 10-0. Thank you. Catherine, I always appreciate seeing the science of reading, that you put it on there so it helps us remember that we have all of those standards in place and that those are being followed. So our pre-service teachers are running through and they're coming out knowing how to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Miss Natalie Clark. Thank you for being here. And we are going to talk about the K-State University's contract with them to support Kansas FFA.
Members, Commissioner Watson. Information only today, request a contract with Kansas State University to support the Executive Director of Kansas FFA. We currently have a 4-year contract in place and it will be expiring June 30th. Career and technical student organizations in Kansas enhance students' learning through experiences that they have in organizations. They provide opportunities for students to participate in leadership and personal development. These include applied and real-world application of skill, so enhancing those academic, career, and technical employability skills. And they're integral. CTSOs are integrated into the classroom curriculum and instruction, and they include demonstration of employability skills. Work-based learning experiences are provided through career and technical education pathways, and they involve demonstration of career skills through activities, programs, and competitive events. Students have opportunities to hold leadership positions at the local, state, and national level. In January, our state CTSO presidents had the opportunity to present to you here, and the vice presidents following. This information comes from the National Coordinating Council, Career and Technical Student Organizations. Students who participate in career and technical student organizations demonstrate higher levels of academic engagement and motivation, civic engagement, career self-efficacy, and employability skills. In addition, students who participate in career and technical student organizations in leadership and professional development we find that it raises their educational aspirations. And students who participate in school organizations in the 10th grade are found to have higher grade point averages, are more likely to be enrolled in college at 21 than other students, and definitely have an impact on students' overall post-secondary readiness. In Kansas, we're fortunate to support 8 career and technical student organizations that have links to the national level: BPA, DECA, FBLA, FCCLA, FFA, HOSA, Skills USA, and TSA. So information regarding the request to contract with Kansas State University. This provides their executive director, executive secretary, the scope of work to coordinate all the regional and state FFA events. This individual would also attend national FFA should the students qualify, working with and training the state officers, and guiding and support local chapter advisors. They work with to develop and grow Kansas FFA Board of Directors. They work with the Board of Directors to provide the financial oversight of Kansas FFA funds. They submit regular quarterly reports to the KSDE lead consultant. So we have an agriculture education program consultant on our CTE team who serves as the state FFA advisor and works with this executive director. This position or this scope of work includes creating and maintaining a Kansas FFA website with the calendar and resources for students and chapter advisors. And the funding source, we have negotiated with Kansas State University to extend this contract. It'll be a 4-year contract, which will be what we have in place now, at the same amount. The funding source, 50% is recommended to come from the general fund and 50% from the federal Perkins dollars. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
And this in particular is what we're seeing legislation coming forward about, correct?
Possible legislation.
Possible legislation,
Right.
make sure I use my words right. Okay.
Dr. Harwood referred to that this morning. So at this
Yes.
time, this is what we have, we negotiated with Kansas State University for information only.
Right. Okay. Anything, Dennis? Yes.
Thank you, Natalie, for your presentation. I just wondered if, how do you go through the process of actually finding someone to fill the position?
So if a university is interested, there's been a long standing history with Kansas State University. The FFA office is currently at Kansas State University, and the FFA Foundation is also housed there. But there's opportunity. If I go back to the 8 CTSOs that we represent, if individuals are in that role, we go out for RFP. And then we also visited with our state universities, of which many have stepped up and become partners to provide the scope of work for the state advisors. The only state advisor that we have within the Department of Education currently is FFA, and the others are contracted outside of the agency and work with our education program consultant.
I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up, Kelly, I don't know if I'm going to say your last name right.
Cheney.
Cheney, okay. And this is about the Kansas Association of Broadcasters for Public Service Announcements for the summer meals, correct?
Correct, yes. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and State Board members and Commissioner Watson. Appreciate the opportunity to provide information about the contract request with the Kansas Association of Broadcasters for the dissemination of summer meals public service announcements. So the Summer Food Service Program is one of 3 federal child nutrition programs that is administered by Kansas State Department of Education. Most of you are probably familiar with the school nutrition programs that are administered at the local level by our public schools and private schools. As the name suggests, the Summer Food Service Program is a program that exists to provide access to nutritious meals during the summer when school is not in session. And the Summer Food Service Program plays a vital role in ensuring that children have access to the nutritious meals. Whoops, sorry about that. Let me get that. There, how about that? Okay, the Summer Food Service Program plays a vital role in ensuring that children have access to those nutritious meals during the summer so that then when school starts back up in the fall, they can return back to school nourished and ready to learn. The summer meal service sites are operated in low-income areas, and so basically what that means is if a site is operated in an area-eligible location based off of census data or school free and reduced priced student eligibility data, any child coming to that meal service site may receive a meal for free. Now, what makes the Summer Food Service Program unique or different than our school nutrition programs and our child and adult care food program, which have enrollment requirements? The Summer Food Service Program intends to reach children, all children that might be in need of nutritious meals. And one of the things that, again, that makes it unique is that it provides access to meals for children that may not have access during the school year, and those would be children that are enrolled in virtual schools or children that are homeschooled. So USDA provides funds to KSDE to conduct statewide outreach on behalf of our program operators across the state. And program operators can leverage their resources for program funds to serve higher quality meals and to support those day-to-day operations. And one of the key components of those day-to-day operations is, of course, to pay for staff. And what we will oftentimes see in our schools is that our school program operators are able to employ non-classified staff, so our school food service workers and our custodial staff during the summer. So they're providing the opportunity to support those staff members and their families. So families struggling to make ends meet are more likely to be heavy users of free media, and the only remaining free media is radio and TV. And so these families are even more likely to receive summer meals campaign messages through the Kansas Association of Broadcasters through their PEP program. So because the Summer Food Service Program operates for a very short time, it's important to maximize that outreach efforts across the state. And by disseminating the public service announcements on public radio and TV during June and July, efforts can be maximized. So let's just talk a little bit about the Education Partnership, or the PEP program, of the Kansas Association of Broadcasters. KSDE is able to maximize outreach efforts and maximize our market value by a 3-to-1 ratio, or a 3-to-1 return on investment. The PEP program is only available to government agencies and nonprofit organizations, and no other program in the state offers a 3-to-1 return on investment. So for summer 2025, Child Nutrition and Wellness is requesting to contract with the Kansas Association of Broadcasters to disseminate summer meals campaign messaging for the months of June and July for a total cost of $20,000. The market value ratio of 3-to-1 will result in a minimum of $60,000 worth of total airtime. And in summer 2024, KSDE contracted with KAB and received a market value of 4-to-1, and that resulted in over $77,000 worth of airtime. The PSAs will air during what is called the best time available during the times of 5 a.m. through midnight. And stations make every effort to equally distribute the PSAs between morning, afternoon, and evening. The PSAs air on 43 TV stations and 220 radio stations across the state. And it's important to note that these are TV and radio stations that are located also in our highest need areas, so Kansas City and Wichita, Great Bend, and then also in the southeast region of the state as well. So if the contract request is approved, when you will be voting on this in April, KSDE will provide the creative, that's a new word I learned, the creative, basically the file to the Kansas Association of Broadcasters to run the PSAs on the radio and the TV. The Kansas Association of Broadcasters handles the distribution of the creative to all their KAB partner stations across the state. And then at the end of the campaign, KAB will provide a detailed summary report of the end of the summer meals campaign.
So Kelly, are you the commercial?
Well, in the past I have been, but not currently.
Not currently.
We have much better talent these days.
Oh, I don't know about that. Danny Zek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 3-to-1 commercials. So do you know exactly when each one of those commercials, do they tell you ahead of time? Or do they put them all at 5 a.m. in the morning?
No, they don't tell us ahead of time, but I can leave the report from last year and you can see the exact time when it aired on every single station across every city in the state.
Yeah. Kelly, if you'll get that to Dr. Watson, he said he can pull that into our Friday notes, and then we'll all have that information so we can see that equal process across. So thank you. Appreciate that. I didn't realize you actually had that kind of data. That's wonderful.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't see anybody else. I think we're clear to go. Thank you so much. We're taking a short break. Yeah, no. We'll go ahead and take a quick break, 10 minutes. Be back at 11:50. These clocks. Okay. Yeah, 11:45-ish. Thank you. Okay, next up on our agenda, holding us from lunch.
Madam Chair, such pressure. Such pressure. I was wanting to know, third month into the chair, and you couldn't get them back to order. So I don't know what that said. By the way, I asked a board member, that you should take care of the commissioner and make cookies, and then Danny went and got the cookies before I could get there. But Michelle made good cookies so yes. So thank you, Michelle, for that. And I thank you for your efforts. I got to see so many of you last week, share some photos with you. And apologize that Debbie wasn't feeling well. We couldn't connect, but it was so good, when I'm out that you can join me. And Kathy had about 4 other commitments that day and couldn't join me in Concordia and some other places. I want to share with you a little bit and actually talk to you about concern that I have, and I know that you share. And just, wherever I was at last week, we talk about what is the difference between 2025 and 2020. Well, I can tell you, where we were at in March of 2020, it was not a good place. Or 2018, right, or wherever. What are the differences? And I'll kind of share some of that with you. First, several years ago, we had a podcast. KSDE had a podcast, and we interviewed a lot of people in the agency and talked about things that the state board were doing. We're going to do the podcast again. It's going to be called the KSD Insight Podcast. You can get this where you get your podcast. And if you don't get podcasts, I would just encourage you to get it. We will launch it on Thursday, March 27th. It gets launched on Spotify, but if you're like me and I get mine from Apple, some of you get it from YouTube. Once Spotify, that just gets distributed to wherever you get your podcast. We'll certainly send this out in the Friday notes, but this will be a monthly event. The first one, and will be the focus to help parents and the public navigate all the things that you do, and let them know as it relates to education. Just a little bit more. The first episode is entitled From Slate to Screen. We're taking a look at the history of Kansas education. And from everything from the one-room schoolhouse to consolidation to the school finance formulas. So these will be about an hour in length. You'll see, because we know that all of you are heavy users of the Reels, which are the other version of TikTok, because the state cannot use TikTok, as you know. To highlight that, you'll see some excerpts from that. But new episodes after this first one, so this is critical, will release the week of your state board meeting. So on Thursday, the state board meeting, we will release the next episode. So we'll be taping these, as we go, but we'll be releasing them. And if you have, hey, I'd like for you to talk about this topic, or you want to be on it, certainly let us know, but this will be something new. Last week I called it Read Across Kansas, but it was Read Across America Week, and we just renamed it because we didn't go across America. We just went across Kansas. Here are just some of the photos, and I really love the one on your right. That is Danny with a group of 4-year-olds, and they were playing with their stuffed animals and house, and I think he got pulled into all of that. It was a lot of fun. The one in the middle is kind of, what is Randy doing reaching to the sky? This was a daycare situation in Concordia, and he had thrown me a football and it hit the ceiling fan. So we were playing catch. That's what was going on there. You can see a variety of reading to books. There's Dennis and I and Great Ben, and again, a great time. I want to point out to you the left, that to the bottom left, is a photo of me reading to the entire school district in Lewis, Kansas. So if you want to know, are we small in some places? Yes. Some of you would look at that and go, is that one class, 2 classes? That was the entire school district. And I read in the gym to them. And then, some of the last photos, and you can see a little funny one, Burl and I in Manhattan, they wanted to take a funny photo. And then I just thought, this is one that was sent to us from Perry Early Compton. We were at the Perry Early Childhood Center. Connie and Danny are there. But those are the 2 kindergarten groups. And just again, 5-year-olds with the future ahead of them, you know, and the work that we're trying to do. And we saw some excellent literacy work as we went across, not all across Kansas, but we saw some excellent literacy work. And Jim, I thought of you because I will tell you the literacy work that we're seeing is different than what I would have seen 2 years ago. And that's because of your efforts with letters and structured literacy. And you could clearly see that as kids were sounding out letters, putting words together. And we saw that in almost every classroom we were at. So just thanks to all of you and everyone that went, that did this work and went across this work. I've shared this with you so many times, you get sick of seeing it. But what I'm going to be sharing with you in the future is those same classes of 2017, 2018, 2019. As you know, this is when they were 10th graders and took the state assessment. Guess what our researchers are looking at? Same group of kids, and we're backward moving that to when they were 8th graders, 7th graders, all the way down to 3rd grade. Because I'll just give you a sneak preview of what you may see in the future months. Guess what happens in 10th grade to some high school students? Dr. New would know this from her lengthy time spending time with secondary kids, is that in 10th grade, not every kid takes the assessment serious. It's not all necessarily true in 3rd and 4th, but you will see a little bit of difference when we go down to the same correlation. But I point this out because this is level 1, and the blue is English language arts, and the orange is mathematics. Both were equally important. Today, because it was Read Across America, Read Across Kansas, I'm going to focus on literacy. But you can see that kids in level 1 do not do as well in their future graduation and post-secondary as kids in levels 2, 3, and 4. And as you know, we're trying to move kids to level 3 if we can, and that's our goal. And you can see that hits your outcomes of where you want to be. Also, we know that those students in each of those categories, 50% of those that are in level 1 in those 3 years were chronically absent, missed a lot of school. So I'll be sharing more with you about that. But I point this out because, again, the reason we're trying to help kids become literate is to change the outcomes after school, right? After they become adults, give them more options. And so, you know these two people. One of them is going to speak to you later on about the seal of literacy. Dr. Curtis, as you know, is our early literacy and dyslexia program manager. And this document your document on the Kansas Education Framework, Deborah will pass that if it hasn't been passed to you already. That's just the latest version of February. So you'll say, hey, I've seen this before, yes, but it's just been updated to the latest work. When you see Dr. Curtis, thank her, please. If you want to know, it took us, Jim, it took us 2 years after the Dyslexia Task Force recommended that we have someone at our place focused on literacy to get the legislature to fund that. And we have one position. Now, we have a lot of people in the field that we pay a stipend to that also teach. That's part of her cadre. And soon, she'll have a cadre of over 300 people that are letters trained that will become a literacy cadre. But it's really important. And so the work that you've been doing with higher ed and also within ourselves, it's making a difference. It's making a difference. So here's the last 3 years. What I'm sharing with you are the average scores of all the assessments, grades 3 through 8 and grade 10, the percent of kids in Kansas. So Dennis, we're not talking about just your district, but across the state that are in level 1. And we want to move kids desperately, right? Our hair's on fire, Kathy, out of level 1. But we want to get them to 3 and 4 because the results tend to favor the higher academic skills you have, all things being equal, and not all things are equal, the better that you do. So in 2022, coming out of the pandemic, this is where we were. And what we've seen is a slight decline in level 1 and a slight increase in levels 3 and 4.
Okay, that's a good trend line. It's not as significant as we want. All right, so it's down about a point and a half statewide. It's pretty big, and it's up about 1.4. I'm doing a quick math, 1.5 points. Well, we have to accelerate that. We need to drop that level 1 in half. All right, then it gets really tough. I mean, not that it's not easy, but once you do that, then you're really talking about kids are going to need a lot of support. And we need to move those levels 3 and 4 up toward the 50%. Remember, those are the highest standards in the country. We don't, that's okay. Our kids deserve that. All right. So here's my challenge. And my challenge isn't to teachers. Danny, we got to see some remarkable teachers, right? Remarkable teachers, some veterans, some new teachers. We got to see the Manhattan Teacher of the Year, Burl, and we could see why she was the Manhattan Teacher of the Year that we'll get to honor when we're together here in April. But we need time. We need time. And my guess is, so I'm going to get on my superintendent friends. A couple of them are behind me. All right, and they are, our friends and our principals. We need time. Guess what happened in December, January, and February this year? Because my guess, someone's reached out to you. Someone's reached out to you. What happened in December, January, and February? I know it's hard to remember today when the sun's shiny and it's going to be 70 degrees. We missed a lot of school. Most of your school districts that you represent miss somewhere between 7 and 9 days. Average is 8 days of school. That's a lot. And our phone was ringing off the hook with this question. Right, Michelle? Well, the state board waived the number of days we have to go to school because there is a law that allows you to do that with a caveat. If the school district has exhausted all possible avenues to make that time up. And in fact, you have done that on 2 occasions in recent history. The tornado at Greensburg and the tornado at Chapman that occurred in May, and you waived the rest of that school year because they could not possibly make up that because they had no schools were destroyed in those 2. We have said past boards have been reluctant to do that right now when you have spring break and you have until June 30th to go to school. Does that make sense? So you haven't exhausted that yet. We need time. We need good teachers, we need training of teachers, and then we're going to need time. This is now, again, the challenge. So that's when Frank and Ben and I respond to anyone that calls us. It's the state board will look at that at the end of the year when we see if you've exhausted all your avenues, and right now you have a lot of time left that you could do to make up that time. All right? Highest number of school days last year in session, like I go to school that day, was 183.4 days of school. So the school district with the highest number of days in 2024, the 23-24 school year, went to school 183.4 days. The least number of days a school district went in Kansas last year was 141. So that's the range. All right, now I want you to think about this. All right. From 2008, when we started tracking this, can't go back any further than that. The average number of school days student attends has decreased. In 2008, the average was 174. Today it's 165.8. We've lost about 8 days of school, irregardless of weather. We have cut the calendar about 8 days. Now, the law hasn't changed. So then how could that occur? That's the question of the day. Do you know what's happened? What? They put more time to the day. So let me give you an example of that. The most common schedule in a Kansas high school is a 7-period day. Now, there are block schedules, and there are all kinds of, but the most common is a 7-period day. All right? If you want to add 21 minutes to the school day and shorten the number of days, guess how many minutes each hour gets? 3. Now think about that from going to school all day. I mean, just go ask a music teacher, would you rather have 3 minutes or would you rather go to school 8 more days? Music teacher's going to say, I want the 8 days with 3 minutes shorter because I get more done than in the 3 minutes at the end of a period, right? But that's what everyone did, and that's allowable. It's allowable in state law, but it was put in there to take snow or whatever would occur. So when you look at this, and again, we need good quality teachers. We need well-trained teachers. We talk a lot about the number of the quality, but we also have to take into account we need time. And once all that occurs. So I just did something. I polled you the month of June and the month of July. All right? So think about this. Think about this. What if we decided we're going to go to school for the 1/3 of kids in level 1? Does that make sense? The kid that's not reading well in the early grades. Let's just use pre-K, K1, 2, and 3. Because those kids aren't playing sports, right? All right? These are kids that are behind pretty significantly in the early grades. And we said, you know what? Kids are kids. I think Danny told me that 3 or 4 times. Kids are kids. Let's let them play. All right? So let's go half a day. Let's just spend 90 minutes a day. 90 minutes. Have some recess, come back, do 60 minutes of math. You're out of there from 9 to noon. And let's just go 4 days a week to give them a 3-day weekend all summer. All right? This is what the month of June would look like. Let's put them with our best teacher that we have in the early grades, right? Our best teacher. And by the way, did you know we have a holiday called the 4th of July, the Independence Day? Let's take that off and let's make that a 4-day weekend this year. And by the way, let's not start until after Memorial Day, so we give everyone a couple weeks break. And let's end before we get to the end of August to give everyone a couple weeks break before we start school year again. If you did that for 90 minutes a day with the best teachers we had, with the youngest kids, you could have 48 hours of additional instruction of literacy instruction. 48 hours of additional instruction. And you say, well, why wouldn't we do that? Well, because we have to restructure, right? We have to go ask teachers. You're going to have to spend at-risk funds. You have to spend special ed funds. Because of those kids that are in lower 1, majority of them are also special ed, so you can spend both. I only say this because if you have a high school student, Michelle just had a couple just a few years ago, I will tell you what happens at 6 o'clock in the morning. They go to weights. If they're activities, they're lifting weights early in the morning. Yeah, then they run. Oh, they play 7-on-7 football, and then they go to the gym and play volleyball. And guess what? 90% participation in almost every school, from the smallest to the largest. Why? Because a coach is demanding that those people will be there. A good teacher could demand the same thing. We could bust these students. And so as we think about this, we're going to have to think, yes, I've got to have great staff. We're working on that. Yes, we have to have training. We're working on that. And then we need time. Time is a precious commodity. Not with every kid, all right? But if we could get 90% of the kids in 48 to 49 hours of instruction, and it only takes a half a day, 4 days a week, so they can have the afternoon, they have 3-day weekends, what progress we can make in a short period of time, again, by partnering them with the best students. Madam, I ran over, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Michelle?
I'm going to try to be really, really fast here. So thank you, Dr. Watson, for that. I was just thinking about in a day, we have the kids there already during the day, during the school day, right? Just maybe future discussion as far as how much of that time during that day is maybe non-academic that could be spent with those kids that are in level 1 more time, maybe not attending assemblies, maybe not, being pulled. They don't have to go to those anyway. They could go to the library and work on work, but just maybe since they're already there, they've already been transportation, they're there, they're in the school day. A lot of kids are leaving to sports in the afternoon. It's more of a quieter time if you're leaving early. I'm just thinking of if we've already got them there, the non-academic time during the school, look at those hours, how the districts look at those hours where we could already capture the kids while they're already in motion, because they're there anyway, and be spent on focus on reading to get those reading levels up.
Yep, be happy to bring you back a report on that. I think we saw some maximum use of time when we were there, but certainly I know we recommend 90 minutes a day and 90 to 120 minutes a day in a reading language arts block, 60 minutes a day in math, and then any kid in a tier 2 or tier 3 would get additional time. But we can certainly take a look at that.
Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Dr. Watson, you're really stretching us this morning. Just a lot of things going through my head, you know, transportation, family time, farm families needing summer help, but I'm okay with having that discussion. I think, you know, the bottom line is looking at those kids that are struggling. And I kind of am with Michelle on, boy, let's maximize any downtime that we already have them in the building. But yeah, you know, we need to be thinking. I mean, innovation is, you know, the vehicle to progress. So I first thing I thought about was, man, we're taking them away from their families, and maybe they want to go to take a weekend or take a long week fishing trip.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to that, but that's why I would say focus on the younger kids first, because they're not in sports. They tend not to be required help on the family farm. They don't hold jobs because they're 6, 7. And by the way, have to be in a conversation with parents, right? To say you're significantly behind, and by the way, it doesn't tend to get better, but you know, if we could help catch that up, but it is a conversation, Dennis. Absolutely.
And summer school used to be a thing, at least when my kids were in school.
And again, targeted with the really great teacher.
And that's what it was for.
You know, have data, share back with families.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'm going to shift gears a little bit, but staying on the hours in the day conversation. I'm curious if you, and you may need to get back to us, but how did schools handle the ice, the cold, the snow? We know that there were some nasty days there a couple of weeks ago. You wouldn't know it to look outside today. But I heard about schools that were going remote. So even well before the snow had arrived, they'd already called it and said, we're just going to have a day of remote. And I think there were a few in my area that did that for more than one day. And at the same time, there were other schools in my area that were absolutely not even going to try the remote option, and they just canceled school. We saw a late start day. And so I know that some kids spent just 30 minutes in classes that day as they moved from one class to the other at the high school level. I'm wondering if you have the data, and if there are any interesting things in the data as to what schools chose to do. Are they afraid of what the legislature, I mean, it's because of the legislative action that said you can't have more than, is it 40 hours of remote learning?
Of remote.
And so I think that may have driven some of those decisions.
And you have to pre-plan it. I mean, in our
really
regulations, when we audit, you just can't, you have to keep attendance, and you have to ensure that attendance would be as good as if you were in brick and mortar. So there's some qualifications that if you're just going to call it off and you're not prepared, Melanie, then you almost can't do it. Right. Turner, for example, was well prepared to do it.
I guess my question for you is, would this be a topic that the state board should consider giving guidance on from the department's perspective?
Yes, I think so. And we give some, and we'd be happy to put those two conversations together, because it is about, again, great teacher. If anyone thinks what makes a difference in a kid's life outside of a family, all right, it's a great teacher. All right. And then how much time, and the great teachers always want more time. The great coaches always want more time. And so that's why we have to maximize both within the time. And then for some kids, it's going to have to be an extension of time. But yes, we could have that discussion. Remember, the minimum requirement to go to school, that's the minimum, right? And so when you do a regulation, people go to the minimum, which may not be the excellent. Again, I'll use athletics and debate and band. It's gotten so busy in the summer, you have to have a buffer week now in the summer. That was not true when I coached. So that's the change, right? Why is that? Now, you know, if you've had a high school kid involved, it's hard to take a vacation because there's, oh, I got to be. So we need that intensity around academics. Because I love sports, told Dan I love sports, but we need that intensity around academics.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. We will recess for lunch until 1 p.m. Everybody be back at 1 o'clock. We have a full afternoon ahead of us. Thank you. Afternoon. I think we're back up. Are we back up, Eric? We're up and going. Great. Good afternoon. We will back into session for the afternoon. We are going to start off with recognition of the 2024 National Elementary and Secondary Education Distinguished Schools, and Roxanne Zillinger will be presenting.
Of the 69 buildings across the country that received the Distinguished School Award from the National Association of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Here they'll come up shortly and tell their story of how they've been successful and their time at the conference in Austin, Texas in February. So next slide. Thank you. So our first award is under Category 1 for exceptional student performance for 2 or more consecutive years. This award will be going to Sterling Grade School with USD 376. Their staff will be up shortly. The second award is under Category 2, Closing the Achievement Gap Between Student Groups, which we use the poverty measure for the student groups and gap closure. This award goes to Overbrook Attendance Center with USD 434. So I would like to bring both schools up to speak and take any questions, and then we'd like to have some photo opportunities afterwards with these wonderful schools. So without further ado, USD 376 Sterling, will you please come up?
Hello, thank you for having us today. My name is Jamie Bertner, and I'm the principal at Sterling Grade School, USD 376, and I've brought some longtime teachers with us. Our superintendent, we're a small school, so he is dealing with bus issues and transportation, and so he was unable to attend today, but I want to thank you guys for letting us join. I'm going to let these guys are the reason we are who we are. We have about 10 teachers that have taught in our district for 20 years or more. And most of them wanted to stay at home and teach that classroom. So these guys were able to come in, and I'm going to let them speak. I have Dwayne Wilson is our 5th grade math teacher. We have Susan Smith is our physical education teacher, and Rochelle Hewitt is one of our 1st grade teachers. And they all play a huge integral part in what we do. So I'm going to let Dwayne, you want to start out? Sure. You all right?
My name's Dwayne Wilson. I came to Sterling probably 25 years ago, not by my choice. My wife grew up in Sterling, and so we had an opportunity to move back, and so we came back, and then my children are 4th generation Sterling kids. So there's been 4 generations. Hopefully this November we'll add a 5th generation to that. So when I first got to Sterling, we were put on a school improvement. That was back during QPA. Our math was not great. We had missed some paperwork. We had made some errors with some special education decisions that got us put on improvement. My name got put in the newspaper because my kids failed the state math assessment that year, and it was my first year. And at that point, I got a lot of leeway to do what I wanted to do. If you're going to run my name through the paper, we're going to make some changes. But I think what we do curriculum-wise, school-wise, is one huge component to that. We went with the new curriculum in math, and we got trained and we taught it, and we were faithful in what we did. But outside of what we do teacher-wise, there is a huge component that I think is community-centered. We've been in homes of kids. I've had kids that their parents have died, and we've taken stuff to the home, and we've sat with them, and we've cried with them, and we've prayed with them. And so for me, it's a faith journey. And so you spend 25 years building into the lives of these kids, and when their parents go through a divorce, they're eating supper in your home, and you're coaching them track. Had a kid last year in tracks, my daughter who teaches at the high school told me, he's not doing well. He's not doing well. And so I caught him at a basketball game, and I just threw my arms around him. I gave him a big hug, and I said, "Are you okay?" I said, people here love you. And he just started weeping. A teenage boy weeping uncontrollably in the hallway because that's the first time he's ever heard somebody tell him that he was loved. And the difference in that kid's life. So we have generations of parents, generations of grandkids, And so to me, the community aspect of, I love your kid, I will come into your home, I will have your kid into my home, and if you need to pray together, if you need, and so to me, all of this comes full circle. Sorry, so I thought I was doing all this great work in these kids' lives. And then 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with lung cancer and I had a brain tumor removed this November. And those same kids that I thought I was building into their lives showed up at the hospital and they prayed for me. And we sought God together and we read scripture together. And so here I'm thinking, wow, I'm a great teacher. I've built into their lives. And yet these kids built into our lives. And so I think that's what we do. Curriculum, we do a great job with curriculum. Our teachers are passionate. I was annoyed that I had to come here today. I was invited to come and I said, no, I don't want to go. And I was told to come and I don't want to go. I don't want to be away from my kids. And so, you know, we're passionate about our kids. We're passionate about their lives outside of school. And so I just think the community aspect combined with our curriculum, combined with our we are competitive. We're highly competitive. And if you get in our way, we try to run you over. If you're gonna get in my way of helping our kids, we're going to have issues. So that's what I think we do that really builds a great culture.
So I'm just going to say really quick, I just want to say really quick, thank you for coming through all of that. Thank you.
That was my wife. My wife told me you
He had to be nice. He had to be nice. I've taught in the Sterling School District. This is my 20th year, 32 years teaching, and I was against Sterling. I went to a league school, and I always envied Sterling. And I came from a little rural town, and well, a rural school. And I always said, I want to raise my kids in Sterling. So when a job finally opened up in elementary physical education, I jumped. I didn't get the job. I'm the best third choice ever. Thank you. I wasn't a football coach, but they decided against that. So they got stuck with me. And one thing I've always noticed being a physical education teacher, I get all of them. And our teachers invest in our students. Yeah, state scores are great. This is a great accomplishment. It doesn't matter. We're building kids that are going to work hard and be nice. Our motto, they used to have us make mottos that said, when our children leave Sterling Grade School, they will be functioning, da-da-da-da-da, and they will, no. Our motto is this, work hard, be nice. And every kindergartner, preschool, 3-year-old can tell you, I will caught up, be nice. And that sticks with us. As the PE teacher, you know, I'm right there. You could be thought of as just the PE teacher, lesson planning time. They invest in every curricular area. So we want to be strong in everything. And that goes from PE, music, fine arts, FFA. So we invest in our kids. I'm great. I'm glad we can do math and reading well, but the human beings that are coming out of Sterling are good human beings. So that's all I have to say. Go, Ro.
Oh, I shouldn't have been last. I really teach 6-year-olds better than this, so I'm not very good at this. But I grew up in Sterling and was never coming back because, you know, I was one of those kids that was going to do bigger and better things, and here I am. So I've taught there. I'm not going to do the math because I've taught 35 years, but probably 30 of them there. And started when my son went to kindergarten, and we've done a lot of things and made a lot of changes, but I think the biggest thing is our old principals used to say, it's people, what did he say? It's people, it's people, not programs, and that's kind of what we do. We try to do things that we think are best, and we dropped a phonics program that we had taught for a long time, which was hard for me. It was really nice when Mrs. Bertner said she brought people with a lot of experience. We're just old, and we've been there a long time, and it's hard for me, but I want to be one of those old teachers that don't say, this is how we've always done it, and that's what we're going to do. So I tried to be proactive, and we found another phonics program, and we're hoping when they get to 3rd grade, this is our year. We've been in it almost a year now, and so we're hoping that that's a good thing. And those are the things we want to do. We don't just say this is good enough. So we got a new principal this year, and we ask her please not to make us just be good enough. We want to be better. So those are the things we do.
I'll just close because I think teacher efficacy is huge. These guys, this is my 30th year, but my first year that these guys, when I came in, they said, we don't settle. We don't settle here. Make us better. And that's hard to do for someone that's come in with 30 years, and it's easy to coast, and it's easy to do that. But these guys are making us better. Parents are making us better. The community, we have a college. We have lots of different things that are collaboratively making us successful. And this has been my best year of 30 years, and I'm so excited to work alongside these guys because they compete, and they want to be the best, and our kids do. And our PE teacher, her motto is, have grit. And if you don't have grit, we don't quit. And every kid knows, everyone knows that. I mean, they're jump roping at this moment. So everyone has grit in everything they do, and they don't quit at Sterling. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you want to show a video? Okay. Eric?
If you could play Sterling Grade School's video at this time.
Oh, and this video was done by our senior we have senior project. Oh, sorry. This video was done, our seniors have senior projects, and this video is done by a senior of ours. He has a drone, he has a company, and the crazy thing is this is not his senior project because he's building an airplane. So, but he put this together on his own time just for us, and so this is how talented our kids are, and so they're successful all the way around.
Hi, my name is Jamie Bertner, and I'm blessed with the privilege to lead Sterling Grade School as elementary principal. We are elated to be recognized as a 2024 ESEA Category 1 Distinguished School. We are a rural school located in central Kansas where we serve 270 pre-K through 6th grade students. We have a small town atmosphere with big town expectations. Sterling has a long, strong tradition of excellence built from its members in our school community. Our strength lies within our commitment to excellence and has been recognized nationally by being selected as the 2016 ESEA Distinguished School and again in 2018 for National Blue Ribbon. The motto we live by here at SGS is work hard and be nice. Our main strength is having consistent, experienced, growth-minded adults that are dedicated to helping our students. Data-driven professional learning communities lead our discussion for student growth. Grade levels have designated reading blocks where classroom teachers, librarians, and title teachers are instructing small groups at the same time. The community provides multiple resources such as reading instruction volunteers as well as secondary and college student collaborations. We also have families and local organizations that provide a supporting network. A commitment to educate the whole child is a major focus. Our district has access from the county consortium to provide teams of specialists. Sterling Grade School has experienced significant positive growth in culture transitioning into a nurturing environment. This transformation is anchored in a commitment to fostering a school community that prioritizes care and a sense of belonging for every student. A cornerstone of this cultural shift is the introduction of multi-age school families known as cub groups, which stand for caring, understanding, and belonging. The multi-age structure helps to break down traditional barriers, promoting mentorship opportunities for our older students and fostering a sense of unity across age groups. We empower our students to believe in themselves and be the best at SGS.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to go to the conference as well. Thank you.
So next up, we have representatives from USD 434 Santa Fe Trail.
Good afternoon. This is really close. I'm loud. My name is Faith Flory. I'm the proud superintendent of Santa Fe Trail, USD 434. I've been there for 21 years, and I have grown through this district and been given so many opportunities to be here before you today to celebrate our school, so thank you for having us. I just want to quickly introduce our administrative team, and then we will let these wonderful teachers behind us talk about their journey to get to where we were this year being celebrated as a National Distinguished School. So over to my right here is Dr. Mugridge. She has been with us for 3 years. She is our new Executive Director of Learning Services, and she has brought just a spark and refresh to our teaching and learning department here at USD 434. I'm very proud of the work she has done. She rolls her sleeves up and gets down and dirty with our teachers and our administrative teams to really dive into what our students are learning, what our gaps are, and the things that we need to close in order to help our students grow and achieve. So, and then over here to our left is Laura Lee Bolt, and she is the proud, wonderful principal, one of the best principals I've ever met at Overbrook Attendance Center. This is her 4th year at Overbrook, and her children go here as well, and so she's embedded in the community, lives here, and spends all her time here at Santa Fe Trail. So I'm going to step back and let all these wonderful people tell you a little bit about our journey. Thank you.
All right, so we were a little bit different. We have all of our teachers were like fighting to come here because when Faith said that Carrie came 3 years ago and brought this spark, she really did. She lit that spark underneath all of us. I was an assistant principal. They were mentoring me to take over as a principal. And she came in with this vision. And she's like, I have this dream, guys. We're going to turn the ship and we're going to be amazing and we're going to do all these things. And that was contagious. And so I'm going to let her talk a little bit about how we started. And then I'm going to share some things. And then I'm going to let these amazing 3rd grade teachers back here share. That's who I brought with me. This is Avery Chin, Angie Portlock, Nikki Morgan, and Sabrina Grinke. And so I'm going to let them finish up after we share a little bit of our journey because they have truly invested into all of the things where we say, I heard Sterling say they want to empower their children. Well, that's us. We want to inspire and empower every child every day. So Carrie, start with our journey. They want me to introduce Cam Acona. This is Cam, our school therapy dog. So she goes to a K through 3 building every day and sometimes to pre-K where they like pull her eyelids up. It's so fun.
Hi, I'm Carrie. Thank you for your time today. Basically, when we started this journey, we noticed that we were trying to intervene or Band-Aid our way for all of our children. Our core was just not strong enough. And so we started with our core, our tier 1. And we got all new curriculum, new resources. We really looked at the standards. We looked at assessment. We used it to drive every decision we made. And the teachers will tell you it was a bit uncomfortable, but they took it very graciously and they made all the changes that we asked and did all of these wonderful things. And as our core grew, then we moved it to our interventions, our tier 2 and our tier 3 with the help of TASN. They came in and helped us as well. And our tier 2 and tier 3 have grown and they're improving as well. And using all of our resources that we have seen every little piece makes a difference in every little thing that we do. And we teach like our hair is on fire. That's what we say every day. Teach like your hair is on fire. And these teachers do it with grace and dignity and have fun while they're doing it. And we see that every little small piece of growth leads to achievement, and that's what has come to fruition now. And so our dreams are all coming true, being able to share this with you. So now I want you to hear from the teachers because they're really the amazing piece of this puzzle. So here you go.
I've been designated to speak, I guess. I don't know why, but these kids are our kids. They're not my kids, her kids, they're our kids. So we went ahead and we wanted to see how can we get most bang for our buck and help our kids as a whole. So, Vanna, we made these amazing spreadsheets. We did state interims and we took the data from the state interim tests and we put it as a big spreadsheet for the whole grade level, and we looked at the standards that it was assessing. And we kind of went over and said, oh, well, we've taught these standards and we're still struggling, and then we haven't taught these standards quite yet, but we're getting there. And so what we did was we grouped our children based on the MTSS model and put our kids into groups to where they are needing review on these particular standards. And we hit it hard running. It's very rigorous, and the kids are like, again, we got to do this again, but they like it. They're having fun. So we have a math time block where we the teachers are rotating instead of our children. And then we have a reading time block where we're rotating again to help them with reading standards. And then we switch. We assess, are they doing better? What are we doing? Do we need to keep on? And then we switch topics. And so it seems to help us. This is what we did last year. It seemed to do very well. And the kids seem more confident in themselves taking the state interims now, knowing that this is what we've assessed. This is how our teachers are helping us. Any other questions?
Nope, that's okay. I'll finish up. Okay. All right, so you saw a little bit of how they're looking at data. So some of these cultural shifts in our building when we thought, okay, we got to teach with our hairs on fire, is a few different things. First of all, we really got down and deep and did WIGs, wildly important goals. We would have a building goal, and we would take all of our data and we would look and we would set a goal with action steps for our students to see how can you achieve this. So even just this year, looking at FastBridge, we want 100% of our students to make growth. And you know what? They did it. They did it. And it doesn't mean they're changing from at risk to some risk, but they're just making growth. And they were so excited, and we had a school-wide assembly and we celebrated that. And then each of my teachers in their classrooms sets a wildly important goal for their classroom based off of, we're streamlining the process, so based off of what we're doing as a school. Mrs. Chin's group just made their goal for fluency last week. She brought in her mother-in-law. They decorated cupcakes, and they just do a bunch of fun. They were talking at lunch today. They're already brainstorming their next goal. I think they're doing an extreme airhead reward challenge. So just anything we can do to get the kids motivated and so that they can see their success. Then we take it down to the next level. The kids are tracking their own data. So then they have a data notebook, and then they know what their goal is, and those are private so that, you know, if Johnny is at a higher level than Billy, they don't need to know. The kids are just celebrating each other's success. So for example, with the cookies, and they go put a sprinkle on there, they are applauding and cheering because everybody is on board. It truly is looking at our data, celebrating our data. When we move to KISA 2.0, we set our building up for this, and we set our action plans that way. We were already ahead of the game. Carrie's been fundamental in that. And so also for the staff, because we're utilizing this and we're looking at our data, our structured literacy, how our standards align, it's not new to them. And so they've already seen this. We look at it in BLT. We talk about it in our PLCs. We talk about our progress. And our PLCs have become very fundamental because we're constantly looking at that data and the changes we can make. As you see, some of them have online versions of these spreadsheets. Some of them do it the old school way. And it's all okay because they're looking at the data to drive their instruction. And the kids are looking at their choices they're making in their academics, and they know that they're making success. So even little tiny towns in Overbrook, Kansas, we're a rural school. You know that our high school sets in the middle of a pasture. We truly, everybody can do it, right? Public education right now, it can get kind of downtrodden, and you can be like, oh, it's so hard. But when you come into our building and you talk to our kids, it is so hard, but it's so exciting, and it's so rewarding every day. So anyways, do you want to say anything? Faith, do you want to finish up? Okay. All right. We're almost out of time, so we'll play our video, and then we can do our pictures.
So we're coming back next year. So we're doing it again.
They want to be double. They want to be back to back. My name is Lorley Bolts, and I'm the proud principal of Overbrook Attendance Center, part of the USD 434 Santa Fe Trail School District. Our school is unique as it serves students from 3 close-knit rural communities, Overbrook, Carbondale, and Scranton, Kansas. This is my 4th year as principal, and I am honored to share the incredible work our staff and students have accomplished to close the achievement gap. Our journey began with a commitment to a mission statement that guides every decision we make. At USD 434, we inspire and empower every charger every day. This vision has been the foundation for transformative changes within our school. We've implemented new educational resources and defined building goals that support academic growth and social-emotional learning.
These goals are accompanied by specific action steps that are reviewed to ensure accountability. Our data-driven PLCs have strengthened teacher collaboration to ensure that every child is met at their level. One of our proudest achievements has been fostering a culture of goal setting. Every student sets a wildly important goal that is tailored to their unique abilities. Students track their progress, meet with their teachers to discuss successes and challenges, and contribute to their classroom goals. Classrooms, in turn, work towards larger building-wide goals. Success is celebrated at every level, reinforcing a growth mindset and a sense of accomplishment. At OAC, every person in our building, regardless of their role, contributes to the success of our students. It is a warm and welcoming environment where our culture of believing in children shines through. I am deeply grateful for the dedication of our staff, the trust of our families, and the incredible determination of our students. Together, we inspire and empower every Charger every day.
Thank you so much. And I'm not sure, yeah, I'll do it again. Both of you. We do have a couple board member comments on the slate here, and I'm not sure who they'll be speaking toward, but we'll let them go. Dennis?
Well, this is encouraging, and you're empowering us. I mean, you're getting us charged up. So I have a nephew that teaches at Carbondale, so I feel connected with you. And then I have to talk about Sterling because that's in my district, and
work your way up.
my wife and I were we got connected with that community because our son moved there, started a coffee shop downtown, Clyde's, and so you got a great coffee shop downtown. We love that community so much we bought some land right there, so we're helping in taxes. But I just when I went and I asked Superintendent Gorecki, if I could come visit, and guess where he took me? To your school. That's where we ended up. So yeah, it's a great culture. Thank you for what you're doing. It's a really good community. I just really appreciate Sterling.
Yeah. And Betty?
Thank you. I want to take the opportunity to say thank you. I mean, we hear this often that they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And you epitomize that. You show that caring about kids is what makes the difference. And you hear the question, what should teachers be doing? You know what? When you care, you figure it out, don't you? And you guys have done an amazing job. And I want to personally say, I mean, he's claiming you, but I can claim you too. You're in my district too. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much.
I don't see any more names on the board, so I'll take an opportunity. And I have to step into the hair on fire, though, because that's a thing. That's our gig. It really is. And that you have wigs on top of that. So your wigs are on fire, too. So it's not the hair, but the wigs. If you don't have hair, you can have a wig. It's perfect. When you hear of your community centered, you're seeing and hearing that whole entire culture, like you said, and that's beautiful. And as you're talking, it was like, yes, KISA 2.0, which is also my big, you guys are right there because you're already stepping into that or have stepped into that. And that's exactly the model that Dr. Proctor brought us to be able to say, this works. Well, you've already proven this works. So we have so much to look forward to in the midst of that. And we know where to send people. You want to know what to do? We got 2 schools you can go check it out at and get it right. So thank you so much. And we look forward to, we're going to take some pictures with you.
I needed to hear that. That's good.
I brought
Mostly settled back in. And now we have Beth Foltz with state assessment. More information for us. Thank you.
More information. Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins, Commissioner Watson, state board members. Someday when I've been coming, I don't know, I was going to go through how many months I've been coming in a row. Maybe one month I'll show up with some glasses and I won't have to figure out where to put my paper so I can follow my notes, right? But I do want to thank you for the opportunity to come again this month. I've been on this assessment journey with you since September. So I just want to do a little recap of where we've been, a little bit of foreshadowing where we're going to go, and then talk about today's presentation. So we started with why do we have state assessments? How do we get a contract for it? And how is it paid for? So we went through all that. And why are we doing this refreshed and enhanced assessment in 2025? That's where we started. The next month we came back and we talked about standards. That's where it all begins, right? The academic standards that you as a State Board of Education approve and how critical it is. And we do standards-based assessments and how our assessment in Kansas is a custom assessment based on our standards. We talked to you about the standards alignment toolkits. Those are up and totally functional. We have a new website, soon to have a new Google site that you can go to and find that one-stop shop. I was just looking at it before I came down. And then all of the professional learning we're doing around standards and assessments with the Esser contracts that you approved. So we're moving full speed ahead and we're having great responses at all those opportunities. We came back and talked to you about a balanced assessment system. Why is that critical? Where do we start? We have the standards. The very next thing that has to happen is that we have to have high quality materials, we have to have good instruction, and we have to have formative assessment in the classroom. And we spent a lot of time talking to you about how teachers should be assessing their students. It shouldn't be a surprise when they take the state assessment in the spring, right? Because they should be assessing all the way along. We talked to you also about the mini tests and interims. And I just can report to you, we had a very successful assessment conference in Manhattan the 1st of March. We had over 150 people show up, and we're energized to have another one next year, so stay tuned for that. The next month we came back and talked about test development. How do we build a test? The University of Kansas came over and shared. We went through how we build the blueprint, how they write items, all the process we go through with all the teacher involvement we have, and then the development of the performance level guides. Last month, you had that awesome opportunity to actually see what our kids take when they log onto the computer, and you could see how the test items displayed on the screen. You got a sample of what it looked like to read the passage, maybe answer a few questions, do a few math questions, see what the new science questions look like. That wasn't intended I mean, I know a lot of you wanted to know your results, but that wasn't the intent, right? How you answered the question was immaterial. Really, the idea was for you to see what the children experience when they log into Kite and when they take the test. And we had multiple devices that are used in all of our schools. So some of you, were on a Chromebook. Some of you were on an iPad. I mean, we make all of that work in our state, and it's just absolutely awesome. So this month, we're going to switch gears and we're going to go technical on you. We're going to tell you why we have a technical advisory committee and what their responsibilities are and how they act as that checks and balances between, between three different groups of people. You, the state board, the agency with our needs and trying to stay in compliance with everything, and then the University of Kansas as they develop the assessment. So we'll go through that in a little bit. Next month, I'm going to bring the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council to you, and they're going to explain what their role is in the state assessments, and then they will also be sharing with you at that time the recommendation that they will be putting forward on how to tweak the language on the new performance levels as we move into the 25 assessment scoring and decisions. Following that in May, it will be an extremely important month. It'll be a very tedious month, but it'll be something you'll need to pay attention to because in May, we will bring to you that standard setting process, the process we go through when we set cut scores, and you will understand everything about it, who we're recruiting, how we do it. in June, we're giving the assessment during the time you're here, and I'll probably just have a small presentation to answer any questions you might have. July, we'll be back with the results of that process, everything that's going along. Our technical advisory committee will be back as the validator that we're doing everything okay, and then in August you'll get to vote on those new performance level cut scores. Following that in September, if you're still up for one more time of seeing me here, I can come back and show you what the new parent reports look like, what the teachers have access to after the schools have received their scores and that type of thing. So I think we will have been through a year process on assessment literacy, and I hope you will all feel very confident as we move into that decision that you're going to be asked to make in August, that we're doing what's best for our kids. So shifting gears, today I told you we're going to talk about the Technical Advisory Committee. And I just want to give you a little bit of background before we go through the whole presentation. So we've had a Technical Advisory Committee in Kansas since the late 1990s. And in the beginning, it was run pretty much by our agency. We, organized it all, invited people in, and then we have over the years moved that contract to the University of Kansas and just run it with our assessment contract. And then in 2019, as we were looking at moving into this refreshed and enhanced assessment that we're rolling out this year, we made a decision that we really needed to have this be facilitated by an outside group, and that keeps it objective for all parties involved, and we get that information back and that advice back that's not biased because they're being paid by one group or another, which sometimes can have an influence on who's paying the bills, right? So just some brief background then. So in 2019, I came to the state board and asked the board to authorize the commissioner to enter into a contract resulting in the request for proposal, an RFP, to obtain competitive bids from vendors to facilitate and manage the Technical Advisory Committee. So the state board approved a contract amount for each year not to exceed $300,000, and the contract was awarded to the National Center for the Improvement of Education Assessment, and more commonly referred to as the Center for Assessment. So when we say the Center for Assessment, their official name, you can say it up there on the screen, is a little bit longer. So, and that contract went through June of 2022. In March of 22, I came back and asked for a contract extension through June of 27, and that was approved, and at that time we didn't ask for any increase in the amount of money, so we were still, not to exceed $300,000 a year. And so that contract, you approved that, and so we have a contract through June of 27 with the center to facilitate our TAC. So I just wanted to also give you a little bit of information that they're a great fiscal agent. They're very cautious with the money. And so if you think $300,000 a year for 3 years, that would be about $900,000. And when I went back and checked all the invoicing that we've had from them over the last three years, we've paid out $440,000. So we're getting a lot of advice. They're very, very careful with the resources, and we just feel very honored to have a group that we're working with that can do that. Our contract provides for the following services: facilitator expenses, including consultation, stipends for the individual TAC members, meeting logistics, including travel, and if needed, technical support between meetings provided by the center. And we use all of those. They've provided us with a lot of technical advice and just other support over the years. So our presenter today is Dr. Kara Latouzis from the Center of Assessments. She is a nationally recognized leader in the accessibility and fairness of large-scale assessments. She's been the principal investigator on multiple research grants funded by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Special Education Programs. In education lingo or whatever you want to say, we call that OSEP. And so when Bert Moore comes to talk to you about it and refers to OSAP. She's been a great advisor on that, and the National Center for Special Education Research. Her research on innovations in assistive technologies like text-to-speech and refreshable Braille provide examples of how states, she's provided examples of how states and testing companies could incorporate these accessible innovations into the design of digital assessments. So she's the expert that we rely on our TAC to make sure we're providing all of that assistive technology that's needed, as you heard, for School for the deaf this morning, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from School for the Blind. And so those comments, when they come about the assessment, go back to our Technical Advisory Committee. I also had a brief conversation with her earlier, and she is under contract with us. The center is under contract. And as you move through and you talk to them about some of the issues you're facing at either the School for the Deaf or Blind, I'm certain that if you're looking for an outside resource to help you with any of those decisions, that we can probably work out something that's agreeable between both parties. And just wanting to let you know that that service is available through our relationship with them. So prior to joining the center, she was a school psychologist in Connecticut and New Jersey and a research center director at Educational Testing Services, ETS. You're familiar with that because that's where a lot of our teacher testing is run through ETS, right? Where she oversaw research on improving summative assessments for K-12 students and teacher licensure. She received her PhD in school psychology from Fordham University, where she completed practicums in public schools in both the United States and Ghana. And we're just extremely lucky and privileged to have her working with Kansas, and I will let her do the rest of the presentation.
One thing she didn't mention about me is I do not watch Netflix. Instead, I watch state board meetings. So it's really exciting to be on the show. And I also was thinking, as Beth was talking, like of all the episodes, this would be my favorite from an assessment and accountability perspective, which is my background, because you saw a school where parents are getting data on their students saying, this is not right, we need to advocate for ourselves. And then you saw a school just before me talking about how they're using assessment data to improve themselves. So it's like bookends of the importance of the work. So I'm going to try to go quickly because I know you guys need to catch up on time. I won't read all the things, but what I want to do is just explain to you what a technical advisory committee is. We kind of just spend what's needed, but there's a lot of things we could do if needed. And then I'm going to end with the role of the technical advisory committee in standard setting. And I just wanted to pause on the word standard because I know there's content standards for teaching English language arts, and then the process of setting that cut score between level 1 and level 2, that's also called a standard setting. And then I'm also going to mention this book, which I brought with me, which is the Bible of Standardized Testing. And it is the standards for educational and psychological testing. And this is in the industry for assessment. This basically says what you need to do to have a high quality assessment. So that's 3 different standards. So what is a technical advisory committee? It's a panel of advisors that are carefully and intentionally selected to provide technical guidance in a range of areas. So these areas are defined by the state. Every state is different, but there's some areas that are uniformly across all technical advisories, and I may slip up and call them TACs because that's what we informally call them. So education policy, measurement, psychometrics. I know in a previous episode you heard about what psychometrics are and what a psychometrician is, so that's the psychometrics part. They usually have 5 to 7 members. And the reasons for assembling them are vast, but they also have common areas. So the main 2 areas are to inform and evaluate and to collaborate. So some states use the inform and evaluate component very heavily, where the real focus is on making sure the contractors are doing what they're supposed to do and evaluating it. In other states, it's more of a collaborative. Like we know things aren't going well, we want to develop a new test, we're not really sure what to do, and the technical advisors can. And then in some states, it's both. And I think in Kansas, it has been both. It kind of swings year to year based on what you're doing, where the technical advisory agenda falls. So they do fulfill a legislative mandates, generally to have outside experts evaluating. That was a big component of the early No Child Left Behind. So a lot of states that didn't have TACs started assembling them around that era. But I believe, Beth, you guys had one prior to that mandate. They also serve as a validation function. And I know, Betty, I think in the last meeting you asked, like, how do we know these test scores are real? And this is kind of that validation function. And then they lend credibility to the design of the assessment. So the state assessments have to be submitted up to the U.S. Department of Education for what they call peer review, and having panels of experts who have already looked at it and saying that's fine kind of helps with that process too. So I mentioned a few of these. So the last one I'll mention is that they ensure that the assessments are high quality, which is my book for the standard. So there's basically 3 parts of this book. If you are curious, which you may not be, you can go to testingstandards.net. And there's a free open source copy of the book. It is developed by 3 organizations: the American Educational Research Association, the American Psychological Association, and the National Council for Measurement in Education. There's 3 parts to it. One is focused on foundations, which is validity, reliability, and fairness. So validity means that it measures what it's supposed to measure. The reliability means that if a student takes a test more than one time, they should get the same score. And then fairness means that regardless of the student population, the test measures the same thing for all students as a high level. And then operations really focuses on how you do it. How do you develop a test blueprint? How do you develop the items? How do you set the cut scores? All that stuff. And the applications is focused on different kinds of tests. So a psychological test is very different than a state accountability test. So that section talks about what you need for a state assessment versus a test of a learning disability diagnosis or any other test. So this is just a table of contents. You can see I put a little arrow at the bottom. This is the operations section. There's a section right there on cut scores. So if you went to one of our TAC meetings, we potentially could be talking about any of these topics and looking at what happens in Kansas. So my role as a facilitator is, along with Erica Landell, my colleague, we collect and we work with KSD. So Beth and Julie and I have a meeting where we say, okay, what do you want to talk about for the TAC agenda? Everyone brings forth ideas. We assemble that agenda. Then we collect pre-reading material for the TAC. They're all expected to read about a day's worth of material, as I'm sure all of you guys know. Like, you can't be on an advisory committee without some pre-reads. And then they come to the meeting prepared. Then our job is to kind of make sure that everybody's voice is heard. If possible, come to a collective recommendation that KSDE or KU can implement. We produce meeting summaries, and then we work to implement the recommendations in some cases, and then we provide this technical assistance as needed. So these are all the states the Center for Assessment works with in this capacity. So one advantage is we do have this national representation. We are in Mississippi, where the Mississippi Miracle happened. You know, we're in Maryland and Utah and Alaska, so we can kind of bring forth ideas that are happening in other states into Kansas. So the green represents where the states where we do what we do for Kansas, which is we facilitate the TAC, and the blue represents where we are just a member. I mentioned a little bit about us. I guess I just wanted to emphasize that there's only 15 of us, so it's not like a huge organization, although we do have a lot of impact. We're nonpartisan, a nonprofit, and we're independent from any testing agency or government entity. Despite that, we originally started as a nationally funded center, which is the national, but we don't actually have affiliation. So when we select the TAC members, we look for these kind of broad areas. You know, some of this is very technical. The standard setting I called out is setting those cut scores. Automated scoring, students with disabilities, which is my expertise, so we don't have another TAC member. And we try to select TAC members with multiple expertise and not redundancy, just to improve it. Okay, so this is the Kansas TAC. We have two of these members, Derek Briggs and Michael Colin, were presidents of the National Council for Measurement in Education, which is one of the organizations that produces this book. And three of us, Michael Colin, Michael Russell, and myself, are either past or current authors of the update. So this book was written in 2014, and it'll be updated every 10 years or so. So we're working on the updates right now, and Michael Russell and I are part of that. Not all states do this, but I think it's a great idea to do this, and Kansas does this, is we always have one local educator on the TAC, and you can see Mr. John Pop represents that seat for us. And then Adine Sato is an expert in English language learning. And then Art Thacker, who's at the end, you'll actually get to meet him at the July board meeting because he is an expert in standard setting. And he will be doing an observation of the standard setting process in Kansas and then writing a memo that the Technical Advisory Committee will review, and then he will present that to you. So I won't go through these, but if you want to look later, it's a little bit more about who's who and why they were selected. So what support the TAC can provide, we can inform policy decisions, like discuss the technical and political ramifications in different policy decisions. We have had conversations like this, like when you rolled out the K2 assessment, there was a discussion of what if 40% of the students get identified as reading below grade level and the special ed students, and Mr. John Pop, he was like, what would happen like if you told a school district that, so those are kind of those like impact decisions we've discussed. We can review and provide feedback on proposed legislations, design support in all phases of the assessment, from your theory of what you're trying to accomplish to how to roll it out, how to measure if it works, and all that kind of stuff. Review and evaluation and approval, if required, of the quality of the assessment system. We do that already for you. We can propose research and analyses to support ongoing evaluation efforts. So is the accountability truly identifying students that need support, or is it just identifying students with low test scores? Does the summative assessment provide valid information about post-secondary success? Several of us have also worked in that admissions kind of space, so we can provide feedback there. Creating independent technical papers, informing RFP development, and informing the design of score reports, data dashboards. Those are things we have been doing at TAC meetings. Providing guidance around communication of technical materials and non-technical concepts to teachers, parents, that kind of stuff. And then informing the composition and design of stakeholder meetings and data collection techniques. So recently I was in Maryland where they ran a big assessment and accountability task force where they brought in all the local educators and said, what do we want to measure? What's important? How are we going to measure it? I could imagine with states getting more local control, some of the things like the graduation tests requirement that you guys are talking about, there's a federal requirement. This is how you measure high school graduation rates. But if there's more freedom, you could maybe decide to do something else. And those stakeholder meetings kind of help bring everyone together before you make a decision. So for 2024-25 TAC activities, we have 3 face-to-face meetings. And then we are adding webinars this year. We don't always have webinars, but because of all the work that's happening with the rollout of the new assessment, we felt we needed them. So we'll definitely have one in June. We may have one between the April TAC meeting and that June meeting to review all the materials for the standard setting. We've also provided additional support. I personally worked with Julie Ewing about changes to the read aloud policy. There was, because you're moving more towards the science of reading, having the reading test read aloud doesn't make a lot of sense. So how do you communicate that? What grade level, what range of disabilities, that kind of technical assistance. One of my colleagues, Caroline Wiley, was at the assessment conference last week presenting, which was a great opportunity for her, and I hope for the Kansas educators. And then I mentioned that Art will be observing the standard setting. So just to give you a very high level on the standard setting, you'll have a lot more later. It is the process of setting these cuts. So what is a level 1? What's a level 2? What's a level 3? What's a level 4? Each one of those, you have to have a specific scale score where you say this is what it is. The TAC members will review and provide feedback on the proposed methodology. We already have. We met in August and November and looked at the initial plans. Those were revised at the November meeting. Then the TAC will provide that formal observation that I mentioned. They will share the observations with you in June. They will document it in a memo, and they'll also present it, as I mentioned. Let's see, we also provide an additional level of quality control and provide reassurance to all of you that the test scores mean what they should mean, and that they can be trusted for decision making. And that's all I have. So I'm happy to take questions, or if you want to get back on time. Yeah, okay.
Betty?
Yes, quick question. This morning we had some parents to come to school for the deaf, and they gave this ranking of states, and that Kansas actually ranks last. I had to preface my question so that we're on track. Is there any commonality that we're comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges, when it comes to the assessments? Because I think that's what they were relying on their ranking.
I mean, I was behind you, so I couldn't see it, but I actually thought they went to a multi-state competition, like that was like a quiz bowl or something like that, and that was the data they were presenting to you. There is the National Assessment of Educational Progress. NAEP does have that special ed rank ordering, but not specifically to students who are deaf. So, you know, your assessment is probably the best measure of students who are deaf in the state of Kansas to look at trend data. I mean, I was very moved by it, and I feel like that is an area that it would behoove you to look into and see, you know, is it a trend data? Are these students multiply disabled? Is there a reason for it? What's going on with the curriculum? We do that in several states where we kind of try to be helpful as not just like auditory, you know, audit, but yeah, it's important.
And if I could just kind of follow up, because when you talk about the technical role, one of the huge things that I struggle with is how or what would it take where we all are on board with not only the purpose, the results, what we are evaluating. Right now, assessments tell each person that's interested whatever they're looking for. They can justify through this. And I don't know if that would come under TAC, but it bothers me that we are using it to say so many things when the design is within certain boundaries. I don't know if there's an answer to that.
One of my colleagues, Carla Evans, says assessments are not a Swiss Army knife. You can't use it for every tool in the book. Each test has its own purpose, and you need to kind of know what that purpose is and limit the applications to that purpose. So, you know, when we heard from the school, they're not using the state assessment to make those instructional decisions. They're using the interims, and Beth has done a great job of also rolling out the mini tests and the ones you guys took at the last TAC meeting. So each of those tests has a different purpose, and it's really important for teachers and parents and the public, I mean, the press. I'm sure there's like newspaper articles. We heard about someone being in the news for not having his students do well. And all of those things, I think, come down to assessment literacy and people knowing what can and cannot be used for. So I think the state assessment, its main role is school accountability. So knowing that students at the School for the Deaf are not doing well and being able to address it is the perfect use of that state assessment. I do think the stakeholder meetings are really important in making sure everyone's on the same page, because in states that I've worked in where teachers are not part of the use, that you get this backlash to testing. So.
Okay, thank you. And Michelle.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Beth had a wonderful panel last month when we went over assessments as far as different people that were involved in that, and they talked a little bit. And I see it again today. I'm just curious how do they use the psychometrics in a, like I saw the little bit of a test last month, and I thought it seemed like one of those answers. They're really. I was just curious how it was scored.
Right.
And so I'm thinking, how would you make a parent feel comfortable in how that was scored, or explain that and how they're scored, when I felt like one of the questions didn't have like a black and white answer. It was like we don't have a red answer here.
Right.
It's kind of more like, what do you think's the best answer? So how would that I think that's my biggest fear with sometimes with assessments, is so much psychometrics and psychology goes into acquiring knowledge. I mean, like imparting knowledge when that's not what education is.
I think it's really, really important that the summative assessment, the state assessment, that those items are very transparent, clear, released. Sometimes when you get into like the instructional items, sometimes the teachers will know, oh, well, it looks like I got this answer wrong, and that means that they don't understand the difference between ratios and percentage, and then it becomes more of an interpretive issue at the teacher level. But I do agree with you that those state assessments should be clearly scored. The measurement behind it, a lot of it is just making sure that from year to year, the difficulty level of the assessment doesn't change, and that a score last year and a score this year mean the same thing. In terms of scoring the multi-part items, there is a lot of research, and we have several TAC members who are experts in like these multi-part items, where if you do the first part and you get it wrong, can you still get credit for the second part? And we have learned a lot in the field about these items in the past. Like in the past, it was kind of like the first item and the second item were treated as two different items, but they're actually they're highly correlated, and they need to be treated as like one 4-point item as opposed to two. It's kind of in the weeds of it, but I mean, I'd love to see the item. I can provide advice on it, but.
Okay. And I would say, like, my son used to get really excited about the local, like the ones, the map test and the local things that were going on. He felt like he got quicker feedback, or he actually got feedback and the parent got feedback, and he felt like he contributed more, like it counted for more. I don't know. In the state assessment, I didn't feel like they just didn't, it was like, so I don't know how we get them excited about that when they're more excited about something that they get quicker, like maybe a quicker feedback or something, and they feel like it's
I mean,
maybe they're shorter. I don't know.
Some state assessments are scored very quickly, sometimes immediately. Some state assessments, they don't get scores till 6 months after testing. So there's a wide variety, and there's a lot of decisions that need to be made in order to determine which way you want to go. So if you want scores immediately, you can't have open-ended items. Everything's got to be machine scoreable, multiple choice, or automated scoring. Everything, has to be. And then the other piece of it is you can't release a lot of new items in the test. All the test items have to be from past years, so that you can ensure that there's no bad item in that score before you submit it. So once you start putting new items in, then an item is a test question, then you need to wait so you can look and make sure that white students and black students had the same level of difficulty on that item. Boys and girls had the same level of difficulty on that item. There's not a differential impact on that item, and that takes longer.
Well, we had on the, I wasn't familiar with the actual, without using a mouse, and so I missed the questions, and I was like, why do I have a half circle? Well, so I'm wondering, like, how many kids were scored and thinking that they missed those questions, they just were below. They just didn't, they clicked to the next, thinking that it isn't that they didn't know it, they didn't know maybe that it was right below.
Right.
So I'm thinking, well, we had to change that. I'm thinking, well, how many kids took that and were scored a certain way, not because they would have missed it if they would have actually read it and done the problem, they weren't familiar with that particular piece of technology, or they had been, I'd always used paper and books, and then all of a sudden they took their first assessment for the first time on technology, so I was just curious on how.
And that does happen. I mean, sometimes you have an item where it's just confusing and the students get it wrong, and that's kind of why you need to field test the items ahead of time and then look for those things before you put them on a live test. There's actually, I worked at ETS, which is a nonprofit testing organization that had 200 researchers. So we did a lot of that micro research. So for example, on the SAT, they used to have the paper form where you had to grid in the math problems, and students do make mistakes. So that's why we always say every test has an error. There's no test is perfect. There's construct irrelevant variance. There's just normal error. So that's another, in this book, there's 2 standards that are specifically about not making high stakes decisions with a single test score, because you need multiple pieces of information to make high stakes. And I saw that there are tests that we use that use a single test score, like the praxis exam, licensure, that's a high stakes test with a single test score, ideally having multiple measures. I saw at ETS, actually, they just released a module where if you score within 1 standard error of passing, you can do an online module and still get your license. So that's kind of a way of covering for if they just make a silly mistake or they're still within that band of error.
Can you just talk a little bit about how the TAC reviews?
Yeah. Every test also has a technical manual, and the requirements for technical manuals are in here. So there's something called differential item functioning, where every test score, every test item is compared across the whole range of students' abilities. So students who got one question right, who are black, would be compared to students who got one question right who are white, and we'd see what percentage of them got this item right. And then we go up to 2 items correct, 3 items correct, 4 items correct, and all of that is computed into a diff statistic. And then we look, so the TAC will look through all the items to see how many items have diff that are, egregious, which is we called C-level diff, that really favor one group or the other. Then there's content experts that will look at the item. In some cases, those items are measuring the construct, and it's really an instructional issue that some populations aren't getting instruction. In other cases, you can look at it and say, you know what, it doesn't really hit the construct. There's some weird way of saying plus or addition or sum that is different. There's an issue for English learners where this word means the same thing in their language that's the opposite of what it's supposed to mean in the test, and you can kind of tweak the items. But all of that is like this pre-reads. They're given all the diff statistics, all the item characteristic curves, all of the information, there's a process called evidence-centered design. This is the number of items, this is the standard it assesses, and that's a lot of their documentation reviews. Anything else? Or no?
Okay, thank you. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Is it Dr. Laetussis?
Laetussis. I say it's like a Hawaiian lay, the number 2, and sis like sister.
Okay, what a cool name. Anyway, I was also touched by the testimony of the parents this morning, and I was thinking something that you were kind of saying. Is there like layers of maybe some other underlying disabilities that some of these kids were dealing with besides just their hearing loss? And how, I'm new at this, so how do you, when you're doing these assessments, do you account for children who have maybe other issues that are going on? I mean, are they going to always just have to be a 1 just because, they can't ever keep up, or is the test somehow skewed to them? I mean, how do you account for that?
Yeah, I mean, there are ways to measure growth in students and not just proficiency. So measuring proficiency, you're just a 1, you're always a 1, but you can still show growth within that range. And most of the tests we haven't talked a lot about this at the TAC meeting because we don't have the growth models right now, but you could kind of measure growth. I think it's a small group. I didn't catch the number, but I was thinking maybe 95 kids, right? And then you have them spread across all these different grade levels. So psychometrically, there's not a lot you're going to be able to do when you have, all these different grades. But I think just looking at trend data for each student, and there's a lot of qualitative ways that we could look at it. You can measure growth year to year, and if they're not growing at all, like some of the parents were saying, my student learned nothing in middle school. That will come forth in the test data.
Right, but if it was like 1 and then still a 1, the school itself would look like it's doing very poorly, when maybe if it went from a 1 to a 2, is actually doing quite brilliant because the children have some other issues. That's why I'm just kind of wondering is how do you, because
there's also a lot of scale scores. There's a lot of scale scores in that range. Like that's a big percentage of kids, but it's not just one score. There's a lot of different scores in there. And if a student is slipping backwards in that, then that's a problem. Or remaining, if they're remaining the same, it generally means that they learned about the same as any other student in that grade. But if they're slipping, then that's more worrisome.
So maybe then when we're looking at our school scores, it's better to look at the improvements within the schools rather than like comparing between the schools. Is that what you're saying with that?
Well, I mean, I think you should be comparing between the
Between
schools.
the schools too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I think the scores are really important for parents to see how their child is doing, so they can advocate for their child. And my background is mostly in special ed, and there's been discussions of maybe we should not test every year, we should test every other year, or take a sample of students. And as a special ed person, I'm like, I don't like that idea, because I think you need to be able to inform the IEP development every year and have that. But other people, we do too much testing, So there's different arguments, but I think from parents' perspective, they need scores every year. From a school level perspective, they can probably get away with doing a sample of kids, not testing every kid, or testing maybe, not every year or not every grade, and still get data they need.
And Beth, were the questions that we took on that test, were they, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Were they secret? Like, are we allowed to talk about them? Because I was wanting to follow up with Michelle's thing. She had a few questions, and I didn't know if those were actually able to be talked about.
They were mini test items, so yes, I mean, if you had given those in your classroom, you could have a conversation about the results.
So we could talk about the content, because that might have been a little bit more to what Michelle was talking about, was the fuzzy opinion kind of answers versus the solid, this word means this kind of answers.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I will say it's very common in states for the interims to have the items that weren't quite good enough for the summative, because that's the test you want the best items on. So it's also possible.
Oh, so you got the B test.
Okay. I don't know, but it's like, if it was my decision, I would put the best items on the summative and not the interim.
It's a B+.
Yeah. B+. Yes.
Jim.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about the future. This may not be relevant, and in the process, I'm going to show my ignorance, which will not surprise anybody that knows me. And it deals with where we set the scores. I've met with 2 school districts independently and both of their premises was that the cut scores, especially in 3 and 4, were unrealistically high. They actually came up with percentages. You had to get to this percentile in order to get to 4, and they were consistent and were totally different. They came up with about the same thing consistently, but I haven't had a statistics class since about 45 years ago, and there's a possibility I've forgotten some of that. In the future, when we get to the point where we are going to look at cut scores, is there a way to actually say, to get from 3 to 4, you have to score at this percentile? To give us some understanding of whether we did, in fact, if we're the highest in the nation, did we set them too high? Are we real? And I'm certainly not going to ever recommend that we lower standards now, but if we go into the future, do we need to assure ourselves that what we're setting is realistic?
Yeah. So statistically saying 2% more and you'll make it is probably not possible given the kind of assessment. So we don't do norm reference testing where you have percentile rank. So the standards-based assessments are based on the standards. Not every grade level in every content area has the exact same, down to 1% level of difficulty jumps, especially in reading. Like there's huge growth in the beginning, and then things kind of tail off as background knowledge becomes more important, and decoding and phonics and all of that is mastered. It really, I could read something I could read this and have high levels of comprehension, and then read something in organic chemistry and not understand it, so it's a little harder at that level. I do think, I don't want to completely, double team you here, but I actually was watching the Utah Board of Ed meeting, and they had their NAEP coordinator present on the data, and they said that in NAEP world, they're known as truth tellers, and Kansas is also a truth teller. So some states will say that 80% of the students are proficient, but then on the national assessment, it's only 30% or 40%. So I think there's, a lot of pride in being a truth teller. But there's also, like, if you look on, even on the Kansas KSD website, there's this picture with the standards shows that on the ACT college readiness cut score, there's students in the high yellow who are college ready according to the ACT assessment. So, I think next month you're going to be talking about the language of these different cuts, but I think there's, room as a board, as a state, for you to make a different decision on what you call these things or where you set the line and what you're benchmarking to. So there's a period at the end of standard setting where you introduced validity data. So everyone sets the scores into the cuts independently, but then you say, if you set the score here, this is what percentage of students will be in these different buckets. This is where the NAEP score would fall relative to those cuts, and there's an opportunity to adjust. So it's not, people say it's an art and a science because it's not exactly like a number that you can say.
I just like to have as much as much information as possible. I mean, of course, we didn't have anything to compare it to when we did it, and I was here, so I'm part of the problem. I knew we need to have as much information as we can to make sure that we are in fact truth tellers, but we are truth tellers in a way that is reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And,
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, and John brought up this at a TAC meeting because he's, in Kansas, boots on the ground, and, in his school, like, there's a lot of, a high 2, you're okay, and, you have the option of changing your language to say you're okay at a high 2, whereas I'm not sure what your language, it doesn't, so it's up to you.
Thank you very much. That was extremely informative. Having a hard time with the fact that we are your Netflix channel.
Yes, I know. I didn't want to creep you out because next meeting you're going to be like, she's out there, right? Yeah, you're on my YouTube channel, but yeah. So it was wonderful to meet you all. I should have you sign my copy of the standards or something.
Right, right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Beth. Okay, coming up next, we have Shane Carter, Director of Teacher Licensure, and Dr. Cindy Lane with the blueprint and
Madam
all
Chair,
the work. Yes.
I didn't know if you were going to take a break before.
No, I think you're good.
No, we're going to jump on into it. Okay. All right.
Oh, we could. Are we good?
We go right after.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I ignore breaks. They don't appreciate me.
Okay, no problem. I'll get rolling then. Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm Shane Carter. I'm the Director of Teacher Licensure. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I wanted to be here in January, but my body wouldn't cooperate, so this is the first time that I've spoken to our new board members, so welcome. And I will also put out there that we are behind schedule, and I am not the person that is going to get you back on schedule. So you'll learn that I tend to talk too much, and I can assure you as well, I do like Netflix, and I will not rewatch this. So there. Take what you can from me. So before I introduce Dr. Cindy Lane here in just a moment, over the last year, we've gone through the science of reading and licensure requirement and discussed that in great detail. So as far as my update, it's going to be a little wonky here. I want to give Dr. Lane the opportunity to go first and kind of explain their program. But even last year at the same time, the Blueprint for Literacy was standing up. And when I would give my briefings, I would say that when there is a training that is developed by that team, we would bring it here for the state board to review and recommend because we're good partners and we're excited to see what the state was going to offer. So Dr. Lane was here previously in November, and now she's here again with the training, which we probably saw in great depth with your board materials. So here in a moment, we'll let her present the training, and then I'll follow that up and do a review quickly of what we have approved over the last year, and then I'll actually tell you what the receive item is or the ask that I have. So, all right, I think at this point I will be quiet and let Dr. Lane take over and discuss her courses from the Blueprint of Literacy.
Welcome, Dr. Lane.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. And I was trying to get the rest of my team to come up front, if you wouldn't mind, please. And as they're coming, that this work is certainly a team effort, not the effort of myself alone. So with me today is Dr. Bev Schottler. Bev is at McPherson College, and she represents the independent colleges on our advisory committee. Also, Dr. Carolyn Carlson, who is a lead faculty member in the area of literacy at Washburn University and has been key in the development of this course. And then my partner in all things literacy, Senior Associate Director of the Blueprint, Rachel Rubio. So they're here, and there may be questions that they're better suited to address than I am. So we're really grateful for the time. So ladies, if you want to just stay close in case there's a question. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be back before you. I too like Netflix, and if you were a Netflix, you would be my only school board channel that I would watch. So let me just say that. Longtime Kansan, and certainly appreciate the work of this body over time and the collaboration that I've had the opportunity over many years of working with Commissioner Watson. So today I'd like to do three things, if I may, Madam Chair. First of all is to provide some background on what's this thing called the Blueprint for Literacy. So everybody has that basic information. Then talk about the course, which I hope that you enjoyed reading all the materials in your packet that we provided for you. And then certainly we want to answer whatever questions you have about what we've been doing and the expectations we have for this course. So if that sounds reasonable, then let's proceed. First of all, the Blueprint for Literacy was signed into law April 2024, about 11 months ago. And the blueprint focuses on literacy, and it focuses on higher education. And that is really critically important, that it's about what higher ed can do to partner with the great work that you are already doing in literacy. What's our responsibility? So this initiative resides under the Kansas Board of Regents, which I'm a former regent, now an employee of that body. And it's the literacy work sits squarely in the Board of Regents strategic plans. The strategic plan for the board is all about helping families, supporting businesses, and advancing economic prosperity. And I, perhaps like you, can think of no other critical issue of helping families and supporting business and advancing economic prosperity for everyone but your ability to read. Now, just a moment, if you don't mind. Ladies, would you sit down? My team, but please be comfortable. Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Madam Chair. I was feeling like we were going to get ready to take our batons and march down the street. So thank you so much. And I also hear a voice I should call out, a member of the advisory committee who you see often, Adalia Schumann. So Adalia, thank you for being here as well. She represents the NEA Association on our advisory committee and has been a guiding light in this work. So you see that the Board of Regents clearly sees that literacy is squarely part of the responsibility that we do in higher ed, but it obviously is in support of the wonderful work that you're doing and the aspiration to lead the world in the success of every student. Reading is the foundational skill for all other things. So when you don't read well, it's very difficult to have access to the kinds of things that have us leading the world and frankly, the lives we want for our families. So what's the purpose of the blueprint besides just focusing on higher ed? It is to advance educator knowledge of the science of reading, and you're going to hear me talk a lot about applying structured literacy. We've been teaching the science of reading for several decades now. The nuance here is that the science has changed. Structured literacy is how we now know all children learn to read, and what we need to do is help all educators learn how to apply the science of reading structured literacy in every classroom across Kansas. That's the work that you're doing, and our job is to ensure teacher candidates have the skills to apply structured literacy, and that we join hands with you to make sure that our educators in the field receive the training that they need. You're doing some great work in letters. We want to offer yet another alternative for teachers that is just as rigorous and important. So we're added value. It's about educator preparation. It's about providing professional learning, workforce development, and again, the application of structured literacy. So we have two goals that are written into the law. The first one is that 100% of the elementary teacher workforce achieve, and it says micro-credential in the science of reading and structured literacy. But you may have noticed that I am suggesting that we strike the word micro, because learning from your work and learning from the great faculty that we have in Kansas, there's nothing micro, there's nothing mini or micro about learning how to teach structured literacy. So our course we're presenting to you today is a credentialing course. It's a full-blown, rigorous course, not micro. But the law is imperfect, and it currently says 100% of the elementary educator teacher workforce. Now that includes paraprofessionals, and it includes administrators, and it includes support folks. It's everyone that works directly with children in a pre-K through 8 perspective in the blueprint. We're trying to align this with your work as well. So then we have this goal, and as I was just listening to the assessment folks and thinking about the work that's before you on assessments, the goal in the blueprint may need to be modified to align with whatever decisions you're making in the future. But as it currently stands in the law, in Senate Bill 438, it requires that by the year 2033, that the blueprint support the work that you all are doing, so that 90% of all 3rd through 8th graders are at least at a level 2 on the state assessment, and that of that group, 50% are at a level 3 or 4 and higher. So we'll be watching with great interest how you proceed with the assessments. The bottom line is we want all of our kids to read, and that's what's most important. So the key requirements in the blueprint say that the Board of Regents and the State Board should be working together to approve courses, to approve professional learning, and so that's why we're here before you today. The Board of Regents has reviewed this course. They have approved a market-based tuition, I'll talk to you about in a minute. And so now we're here asking for your consideration, first read, to approve this course for your seal of literacy. The course title is The Foundations of the Science of Reading, Understanding and Applying Structured Literacy Principles 1 and 2. It's a 6-hour credit course, so it isn't a course, but actually 2 courses that combined we want to recommend for the seal. So let me pause a minute about any questions about Blueprint, and then I'll talk more deeply about this course.
Betty?
Yes, I do. And this has to do with, specifically, I received this, and it was talking about the letters training and the seal. And so I'm going to pose this question to you, because it's talking, this teacher is saying that she received a cumulative 94% in letters, but last week was told that that score would not be accepted because 2 years ago she received a 76% on the test. And that question brings to mind the presenter before when it says on high stakes, not looking at a single measure. So when one test can cause that person not to get that seal, I'm baffled when I'm reading this and trying to project, overlay, where are we going, what are we doing, and is this really the impact that we're seeing? If you could address that for me, please.
Well, Ms. Arnold, I always appreciate your questions. They make me think. I will not address the question about letters cut score. I would say that Mr. Carter is more suited for that because that's directly related to your approval for the seal. But I can tell you that the reason we felt that this course was important to bring forward to you is because it's based on knowledge and application. So we will be working with educators to understand but apply. And all through the course, under expert faculty like Dr. Carlson, teachers will be demonstrating what they know. So it's not reliant on a single test score, although there is a test score tied to this course too. So hold that letters question cut score, if you don't mind, until Shane comes back to the mic.
All right,
okay?
I could do that. Thank you.
All right. All right, then proceed. All right, so let's talk about the course. Let's dig deeper. And of all the documents that we sent you, there's one that's entitled the course syllabus. It has all of this information in it in a way that I think is most digestible to you. Now, the other information is important too, but if nothing else helps, go back to that syllabus and you can see everything that we're requiring. The foundation course, first of all, was developed across the higher ed system with a group that we call the Literacy 7, one identified faculty expert from each of the 7 public universities. And then I'm going to put a little plus on it because also Dr. Bev Schottler, who, as I introduced, is a part of the independent colleges, has also been a partner in this work. So this is very unique. I don't know of any other state where university faculty have come together across all universities to say this is important, and they've been developing this course. There are 12 modules in the course, spread over the Science of Reading 1 and 2. It has performance assessments all along the way. So if I'm in the course on phonics and I'm learning that knowledge, then the faculty member is going to have me do a performance assessment that I can demonstrate what I've learned with real children, a real world application. Hopefully, Dr. New, you see some real resonance in that. There is also a test out option of the knowledge piece in each module so that our veteran educators who may know it but want more support in the applying of it can test out of the knowledge, but they still do the performance and still get the support. We thought that very important because we wanted to differentiate based on educator knowledge and skill. And then, excitingly for me, there's the support from a literacy coach that is tied to this course. So any educator who enrolls in the course gets knowledge, gets practice opportunities with feedback with real children, and has a literacy coach that helps them have success in their classroom. So those 3 things, really important, and a high level of investment from our university partners that they want to provide all of that support. It is fully aligned to your standards and to the IDA knowledge and practice standards. We've had that validated and reviewed by the Reading League, a national organization that does this kind of validation on a regular basis. If you have questions about that, Rachel has a lot of experience with the Reading League. I mentioned it's 6 graduate credits. There is tuition and stipend allocation in the blueprint funding to pay that for educators. So specifically in the law, Senate Bill 438, it says that these courses through the blueprint will be offered to educators at low or no cost. And so for Kansas educators currently practicing in our schools, they can take this course, the blueprint will pay the tuition, and upon their successful completion of the 6 hours, then they'll get a stipend. The tuition rate approved by the Board of Regents is $300 a credit hour, so that we will be paying the universities about $1,800 for this entire course for that on behalf of that educator, and then the stipend is $500 at the successful completion. Now, I wish it was 3 or 4 times more than that, but the $500 at least says thank you for engaging in this additional learning. And then the course delivery is what I call hybrid, meaning there are some online components, but there is a required weekly synchronous opportunity class scheduled where anyone enrolled in the course will be working directly with the literacy faculty on deepening practice. So coming up at the end of this month, we're piloting the course through Washburn with Topeka 501. Dr. Carlson is the instructor, and so she'll be meeting with those educators weekly and helping them deepen their practice. And in addition, they'll have that literacy coaching. So we're very excited to weave all those components together. So I mentioned already that this is a unique opportunity designed across our universities, the universities that you accredit as being experts in this field. It has coaching, and then there are assessments. So at the beginning of the course, there is what we call a pre-assessment, so that you take a test to tell your instructor what you already know. There are assessments throughout in each of the 12 modules. At the end of the course, there's a summative assessment that tests knowledge over all the content. And then there's also those ongoing performance assessments. So it sounds like a lot of assessing, but think about it as, they're informative, they help the faculty adjust what those teachers need, and they also signal to the educator where their strengths are and where their practice needs to deepen. So in your packet, you receive pages and pages of the syllabi. I don't expect you to read this, just wanted to say you've got that. I mean, these are the standards alignment. And this document shows you exactly where each of your standards and each of the IDA knowledge and practice standards are addressed in every module throughout the course. So we wanted you to have that information. And again, the Reading League has validated that. So we're here today to ask for your consideration of a first read and answer all your questions. Our anticipated timeline is to launch across the public and independent universities this summer. So this is available to Kansas educators, and we can work with you as an alternative. Lots of good work going on in letters. This is another option. We believe that an educator can complete this course in 2 semesters. We're going to be offering it in summer, so there'll be lots of different ways that it comes packaged so we can be flexible to meet the needs of our teachers in Kansas.
Thank you.
Be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Betty.
Quickly, is there a percent or grade correlation that determines successful completion cutoff in there?
I'll let Dr. Carlson, do you want to talk about grading? We do have a cut score percentage for the assessments. Dr. Carlson.
Thank you. So there will be assessments, pre-assessments, which will determine within each module if the teacher needs to complete the full portion of that module or if they can move straight to the application portion. The application portion will also have performance assessments, and the way that we are approaching this is kind of at a mastery level approach, where we're not going to, while they will be evaluated, we're not going to simply say, well, you didn't perform well on this area, and so that's your final score. That's an area for coaching. That's an area for, hey, let's work through this until they reach mastery on that. So while there are assessments and there is grading, the successful completion of the course as a whole will be what we will then submit, hopefully to you all to approve a candidate for the Seal of Literacy.
And I guess what I'm trying to be a little more specific with that. If you are a teacher, what are you using exactly to determine that I have successfully completed and I'm now eligible for reimbursement?
So
what are those boundaries?
So it will be the culmination of the entire experience. There's not going to be just one thing that will determine whether they have successfully completed it or not. There will be all of those assessments that they do will then culminate in their overall course grade, and their successful completion of the entire course would be what would trigger them to then be eligible for the Seal of Literacy.
So let me add to that, if I may. Thank you, Dr. Carlson. So the performance on the summative assessment has to be at least 85% accurate. Okay. Plus, I mean, I think that's where what was helpful. Plus the performance on the application pieces they have to have success. And so I think what Dr. Carlson is trying to tell the board, we're not going to allow an educator not to be successful. We'll do everything we can to ensure that they hit that 85% on the summative and that they're able to demonstrate application on those multiple ongoing performance assessments through the course. Does that help?
It does, and it's good to know because I was sensing just in communication, there's a lot of apprehension about teachers going into this because they feel like they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. This sounds like you're going to encourage them to be a part, that we're not going to let you fail. You're going to be successful if you do A, B, and C. That's what I was really trying to ensure that's available.
If you have an attitude when you approach this course that I'm going to be successful, and then the coaching piece can be tailored to what you need. So, Ms. Arnold, I know that I would need a whole lot more coaching than you in this course. So your coaching might be small group instruction, but Dr. Carlson might say to me, she'll say, Cindy, you need one-on-one help here, so I'm going to help you. And so we are trying to tailor it to be that flexible to help support our educators.
Thank you, because I think that's going to go a long way with people being excited about this. So thank you.
And Beryl?
Thank you all for sharing this information, and I'm very happy to know that the KBOR is going to provide some support so that it would be at a low cost or even no cost to educators. I know many of them put off professional development that would require paying tuition until they just have to do it because the cost is sometimes prohibitive.
Yes, ma'am.
So that kind of leads to, well, I have 3 questions, but my first one is, will these courses count toward recertification? And then my second question is, will this be one of the required courses for our pre-service candidates who are coming through our universities and colleges? And then you mentioned classified staff also being trained in literacy support. Is there a different type of course, since this is graduate level, or a different type of program for training our paraeducators and any others who would be providing instructional support for our students?
Thank you. And if I forget one of the questions,
I'm
take
sorry.
me back to it. That's good. First question, certification. That's up to you all. So we're coming forward saying we think that this course is as rigorous as letters and also provides additional support. We want you to consider approving it for the seal of literacy. And then so those certification decisions are clearly here, and we would encourage that. Second question. Well, let me go to the third question, and you take me back to the second one. Okay. Third question, paraprofessionals and classified staff. We are in the process right now of reviewing a course specific for paraprofessionals. We will also be paying any tuition and stipend to paras to participate in the course. We anticipate having that course designed by the end of May and ready to go. Really thinking about paraprofessionals are sometimes working with our most challenged children with the most challenges in literacy and other areas. What do they specifically need so they can be effective? And so we're designing that. Back to the second question, I believe it was the undergraduate courses. Yes. It just takes me a minute, but I can get there. So remember, the blueprint went into effect 11 months ago, but within the first 30 days in that law, it said, universities, you must stand up 2 courses in the science of reading and structured literacy for undergraduate students. And oh, by the way, you have 30 days to do that. So as of August of last year, 24, the faculty worked to redesign undergraduate courses in the science of reading and structured literacy. Much of what we're learning here may be similar, but we are in the process now of reviewing those undergraduate courses to see how do we strengthen those, because those are also application focused. So we're trying to look at where we can add value to the work that you're doing best way we can, listening to feedback from you, superintendents, school districts across, and then we were going to try to respond. Now, Chair Hopkins, you stopped me, but I have to say that we're excited that the blueprint has funding for these courses. We want to advocate that that funding continue. And so anything that you can do to say to our legislators that this is important to educators and families, please support, if nothing else, the funding to pay this tuition.
Thank you so much. I wonder if you wouldn't mind giving just a little information about the Reading League and who exactly they are. It's my understanding they're a fairly new organization.
I'm going to have Rachel come forward because she has intimate knowledge of the Reading League.
Thank you. You are correct. They're relatively new. The Reading League is 8th year, I believe. They're a nonprofit organization. Their mission is to advance the awareness, understanding, and use of evidence-aligned reading instruction. They do a lot of really great work. They do things similar to International Dyslexia Association. They offer professional development. They do school partnerships. In fact, I believe Paola is a current school partner for the Reading League. They're national out of Syracuse, New York, but they do also have 41 state chapters across the country. So there is also the Reading League Kansas that advocates and carries out that mission at the state level as well.
Thank you very much. And so what I'm reading here is that the Reading League has gone through and vetted your information, your curriculum, and says that it does align. But Dr. Lane, I think you are going to seek the IDA accreditation as well?
We are. Now, the National Reading League is who validated this course, and they have experts that often do that validation in partnership with IDA. It is our intention that we are going to pursue that full accreditation as well. But we ask that you consider approving this for the Seal of Literacy, and then expect us to come back and tell you where are we in the process of getting that full IDA accreditation for this course. Now, to tell you that courses are usually one institution and one faculty, so we're going to provide some challenge to the IDA because this is across the entire system. So will be things that we want to work through, but it'll help us make sure that we ensure that this course continues to be at the absolute highest level of the science of reading, and that we continue to improve it.
Right. And going back to your pilot that you're going to start this month, how many educators are we going to see?
So we are really excited about the pilot. Topeka 501 has been really a great partner in helping us develop this, and we actually have more teachers wanting to take it than we actually have capacity for in the pilot. So we already have a waiting list for the next actual rollout of the course. We're looking at about 40 to 60 educators. I met with them last week, kind of talked about what to expect from the course, what to expect from me, what they can expect to do, and they're very excited to get started. So we have less than 2 weeks, and we'll be hitting the ground running. Okay. We're taking a team approach to this, and so my philosophy for this is all teach, all learn. So everyone in the room has something to teach each other. Everyone has something to learn. We're bringing in lots of people from across the state, my colleagues from across the state, other experts, and really, plus all the coaches, of course, really going to give these educators a team of people that they can reach out to if they have a specific question or need something, or just a resource even into the future.
Gotcha. Thank you. And I'm thrilled to hear that the private colleges are able to come on board. And so I've talked with people from Newman as well that really talked this up. And so, yeah, if you have anything to share on that level.
Yes, we have several colleges, independent colleges, that are interested in doing these courses for the independent colleges. Not all of the independent colleges can do graduate level. So there are a few that are not able to do it, but there are several. I think at the last count I had 7 that are interested.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling that out, Chair Hopkins, because we believe this is a Kansas course developed by Kansas educators for Kansas educators, and so we're really pleased that it'll be available across the entire state.
Well, I know in talking to Fort Hays, and of course they have a very large area that they cover, being the furthest west university we have, so lots going on. I'm assuming this is not in community colleges, correct? It's just at the university level. To offer the course, you have to be an accredited educator preparation program and, as Dr. Schottler said, have a graduate level program. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. Anything else from anybody else?
If you could actually have Shane come forward on that.
Well, he's going to, yeah.
Okay.
He's got his
on that.
whole
I just
spiel
want
to
that
do, too.
question. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're good on that part? Yes? Okay. Sir?
Yes, Madam Chair, as you experienced with the Professional Standards Board, I obviously cannot estimate time whatsoever, so I'll try to go through this rather quickly. And if it's okay, I would like to address Dr. New's question, and then Ms. Arnold, as I get a little further in the presentation, I'll address your question. So when you talked about our pre-service candidates, I just wanted to put a reminder out there that one of the first actions the State Board did last year in dealing with the science of reading and literacy requirements, you redid the elementary content standards and approved new standards. And within those standards, there are 3 explicit standards related to structured literacy that are included in there. So even if those courses weren't available at that undergraduate level, there will be coursework that's tied into those standards that have to be met. So you can have that assurance that it will be addressed in those programs. Okay. So real quickly, I'm just going to provide you a review of kind of what the requirement is, what options we have as far as training and test for educators to meet the civil literacy requirement, touch on a little bit of literacy data, and then move into the actual board recommendations that I have for you today. So first and foremost, for our board members, so last May, the board did approve that for our professionally licensed educators beginning July 1st of 2028 that are in specific positions, they must demonstrate the knowledge of the science of reading in order to renew their license. And just to clarify a couple pieces of that, one, if they don't demonstrate that knowledge, we're not taking endorsements from licenses. If you have an elementary endorsement, you're going to keep that. The impact is the individual would only qualify for a 5-year standard substitute license until they met the requirement. Number 2, you see the date July 1st, 2028 on there. That doesn't mean that everybody all of a sudden on July 2nd, they have to turn in that evidence that they meet the requirement. We'll actually capture that as they renew their licenses and come through for those that we don't identify ahead of time. So you could end up with an individual that renews their license on June 30th of 2028 that will not come back, and this won't impact them until 2033. So it's not, everybody turns into a pumpkin on July 1st. All right, and it's not for every educator either. It's specific positions. So those specific positions, I'll learn to speak. Specific positions are our elementary English language arts teachers, our elementary history, government, and social studies teachers. And what's not listed on here is if you've heard the term single grade contained or multi-grade contained for elementary, that means that individual is teaching math, English, science, history, government, all those core content areas. So they would also be as part of this list because they teach language arts and reading and history, government, social studies. Also our special education teachers, notice it's not categorical. So individuals providing low incident services, individuals providing high incidence, and individuals providing gifted services. They're all encompassed in there and will have the requirement to demonstrate that knowledge. We have reading specialists. We will touch on this a little more. There is going to be a slight change to that, a little preview of what I'm going to bring up a little bit later. School psychologists working with elementary students, and then our administrators. Now, as far as this goes, it gets a little more complicated because when we talk about licensure, there's an endorsement on a license for elementary, and that endorsement is a pre-K to 6 endorsement. So when an individual has that endorsement, they can teach at the middle level at grades 5 and 6 because for middle level, a lot of schools will do 5 to 8 or 6 to 8, and if they're licensed at that level, they can provide that instruction. So it makes it a little more difficult, but we'll get into how we reconcile that and what we're looking at as far as how people are reported for licensing. All right, so when we break out of what is the actual requirement, there's 2 options that an individual can complete in order to demonstrate that knowledge. One is to complete a state-approved training, which I'm going to cover those trainings in a moment, and the other is a state-approved test. So currently, for our state-approved training, we have letters, and within letters, there are 3 different options. There's letters for elementary educators, anybody. Doesn't matter where you work, what you do. You could teach PE to high schoolers. You take letters for elementary educators past that, you will qualify for a seal of literacy, and we will add that seal of literacy to your license. Letters for early childhood. If someone's working with 3 and 4-year-olds at that pre-K level, they have the option. They can take letters for early childhood, or they can take letters for elementary educators and earn that seal of literacy and meet the requirement. And then we also have letters for administrators. Once again, have to be an administrator position for this particular option, but administrators can take the elementary educators option and qualify for the seal of literacy as well. And some have chose to do that. We also have AIMS Pathways to Proficient Reading. There's also 3 options available for that. There's the Pathways to Proficient Reading. That's available for all educators. There's Pathways to Proficient Reading, which is a secondary option, and it's totally optional, but if we did have individuals at that secondary level that wanted some type of training geared specifically to them, that is an option. And they also have the Pathways to Literacy Leadership. And Keys to Literacy, there's only one option, and that's the Keys to Beginning Reading, and that's available to all educators regardless of what position they serve. I'll also point out for these trainings, these are kind of your national gold standards of trainings that are offered out there. So regardless of what you hear about, maybe some bits and pieces about assessment for letters training, these are those gold standards and have been in the business of training people on the science of reading and structured literacy for years now. As far as the requirements, Ms. Arnold, to address your question, when I'll cover what those requirements are, and then I'll go back to your question and answer it. So for letters, for our elementary educators, there's 2 volumes, which consist of units 1 and 4, and then units 5 and 8. And each one of those units or volumes, or each one of those volumes, has a post test that an individual has to complete. Regardless of what they score in individual units, they have to pass that post test with an 80% or above. So I ran some data today, just taking a look at the data that I have access to. So out of 3,091 people that have completed that test, right now we're sitting at like 280 that didn't pass the volume 1 post test. And then if you go into the unit 5 through 8 post test, out of 3,500, somewhere in that neighborhood, there were 56 people that hadn't passed that took it. So when we talk about average scores on those tests, right now the units 1 through 4 post test is sitting right about a 95% average for people that take it. The units 5 through 8 post test, it's sitting at about 97% is the average score. So Ms. Arnold, there are individuals that they will not meet that requirement or haven't met that requirement, but as far as the communication that we've had, the 80% is the standard for this particular training. And then if they don't make it, then the options are they can either pay to retake a training or pass one of the state approved exams that we'll get into in a moment. So, yes.
So if I could jump in on that.
Sure.
Because just in reading this, there was a cumulative score that was given on this particular letter of 94% cumulative.
So my assumption is they probably added up the scores of each of the units.
Right.
So you take your units 1 through 4, you average those, and I would assume that's what that cumulative score is, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for that post-test score.
Okay. So, and then this is the other part that, let's see, this person wouldn't get a seal because 2 years ago, and this is 2 years ago, they got a 76%. And I guess from my perspective, again, not really knowing how you're tracking that, but if 2 years ago this is what you got and you've been trending upward, that one score still is enough to keep you from getting the seal.
That is, you are correct, yes. And for us, regardless if it was 2 years ago or now, the standard is the standard, and that 80% would be the standard.
Okay, so just to be clear, because in here I think this is where the confusion starts, it almost suggests that there are no options, but that's not what I hear you're saying. They can retake? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, so it wouldn't be cost beneficial for them to retake one of these trainings. They are expensive. But an appropriate option would be, since they've had this training, they would probably have no issue taking one of the state-approved assessments, which those are relatively, they're a lot cheaper than the training. So that would be an option. There's 3 of those, which we'll cover in a moment. That would be an option. They could pass that exam and then qualify for the seal of literacy.
Okay, and that's really all that I was focusing on, because it almost suggested or sounded like doom gloom, we're going to get rid of this teacher. Yeah. And I'm saying this publicly for a reason, because that's the perception that's out there. So there are times that we have to say, okay, then let's look at this and examine it. So for this person to understand clearly again, they could go back and take that portion.
I wouldn't know. So letters won't allow them to go retake their individual exam. They would have to pay and retake training in order to do that. And
That's letters training.
That is, and that's expensive. So if we're talking about that exam.
Right.
But when we get to our state approved test list here in a moment, they can take one of those exams, pass it, and then add the seal of literacy.
Okay, and that's what I was talking about.
Yep.
The state approved, they do have
Yep.
that option.
Yes.
Okay, can you say that again?
Okay. Yep. So, but keep in mind, the state has already paid for the letters training, and we'll pay
Right.
for one training. So if an individual does fit in this category, then they'll have to pay for that test out of pocket. But when we get into the tests, the price range for like the 7002 ETS teaching reading exam, it's $85. So, and the tests range from $85 to $165. So those three are options, or they could retake training, and training would end up being about $400 per session or per volume if they were trying to do that.
So this is being clearly communicated to the teachers.
So not everyone has been notified yet. It depends on where they're at in their particular situation. So I have sent emails specifically to individuals that have been identified as not passing the volume, but I have not notified every educator that's out there. But there's quite a few that have been notified.
And so if there are concerns, they can get in contact with you.
Yeah, so they can email us, or they can visit our website for the Science of Reading licensure requirements. We would try to, have them access that website to get additional information, and that's kind of like our mass communication tool that we use to touch all educators.
And I thank you for going over that, but a lot of times when there's confusion and questions, and it's good to know, wait before you assume it's all over. There are options. Yep. And that's what I wanted you clearly to say. Thank you.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
And the best thing we need to say is we're not out to get anybody. We're not out to take away any educators. We will do everything we can to help.
Yep. Yes, definitely. All right. For our early childhood educators, there's units 1 through 4. There's a post-test for that. It's 80% score as well. Same thing for administrators. There's 5 units, but there's a post-test 80% for that exam to qualify as well. For Ames Pathways, kind of the same situation, but they only have one course, and they call it one test. It's the post-course knowledge inventory. Individuals have to score 80% on that, and it's the same for each one of those offerings. The keys to literacy is a little different. They have basically an assessment. They do a practical application assessment that's completed at the end of that training that an individual has to score, but it's not an actual post-course knowledge inventory or post-test exam like the other trainings. So for our test, which is the second option that every educator would have in order to add that endorsement, first and foremost is ETS's Elementary Educators Teaching Reading Subtest. The state board, when they approved new content standards, they also approved a new content exam. This is the same content exam, or a part of the content exam, that our pre-service candidates are going to complete to gain that first initial license. So we have that available for our veteran educators if they'd like to take that. And I can share some additional stats with that particular test with you here later in the presentation. We also have Pearson. There is a change. So for many months, I've been telling you it's the 190 Foundations of Reading exam. They've relabeled that, renamed it to 890. They've created a Kansas page for us and everything else. And when they did that, they renamed the test 890. But 190, 890, exact same test, just renamed, and we'll accept either. And we also have from the Center for Effective Reading Instruction, the K. Perry exam. And when we talk about prices for ETS, the first test is $85, Pearson $139, and then the last test, the K. Perry, is $165. So if someone took the training, wasn't able to complete it, somewhat inexpensive method to go ahead and gain that seal of literacy compared to training. All right, so as far as how do we track this? So we just completed what we call the licensed personnel report. That lays out for every school district who's teaching what assignments they're in. So we'll use that information to bounce off what training an educator took to make sure they took the appropriate training for an assignment. All that information will be going every year. So we have options that we can check for each one of these particular positions and see how that person was reported, and then determine if that was the appropriate exam or appropriate testing for them. All right, so seal of literacy, this data is a little bit old. This was as of January 14th. Right now we have approximately 3,200. We did another data pool and got that updated as far as people that have completed the training since January. So we did add like another 800 and something individuals had completed that training to get us up a little higher. The ETS subtest reading exam, so 313 educators have taken that thus far. 88% have passed it. Last time that we updated you, there's about 160 and about 120 had passed, somewhere in that neighborhood. But our percentage dropped down a little bit, but people are taking it, and we still have a high pass rate compared to the national average. All right, so that was all of the update information, and I'm about to transition into my ask.
Debbie, you're good? Okay.
You're good? Okay. All right, so as far as the ask for the receive item, it is to add an approved training to our list and also add a test to our approved test list. So first, we just had Dr. Lane and her team discuss the Blueprint for Literacy's Foundations of the Science of Reading courses. Just to clarify, and this came up, it was reviewed and approved through our KSDE literacy team. It did receive third-party vetting through the Reading League, the National Reading League, which they went into a little detail about. It is a 6 graduate hour course, which is equivalent to 180 hours of coursework. It consists of 12 modules, and it requires an 85% or higher on a summative assessment to pass. And then when we would receive that certificate of completion for that summative assessment, that would qualify that individual for the seal of literacy.
Gotcha.
For our tests, so currently, once again, we have our reading exam, and here's the ask. We're also asking to add the reading specialist test code 5302. Reading specialist standards were rewritten in 2020, and the test was also regenerated in 2020, and one of the main focuses and reasons for both of those rewrites were based on the International Literacy Association's recommendations in 2017 to incorporate structured literacy in there. So I know you had a lot about assessments, and I'm not going to go in detail unless Beth's here. We can bring her presenter in and go into detail, but this is a technical report for that 5302 exam. And when you break it down, when you talk about the big five of phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension, that's all part of structured literacy. It's all explicitly called out within this technical report, as are the characteristics of diverse literacy. So that's identifying children with dyslexia, or that may be gifted and talented, or English language learners. So that's why we're confident that test is a good measure. And our individuals that complete the reading specialist program since 2020, when those standards were updated and have passed this exam, we would issue them a seal of literacy. And when we start breaking down how many people does that affect, well, we have about 850 individuals that are licensed as reading specialists in the state of Kansas. 95 of them have passed this particular exam and would qualify for the seal of literacy. So there is a gap in there of individuals that still need to have updated training, because they completed their program before the standards were updated and took our old outdated test. And I will touch a little bit on regeneration of tests. Chair Hopkins is a little more familiar with it, as she's on the Professional Standards Board, and every year if we have tests that are regenerated, typically they're regenerated for two reasons. One, they've been around for 10 years, and ETS, or our testing service that is offering them, wants to go through the standards and re-update them. Or two, every time we do a program review a standards review, we have that standards team take a look at our current assessment for our pre-service candidates, and to make sure that exam matches our requirements and our standards. And if not, then we'll coordinate to try to get a change to make sure that our test does mirror those standards. So those are the two reasons. And the regeneration happens quite often every year. We have a certain amount of tests that are regenerated. For instance, we have 3 this year. So in May, you will see a board item from me that's going to ask that you approve 3 regenerated tests with new cut scores. And just a reminder, that was this test was approved on September 1st of 2020 as our licensure exam. And if the ask is to add that exam, then this would be our actual approved test list. So I just included a recommended motion in here. We're not making a motion today. This is a receive item. It's just something to help you next month when you come back, and if you choose to action this, to kind of lead what you to lead how you would like to explain that. So I think I'm done, unless you have questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And board, we will take a 10-minute break. Hurry back, please. Okay, we're going to go back at it, and you might have realized this is not Amanda Peterson. We are moving up a little bit, or flipping, because we have somebody on Zoom, Ricardo Sanchez for the PPC. So, Mr. Gordon, take it away.
Yes, I am not Mark Ferguson, and I am not Amanda Peterson. And both should be offended if you think otherwise. Yes, we do just have one item that comes to you from the Professional Practice Commission. Mr. Sanchez, or Chairman Sanchez, I think is on the line. If he will turn his video on, if he's still connected on the Zoom, in case any of you all have any questions on that particular case. While he's doing that, just for fun, yes, so I did receive the letter that was requested from the applicant's current employer, fully in support of her receiving her teaching license. Yeah. This would be a very different presentation if I did not get that letter. Bueller. See, some people don't get that reference. You want me to unmute? How do I unmute this? Okay, there we go. Ricardo, are you there? There he is. Ricardo, you are still muted. I've already introduced you and told them about the case, but if you'll unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry.
We can hear you. So if there's any questions from the state board.
This one seemed fairly straightforward. So we have any questions? No? Ricardo, again, thank you for your work. We appreciate it. We appreciate you always being available to us. Yes, I would take a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings and facts and conclusions of law in order to issue the license in 24 PPC-29.
Second. Melanie? All in favor? Okay, we are good. Thank you again, sir, for zooming in with us. We appreciate it.
Ricardo, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
All right, we will back up a moment. Yeah.
Oh, that was
No, that was Scott. Yeah, no, that was actually Scott.
That was the only thing with Scott today. Everything else is.
Here's my other hat now.
I asked him this morning. You told me about it. He said, please.
Okay, we have Amanda Peterson, Director of Early Childhood, who's going to talk to us about funding Kansas Parents as Teacher grants for 25-26. Thank you.
Glad that Lisa Williams, our Kansas Parents as Teachers Coordinator, is joining me here today. We're here because next month the State Board will have the opportunity to approve Kansas Parents as Teachers grants for the 2025-2026 school year. And so today we're planning to share an overview of Kansas Parents as Teachers and be prepared to answer any questions that you might have. I'm obviously not going to get you back on track for your agenda, but we are going to try to find that good in-between of quick but not rushed. And we've saved some time at the end for questions if needed as well. So you're going to hear from us a couple of times over the course of the next couple of months as we prepare to support schools in routine early childhood funding as they prepare for next school year. And every time we're going to take a minute to remember that we really do have such an incredible window of opportunity if we support young children and their families in the first years of a child's life during that rapid period of brain development. We have, gosh, such an incredible opportunity to be able to prepare children for success later on. And so when we think about this, we appreciate that families are children's first and most important teachers. Some of you have heard us talk before about All In for Kansas Kids, which is our statewide work to conduct needs assessments and then map our state's future direction for early childhood. And consistently, when we engage with communities, when we do research in the state to understand what the needs of Kansas families and the needs of young children are, we hear that families are really hungry for support in terms of being able to understand early childhood brain development, in terms of understanding where they can go for resources, and in terms of finding credible places where they can ask for help and where they can get support. And so we're so lucky that in very many of our Kansas communities, we have Kansas Parents as Teachers, which is a phenomenal resource and program to help support families during those critical years of early childhood brain development. This is the Kansas state law that authorizes local boards of education to operate Parents as Teachers programs. Since 1990, the Kansas state budget has included funding for parent education program grants, and the state board has been responsible for awarding out those grants. The amount of funding that's available for this program has grown over time. In 1990, it was a little less than $1 million serving 92 school districts. We reached a high point around 2009, 2010 with 219 school districts operating Kansas Parents as Teachers programs, and those numbers have declined somewhat since then. In 2024, 2025, we have 158 of our Kansas school districts who are currently operating Kansas Parents as Teachers programs. Some of those, as you'll hear, do that as an individual standalone program where the school district is providing services within its district, and in other cases, we have consortiums where we have districts who have partnered together to offer Kansas Parents as Teachers services. But here you can see the citation for the state law authorizing those programs. We also have a Kansas Parent Education Program definition in state law. I know that you've got that referenced here. Lisa is going to share in a couple of minutes some more details so that you can understand what is involved in Kansas Parents as Teachers programming. But I would encourage anybody who's interested in getting a really terrific, about 5-minute long, firsthand account of Kansas Parents as Teachers to go back to last week, Wednesday, March 5th was Kansas Home Visiting Day in the Kansas State House. And there was a wonderful presentation to the Kansas Early Learning Caucus with a parent educator from Paola, Jennifer Whiteford-Hoke, who was able to share her experience both as a parent who's received Parents as Teachers services and now as a parent educator. And she did a phenomenal job being able to describe the impact of this program and why it's so important. So that's available on the Kansas Legislature website. State law also outlines the responsibility of the Kansas State Board of Education when it comes to Parents as Teachers grants. So here's the state law that outlines that the state board will be responsible for awarding grants to school districts. You did hear a legislative update earlier today. I did not bring along my crystal ball for what might happen with the state budget later this session. But we are anticipating that the appropriation for next fiscal year will be level funding. So we'll receive the same amount of funding next year allocated in the state budget that we've received for this current school year. The state budget also includes language that requires each local program to match the funding that they receive. So for every dollar that a local program receives in state grants, the local program needs to put in 50 cents of local funds as the local match. This is to ensure that there's that local commitment to the program and to maximize the state investment. The last thing that I'll note is that this, the source of this funding for quite some time has been the Kansas Children's Initiatives Fund, which is state tobacco settlement dollars that come into the state of Kansas as part of the Master Tobacco Settlement Agreement. In Kansas, those funds are dedicated to early childhood programs, and those funds have been allocated to KSDE to award out to school districts. The Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund also has some responsibility to oversee and evaluate the uses of those funds. So now I'm so excited because in Kansas, our parent education programs are delivered in accordance with a national model. This is really to ensure that they operate according to very high standards of quality, and it is incredible that we're able to make this evidence-based opportunity available to Kansas families. So Parents as Teachers is part of a national model, and the Kansas State Department of Education is the state office for Parents as Teachers in Kansas. So we partner with the Parents as Teachers National Center to support our local Parents as Teachers programs. And I'll turn it over to Lisa to talk more about what is involved in the Parents as Teachers model.
Thank you for having me today. Can you hear me? Okay. So I get to talk with you about the Parents as Teachers model. And this is one of my favorite, oh, is that better? This is one of my favorite things to talk about. So thank you for having me. I want to just start by telling you a little bit about the model. Parents as Teachers is an evidence-based home visiting model. With that, we serve families prenatally through kindergarten, through when their children go to kindergarten. The model is based on 4 different components that every family engaged in Parents as Teachers, is that better? Okay. That every family engaged in Parents as Teachers participates in. So the first part of the model is the personal visits, and this is where the real magic happens. This is where the parent educator goes out into the family's homes, most of the time in their homes, although they can meet other places if need be. And that parent educator gets to know the family, know the parents, know the children, and they tailor their home visit to the needs and goals of that family. So those are called personal visits. Visits are consistent. They're done anywhere from 12 to 24 times per year. And they focus, the other thing I wanted to say is they're voluntary. So the parents are saying, yes, please come work with us. Come teach us about child development and the milestones and activities that we can be doing. So they're voluntary, and they're designed, like I said, to meet the needs of each individual family. The second part that I want to tell you about, here, let me flip slides so you can see there. The second part of the program that I want to tell you about are what we call group connections. And these are just group learning and group gathering opportunities for parents and families engaged in PAT. Those typically happen once a month, and they're organized again in a way that is very intentional to meet the needs of the families that are in the program. It's a great opportunity not only for them to sometimes learn from their parent educators, community resources, but to learn from each other. And so that's the design of that component of the program. The third part is the child and caregiver screenings. This is really very important. The screenings focus on everything from family well-being to hearing, vision, development of the child. And the screenings, the earlier we can detect any potential issue with a child or family member, the earlier that we can get them the support that they need to be as successful as possible. And so those screenings typically are done within the first 90 to 120 days of working with the family, but then they're done again annually. And the last part of the program that we deliver are called what we call community resources, community connections. So that's just where the parent, educator, and staff is learning everything they can about their community so that they can correlate those needs of the family with the opportunities available within the community for support. Those are the 4 components. Like I mentioned, this is an evidence-based program, and you can see we put into the slides some of the evidence that is behind this research. One thing that this program does is really support child readiness for kindergarten. But in addition to that, it supports family readiness for kindergarten. And that's really important. Kindergarten or preschool, really, their next level of education that they decide to go to. The parent educator is working with the family as a unit. And part of that is so that that family is getting the self-confidence and the education that they need to best support their family, best support their child in their educational journey. Parents really become a partner through this work. They learn what their child can be doing and the supports that they need to help them get to where they need to be. You will also see on this slide that this is backed by lots of evidence and research. If you want to read any of that, this link takes you directly to the Parents as Teachers national webpage where all the evidence is linked. So I want to tell you a little bit about Parents as Teachers in our state. So in 23-24, we had 63 Kansas Parents as Teachers programs. We call them affiliates. Like Amanda mentioned, some are single school districts, and then some are a consortium of districts. We served over 5,800 families and 7,900 children during that year. Those parent educators conducted over 54,000 personal visits, that one-on-one time with the family. And it's remarkable that 11% of the families that we enrolled during that program year were enrolled prenatally. And like Amanda was mentioning, they're little sponges when they're 0 to 3. And so getting them in early, helping their parents, giving them that self-confidence is really important. And we also maintain, we have a retention rate of up close to 90%. So for all the families that enroll in our program, at least 90% stay with us a year. The Parents as Teachers affiliates and staff are remarkable. And Amanda mentioned the video. If you get a chance to watch that video, that testimony that Jennifer did as a parent educator, I would highly recommend it. Mid-year, so our programs only have 2 reports. They have an annual report that they do at the end of the program year, and they have a mid-year report. And with all of our reports, our goal is really to help them look back at what they've done and look at the successes that they've achieved. So in our mid-year report, we ask them, tell us some things that were successful. And so we shared 3 stories. This first one really emphasizes the screening part of our program. It was rewarding to witness a nonverbal child speak her first few words. The family had been working hard. They'd set goals to increase the child's language, and they have taught her some sign language, and with repetition and diligence, she's now spoken her first few words. The family got to accomplish that, and the parent educator got to be with them side by side. So that's an example of screening. This one is amazing. This parent educator says, we were able to provide a crucial role in supporting the family on their journey from homelessness to home ownership. By providing the personalized guidance, emotional support, access to resources, our program helped that family navigate the challenges and build stability that they needed. PAT educators worked closely with the families to strengthen parenting skills, set achievable goals, and access financial supports. And then lastly, this one was interesting because it really connected to the personal visits, which is the relationship between the parent educator and the family, and also the importance of the group connection part of our program. So a mom in our program struggles with anxiety, and she mentioned to her parent educator that attending a group connection just sounded really overwhelming to her. The mom attended this affiliate's event called Messy Play, and she brought her 2-year-old twins. She told the parent educator that they made it feel very welcoming and comfortable, and that she didn't struggle with her anxiety during the event. She stated that she would like to attend more group connections in the future. So as we look through all of our stories and the information that we received in our mid-year report, these were just 3 that we thought, we have many, many more, but these were 3 that we thought really show the value of the 4 components of this program.
Thank you, Lisa. So in April, the State Board of Education will consider approving grant awards so that we can continue funding our Kansas Parents as Teachers programs. Those grant applications are due this week on Friday, but as I mentioned, we do anticipate having level funding for next year, which means that we have a pretty good sense now of what programs' funding levels will be for next year, because we're using their current funding levels as our starting point for renewing funds. So current programs will first have the opportunity to renew funds. If anybody is interested in seeing what those current funding levels are, the Kansas Parents as Teachers program grant application is posted on our Kansas Parents as Teachers webpage and is also linked in the State Board materials, and in Part 6 you can find the current grant awards. After we've considered those renewals, if we do have any programs that will not need the same amount of funding next year that they currently have, then we've invited programs to apply for up to $50,000 in additional funds on a competitive basis. And anybody can see the questions that we're using and the selection criteria that we're using on the last 2 pages of the grant application. So with that, if anybody has any questions, we do hope you understand that parent education and home visiting is such an important part of the resources that we have in Kansas to support Kansas families, and is so important in all of our communities. So we're really glad to have the opportunity to share more and to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Betty?
Actually, it's not a question. It is a comment. And although it is implied in there, there is one factor that I think should be highlighted a little more. When you're visiting families, one of the outcomes that I've been told is that that is where the family engagement begins, that you teach them that skill that follows through school. We look at family engagement as being critical and key to the success of students. So to identify that this is a starting point for a behavior that's learned, that becomes a habit, that continues throughout, that's worth noting, because you guys do a great job with that. It's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you for lifting that up. It's so important, and some of the research, if you were interested to go through the national research, some of the research does give evidence that parents are far more likely as they progress through preschool and school to engage in parent-teacher conferences, school events, volunteer in their classrooms, and do all the things that's important to supporting that family.
Nice. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a comment and then I'll follow up with my question. It's probably been 14 years since I had a parents as teachers educator in my home, but it was really wonderful to have her around. And even though I'd read the books and I'd done my research on the internet and I would look up things as a nervous parent, even with my second, it was so nice to have someone else who I really viewed as an expert that could come in and provide reassurance, or in some cases just provide some guidance, and a third party who could look at my baby and say, this is what I see. Board members, I meant to bring you my packet. I still have all of those handouts, and I set them aside with a binder clip, and I meant to bring them, and I forgot them. So ask me tomorrow. I'll carry them around at the schools all day if you want to look at them. But they are just so well written. They're very easy to read. They're easy to understand. There's not anything weird on there. It's just a great kind of how-to with an infant. They say there's not a book, but I would say there's parents as teachers, and to me that was better than a book. I also happen to run into a group of young women in my community who I see on a semi-regular basis. Many of them are single moms. And I always ask about their kids. How's it going? What are they doing? Many of them have new babies every time I see them. And I always remind them, and I will never forget the first time I said, have you heard of Parents as Teachers? Because they have a play center where you can go with your baby and play for free. It's in a school not far from here. And they went, what? That is amazing. Tell me more. And so I gave them the website and they looked it up, and it has turned out to be a great resource for them as well. So the play center, as I said, is housed in one of our schools, which leads me to the question, and I'll say a few words about the play center real quick, which it's a room about this big. and has many different centers, and it's really made for kind of different ages and stages, even for those little bitties. So they can climb small slides, you can sit and read a book with your child. There are tactile learning opportunities. You can make a mess and not have to do too much of the cleanup, and certainly not in my house. So it's a great space. My question is, if we were to not approve this next month, what happens to that play center?
So this $9.5 million is the primary source of funding for Parents as Teachers programs in Kansas. So if we do not allocate those programs, those funds, I would anticipate that most of our Kansas Parents as Teachers programs would stop offering services.
I will just say that there are so many families in my community, and I'm sure in other communities, that rely on these services, both in the home, both going to the play center, being able to check out books from the play center even. So I have so many wonderful things to say about PAT, and I will bring that binder for anyone who wants to see it tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to tell you, I think all of my kids have participated in your programs and enjoyed it. They have a lot of experience because we have a large family, but because I have lived in socialized health care over in England for 3 years, and one of the things that is a danger is I wanted to ensure that you don't make unannounced visits to any home at any time. Is that okay?
No, the visits are voluntary and they're scheduled in advance.
All right. So like Child Protective Services doesn't ever ask you to work with them and stuff like that?
Our Parents as Teachers folks are mandated reporters, as
Right,
are
but
most school
asking you to go in and
No.
spy out the house, that kind of stuff, because I've seen that kind of stuff. It's kind of weird. But, and then the data that you collect on the children, what happens to that when they age out?
So data is collected by programs to be able to report things like the demographics of children who are served or the number of children who are served in the program. Like with any data collected by schools, there are consents in place for families to sign and agree to before they submit any data, and that data is protected. We certainly make very clear that data is secure.
Amanda, does it follow them into school? Like if they go into a Kansas school, does that information go into the school at all?
So when we think about how that data is collected, a child, when they enroll in the Kansas Parents as Teachers program, the school or the program will create a state student ID for them, the kid's ID, and will indicate that they participate in the program and will collect their name and date of birth and address. And so that will be the same kid's record then when the child enrolls in preschool or in kindergarten that gets added to in the same way that when a child enrolls in third grade for the first time in the state of Kansas, then that record follows them to fourth grade. Does that make sense?
I think so. I think so. As you know, I was in Sublette at that regional service center, the superintendent council, and they were highlighting one of their parents as teachers. And so I asked the question about whether or not they ever walked in with technology with the little ones. And she had, which I assumed what the answer was, but I just wanted to hear it said. And they're very much into the touch and learning toys and different things. And so tech is kind of one of several of our big deals. And so, we don't want to encourage technology with families, but the actual play. And you've already answered one of I am curious about the prenatal, how does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad to share. So our family is actually participating in Parents as Teachers now, and we enrolled prenatally. So it was really nice to be able to meet with our parent educator. I'm certainly very glad that we were able to meet with them the month before having the baby instead of the month after, because we were much better rested at that point. And so it was really nice to be able to have some conversation, to be able to share talk through here's what's involved in the Parents as Teachers model, talk through some of the expectations for participation and what that entailed, and also to be able to just make sure that we were well supported going into that time that can be really stressful. Being able to make sure that we were well aware and connected to community resources was incredibly helpful. So we're seeing more Kansas programs begin to offer services prenatally, and more families appreciate that can be a great support. I'll never forget, several years ago, we had the opportunity to hear from some systems leaders in North Carolina who were talking about a different home visiting model that they have there. But they said, you know, we use the term at risk all the time. Every family of a newborn or of a really young child is at risk of not knowing about some really helpful resource or service that there is in their community that could benefit them, or is at risk of not knowing where to turn when they've got a question. And parents as teachers can really be that support that can help families be as prepared and as ready as they can be for that step.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda, I heard you say that there was a drop. There's like 92, then in 2010 it went way up, and then there was a drop again in 2024. Is that, you said there's like a local buy-in as far as they have to participate a little bit of maintenance of effort of that to get a local buy-in from the district. Is that demographically, are we talking about certain parts of the state that kind of dropped off on the participation on that, or was it just the families just didn't feel like they needed it?
So if we think about what was happening with school funding in the 2008 to 2015 era or so, that was both the Great Depression or the Great Recession and the time that the state of Kansas was experiencing really severe budget challenges. And so as schools were determining where to cut, oftentimes a Parents as Teachers program might have been a program that was not able to continue.
And when you talk about,
we do. I'm sorry. We do also maintain information about wait lists. So we're able to see that currently our Kansas programs have more demand for families who would like to participate than they do have staffing and resources to serve.
So yeah, if you have an area, if you have a parent and you've gone in and maybe they did 6 visits and they're like, we're good here, that could open up for somebody else. Mm-hmm. And do they do that? As far as like retention, you don't want to retain the person if the child is thriving and they're doing well, and the parent educator could see that. And I get that. That was my biggest concern is you've got a child that's doing, I mean, they're like exponentially doing well in every category, and they're going to the regular doctor visit. They could see all that. It's like I would think you would want to go, if you have somebody on a wait list, you would want to go to where you think the need would be, correct? That they may need more help on that.
It's a balance for programs because they certainly want to build and establish and maintain solid relationships with families. And so we look to the retention rate as being one of those indicators of strong program quality. But you're right that programs also have limited resources and so have to make decisions about who they're going to serve or how they're going to allocate resources.
Because I felt like he'd just gone to the doctor and you got this beautiful pamphlet from there handed out from the doctor, and then they come a week later and they're handing you the exact same thing. So I felt like there was a redundancy in what I was seeing so they're almost like, we're good here, we're good, and I felt like when I expressed my concerns way back then, it was like, I feel like if there's limited resources, let's get these people to where there is a need, rather than continue on with somebody that has everything going right for their family.
And that's where Parents as Teachers is a voluntary program, so families have the ability to discontinue services.
Yep. Okay. So it could not, don't take it as a negative. I'd say more as go on to somewhere where there's maybe more of a need, rather than trying to retain them. It could be that the family's good and decided that, since you said it's voluntary, go on to somewhere where there's maybe another need in that community for another child and family.
Okay. I don't see any more questions. I think I'm good. So, thank you very, very much. Appreciate your time.
We'll see you next month.
Okay. Okay. We are going to get, I believe, a final report on Esser funding, the relief through the lovely COVID, right?
That's right. So thank you, Chair Hopkins, and good afternoon, Board. So yes, this is the final update on our Esser expenditures and the process that was approved by this board to review these expenditures and just to kind of give you all an update. And it's really just sort of a coincidence that it happened to fall on sort of this ignoble anniversary month and week of 5 years since it's weird to think it's been that long since the pandemic and lockdowns really began. But so we're happy to have that all behind us. All right. So today's reports is going to kind of follow the reports that many of you received for, again, almost 5 years now. I know this might be new for a couple of you, but I think we have a lot of good information to share along. So our final report for the Esser 2 final summary, and I want to remind everyone that when the original relief funding came out through the CARES Act, we didn't call it Esser 1, just like they didn't call World War I World War I. We didn't know there was going to be more, right? So it wasn't until the iteration of Esser 2 and its significantly more funding that it became apparent that there was additional need for oversight, planning, and support for our districts. And that's where you all as the board and Dr. Watson put together that process of the task force for review and approval. And then, of course, that information is brought back to you all. So Chairman Porter and others helping to lead that effort. But Esser 2, as you can see here, the majority of the funding went into premium pay and learning loss educational technology. And when we say premium pay, we want to remind folks that really what we're talking about there is that's your teacher retention and recruitment funds, as well as supporting staff that are working additional hours beyond their contract in the evenings, weekends, summer. It's that additional direct support to students to address learning loss, to provide those extra supports around math, reading, and instruction. And then, of course, and learning loss is sort of a close second to that. In many cases, that's some of the additional interventionist supports or resources that the educators are utilizing to support their students. You'll see that of the $343.5 million that was awarded that was funded to the state of Kansas and awarded to our districts, 100% was fully expended. There's a little bit of a coda in that technically of that $343.5 million, technically there was $46,000 that did go unspent. This is among 3 districts. And as you can see from the amounts, in each situation, there were very specific situations where some small amount had to be refunded just because it was after the period of obligation, well, actually, I think that was the case in all 3. So nominal rounding error at most, and just a really good job of our districts really sticking the landing and making sure that they utilized every single dollar to support students during that period. If we move on to Esser 3, which was significantly more funding at over $768 million that was awarded to our school districts, you'll see that here again, the majority of the funds went to a combination of premium pay and learning loss. And it is important to remember as we're looking at some of these big numbers that this was over the course of 5 years. And so our districts really again, working with the task force and with the board, came up with plans to really stretch out those dollars and provide as much as you can with temporary money, supports and interventions that lead to long-term lasting impacts and supports for our students, which we're working from a deficit and of coming out of the pandemic, but trying to get us scaffold back to where we were beforehand. So here again, we had $767.1 million that was finally drawn down, liquidated, and expended out of the original $768.1 million for a difference of $1.1 million, or about 0.1%. So when September 30th, 2024 hit just a few months ago, that was the absolute cutoff for obligating all those funds by our districts. And then December 30th of 2024, just 3 months ago, was the cutoff for them to draw down and reimburse themselves for anything that was paid for with those funds. Most states, the average for most states was that they left an average of about 2% on the table. 2%, when you're talking these kinds of dollars, adds up. It makes a big difference for districts. It makes a big difference for what's delivered to students. Thanks to the work of the task force and the board and all the work of our the Esser team, Angela, Renee, Lori, Trevor, many others who've since moved on. Of course, Doug and Tate. No one calls him Douglas, and the team. Kansas, I said it before, but I really want to stress it again. Kansas really stuck the landing on this. Our districts that did have some amount of money remaining, and I would recognize that $1 million feels like a lot to say some amount of money. It's a lot to you or me, certainly, but that $1 million out of the total amount that we received, again, it was 0.1%. And in all cases, for our districts that did have some amount of funds that had to be, that went unspent because of either contract deliveries didn't happen in time or for some other reason, some amount of funds got returned. In every case, our staff worked very closely with every single one of those districts to try to find any which way we could to allow them to utilize those resources to effectively support students, because in all cases we didn't want them to spend money just to spend money, right? It was about identifying specific needs that were detailed in their plans, reviewed by the task force, and approved by you to support our students. In aggregate, while CARES or Esser 1 didn't go through this, the task force and this board, we did, for the purpose of kind of the overall picture of total expenditures, we did want to provide you that because we do have that information. And so this screenshot, or this slide has the total expenditures of Essers 1, 2, and 3. And you'll see that, again, we've got premium pay, learning loss. Educational technology is a little bit higher on this slide because in early 2020, one of the biggest expenses was our districts that were moving to remote, and so things like hotspots, tablets, remote, laptops. It's the hardware that they needed early on, and then transitioned to services later. The total amount expended resulted in about $4.5 million per district, and of course that's a pretty big range between our little districts that received only $219,000 across all three funds versus our largest districts, Wichita, of course, $266 million, but Wichita serves almost 10% of our students, so it's going to be a lot more, with an average per pupil amount of $2,870 per student. And again, that varies a little bit from district to district because Congress, when they appropriated the funds, tied it to the Title I formula, and so there's some weightings and poverty factors that go into that. So shifting gears just a little bit, we talked about the public funds, the Esser funds.
Can I just say a little bit before we
Randy,
go to the Eanes, which will be the private school side? A couple of things I want you to keep in mind. First, take a look at the average expenditure per student, because I think that'll be important when you get to the private school side of this. I just want, since it's 5 years ago almost to the date today, and I mentioned this earlier, that we went into COVID and started to shut schools down. Yeah. As Dean mentioned, from March to May, it was about rolling everyone to virtual. So that's where the funds went. That was in the first Trump administration. As we went into the summer and we still didn't have a vaccine and we didn't know what was going to happen, Esser 2 started to be formulated. And what that started to be then is, all right, how are you going to come back to school? What's the sanitation? We didn't know that it was airborne at the time. There's all kinds of things that weren't known. And that was also the Trump administration. He was still in office then. Esser 3 then came right at the end of that calendar year, and that was the Biden administration as he came in his first. So I wanted to, and that was, there's more air quality, helping kids recover from the learning loss because it looked like we were going to be in this longer. So sometimes we forget this because we were living it every day, but there were three distinct parts to this as it rolled out. And then Dean will walk you through the private school side, which then also started coming out at that time.
Yes,
Dean,
go ahead.
was the money sent back to the federal government then? That was the original? left over?
Those amounts that were unspent of the Esser fund, of the Esser formula funds, those were returned to the federal government. So they went back to the U.S. Treasury, yes, because there's no other mechanism for the state to utilize those funds.
Is there any way of knowing if they paid down the national debt with that, or?
That's outside of my pay grade.
I wondered. I figured.
All right. Okay. So EANS. So it wasn't just public school children that experienced the pandemic, right? So Congress, as part of, and this came about with Esser 2. Esser, the CARES Act had some different provisions in it with providing equitable services that didn't come through the task force because it was done by the individual school districts. But for starting with the second iteration with EANS Esser 2 came EANS 1. The emergency assistance for non-public schools was funding that is specifically and only for supporting non-public schools. In Kansas, that amounted to a grant of a little over $26 million to the state for us to support non-public schools. Again, this was a formula grant, much like Esser, so we didn't have control over applying for it. It was what it was. But once we received the grant, Congress required states to disperse the money on a competitive basis. But in Kansas, we were fortunate in that we were able to fund 100% of the applicants that applied for the funds, 100% of the non-public schools that applied for these funds. With EANS 1, that's 74 schools. There were some criteria that Congress included, and in particular, there was a requirement that, again, this has been a long time ago, so you may have forgotten things like the Paycheck Protection Plan. But the Paycheck Protection Plan was additional funding that was available not to public schools, but it was something that private schools were able to utilize to help support staff and their operation. Then there were two iterations of the Paycheck Protection Plan. The first one, which many private schools utilize, as did many other organizations, occurred before the EANS 1. For EANS 1, if a private school accepted that money, that was okay. But if they also accepted the second round of Paycheck Protection Plan, which was another significant amount of money, they weren't able to apply for this. So for that reason, and because we had many schools in Kansas, private schools in Kansas that did avail themselves of that second opportunity with the Paycheck Protection Plan, they weren't necessarily eligible for this funding. But this was not limited only to accredited schools. This was to any non-public elementary or secondary school. Of the 74, though, that were eligible and that did apply, we were able to not only fund every single one of them, but we were able to fully fund all of their requests. The final amount that was provided under this program was, for EANS 1, was we provided over $11 million that was addressing those remote student needs. So that's things like supporting them with additional technology and resources to support kiddos while they're learning remotely, as well as things like when they are coming back into the buildings. It's like, again, it feels like an eternity ago, but like the plexiglass and all of that stuff that wasn't sitting around in private schools, right, or anywhere else. So it's a lot of those materials, resources, even little things like additional air filters, masks, whatever was necessary to help get those kids back into the private school classroom safely, and for those that couldn't, to attend remotely safely. For this first slide, we have the total amount that was made available to individual schools. On the high end was $683,000 for our largest private school that received the funds, and then on the low end was $6,428 with an average of $249,000, and an average per student amount of $1,140. And you can see there's a pretty big range there between on the very low end $29 and $6,407. But again, that was based on what the schools requested at a very specific level and what they needed, because needs varied a lot throughout the state. because EANS 1, we had sufficient resources to fund all of our recipients and fully meet all of their needs, we found ourselves in a situation where the amount that the state received was greater than was needed to meet all of those needs. Congress included a provision in EANS that essentially allowed whatever was not used or not needed by the private schools to then be reallocated for other functions. It was specific to the pandemic, but it is through that we were able to support the Sunflower Summer, which was, I don't know if anyone wants to say anything about it, but Sunflower Summer was really a model for many other states and was something that's truly never been done before, but has since been attempted and replicated elsewhere and has really gone forward.
I just want to say that was designed by teachers. Said, hey, can we put families and kids back together in the summer in Kansas places? And that's how that came out. So it's totally teacher driven.
Yeah. So really fantastic investment. And then just kind of round things out. So EANS 2, that second round that came along with Esser 3 funds and the American Rescue Plan Act. This was similar in terms of the amount of money, but they added additional restrictions on it. Congress added additional restrictions to these funds so that in addition to the requirements I just mentioned for our non-public schools, they also had to have a poverty rate of at least 40%. Now, 40% is a lot for many of our non-publics, and we were able in Kansas to request a waiver that actually got that threshold down to only 20%. And so by getting the threshold down to only 20% poverty, we were able to qualify significantly more, but it was 25 schools is the total number that were that applied that were eligible. And once again, we were able to fully fund each of those requests. And much like the last EANS 1, most of the funds went into addressing those remote student needs. So it's technology, making the environment safe, et cetera. And here I want to point out that we do have, in fact, almost all EANS 2 schools were also EANS 1 schools. Like I said, there were 74 EANS 1 schools, 25 EANS 2 schools. The 25 in EANS 2, almost all of them were also in EANS 1. And so EANS 2 kind of picked up for them when EANS 1 went away. So when you look at the average per pupil expenditures here, it's not like the Essers 1, 2, and 3 that were combined. These, it's good to think about those as two distinct amounts that you would add together. So the 2,193 for EANS 2 and the 1,140 for EANS 1. Again, it's fewer schools in EANS 2, but there was some overlap there. And then finally, our average per school was $407,922, with that range of just under $40,000 and all the way up to $716,000 for our largest non-public school that received funds. And here again, there was a portion after we met all the needs that was not utilized, and much like with EANS 1, those same provisions were there so that we were able to utilize any unused funds there to provide those additional supports and services, including like supporting the teacher apprenticeship program, as well as things like providing additional supports for students with disabilities that were experiencing exceptional needs as a result of the pandemic, and so helping to meet some of those needs. And that brings us to the end of Esser.
Jim?
I just want to thank Dean and his team. This has been a long process, and I want to remind everybody that none of this, which was a tremendous amount of work, is the job they were hired for. This was all extra for them. And let me tell you how hard it was. We've had 3 different groups present to us, Doug, Tate, and Dean. Dean's the only one left. But at the beginning, I'm sure that you did, as I did, got a lot of complaints from school districts that said, why are we having to jump through all these hoops? Because other states didn't. But we wanted to make sure that we could say honestly that we made that every dollar that was spent the way it was supposed to be spent. And so it was a lot of extra work that was not required by the program, but it was required for us. We believed it was virtually critical that we be transparent and make sure everybody knew where everything goes. Janet Wall was on the committee as long as she was here, and then she was followed by Kathy, who participated. And I'm real proud of our work. Of course, we didn't do anything except approve it. You guys did the work, and I want to thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a lot. Dennis, you had something?
I just want to revisit Sunflower Summer.
Yes.
That will be 3 years old this summer, right? And is it allocated through legislation now?
Do you want to?
So once this money ran out, the Department of Commerce went to the legislature and asked for an allocation to continue it. And that has continued 2 additional summers since we relinquished it. And I don't know where the status of it is for this coming summer or the funding, because we don't have anything to do with it anymore.
There was, if I remember right, it was a number of tourist opportunities around the state that families could attend.
Correct.
Without cost, is that right?
Like Exploration Place,
yes.
Or
Cosmosphere.
Libraries were involved. We had campouts for families. That blew me away. I went to those, and the Parks and Rec did that, and I had families come and say we would not have had a vacation if this wasn't, they came out and camped out. But so a variety of things. Our goal was just to put families back together that maybe hadn't had a chance to be together because of work and the pandemic, and that continues. But how it continues, Dennis, I don't know.
Okay, I know my daughter and made good use of that, going to the Wichita Zoo and things around Wichita, which was really helpful for them that first summer.
So Dean, can you tell us, because I'm sure with federal money comes auditing, correct? Is that in play, I assume, with the districts? I'm assuming it's going straight to the districts, but.
Right. So great question. The December 30th of 2024 was the last day to draw the funds down. That is not the end of the oversight. And so there are ongoing audits. So there are just the regular ongoing audits that school districts get every year that include their going through their federal funds and their funds. And because Esser was such a big chunk of money, it does get additional attention on a lot of those. It tends to get pinged a little bit more. But in addition to that, the Congress's requirements for our oversight of those funds did not end on December 30th. So, for instance, our districts just last week on March 7th, were just completing this year's reporting cycle on how those Esser funds were utilized. So a lot of detail on how many staff were supported, how many students supported, what kind of services were provided, and that is still collected by our agency through our team. While the funds for the flow-through funds that go to our school districts, those all went away on December 30th. There are some special provisions in the law that allow us to stretch out some of the administrative funds to keep on the couple of people that we need to help support that over the next year, because Congress also required, even next year for sure, this report will continue again, as well as additional reporting on all the and monitoring on like the capital improvements that were done, equipment that was purchased, as well as just making sure all the funds were used effectively. That continues for at least the next year.
Reminds me when you said that, I was watching a hearing, and I think it was actually, I'm going to mess up his name, so I'll skip it, but a comment was made that the possibility, he was asking the question, thought he had heard, that if the monies were used for a capital improvement process of any kind, that it gave any kind of ownership to the federal government of those buildings. Do you know anything about that?
So what it means is that they have an interest in it. The best way to think about it is if you went and remodeled your house and you took out a second mortgage, bank has an interest in your home for up to that amount of money. So there's mechanisms where, and in most cases, when the federal, what that means for districts is that they record it. If it was over $1 million, they record it with the deed. And there's an annual report where basically they just report that, yep, we have it. And there's basically a little bit of paperwork. And then at any point though, the district's still able to dispose of the property, sell, et cetera. But if it's within a certain period of time, they may have to repay that portion of funds back to the federal government. They may, and I say may because the federal government also has the authority to just say, no, we're good. Okay. And so we're not aware of anyone that's ever had to pay any money back on that, but yes. Okay. And that's not an education provision. That's just a very general provision that applies to all federal funds.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm new, and so I was not a part of all of that funding and anything like that. But having just listened to our Kansas school, state school for the deaf, and I just looked up because I thought, well, they don't even have a USD number. So how did they get money? They're not necessarily private. They're not necessarily in the public USDs. And then I just saw that they're actually considered a state agency under the control and supervision of the State Board of Education. Did we ensure that they got money? Yes. And if they didn't, is there a way to get some to them? Because they were really suffering.
So the good news is that the answer is yes. We found a way. So while they didn't get funds through the regular funding formula that went to our regular school districts, the board, had authority with respect to some of those set-aside funds, and so the state school for the blind, state school for the deaf, did receive allocations out of all three, Esser 1, 2, and 3. So yes. Yeah.
Thank you. That was a great question. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And I just might add, we fully funded both schools of blind and deaf at the request that they asked. The
exactly.
State board did fully fund them.
Yeah, okay. I don't see anything else. I think we're solid. Thank you again for all of that information.
I will. I still talk to them.
Hunt them down, tell them thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes, we are going to go to the number 17, opt-in, opt-out discussion. This was a request from Board Member Dombrowski. So we're going to see what Mr. Gordon can tell us with the law and different aspects that we've asked for.
Scott, this again is this again is Scott Gordon, not Mark Ferguson. We have to differentiate because
I'm wearing a slightly different hat, but I will share with you the things that I say is, and Commissioner Watson will tell you that if there's something that I think very strongly the law allows or does not allow, I will tell him, no, you can't do this. Yes, you can do this. That's kind of my approach whenever if there are questions asked of me, that's how I will answer them. Some people don't like it, but that's just how I am. And my goal is to just kind of lay out some of the laws, the state laws that I think apply, and then leave it up for you all to have discussions. And if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. The most commonly referred to exception is in state law referring to, well, I refer to this as the exemption based on religion. And what the law provides is that no child attending a public school in the state has to participate in any activity which is contrary to the religious teachings of the person, so long as a parent or guardian signs a written statement saying, I do not want my child participating in this particular activity. I highlight the use of the term activity that's in there twice, because this does not mean that a parent gets to wholesale say, I want to exempt my child from math. Math is not an activity. There may be a particular lesson plan that you do not want the child participating in, and you certainly have the right to exempt or have your child exempted from that. I have seen and I've heard of just blanket exemption forms I will share with you that have been shared with me about, well, I read some Supreme Court cases that say I have absolutely autonomy in how I raise my child. That's true, and I will tell you, all of the Supreme Court cases refer to parents have a right to raise their child and make educational decisions. Yes, the parents can do that. And Kansas law complies with all of the federal court cases and state court cases. 99% of the cases that get referenced in this area say that if you don't like public education and you want to raise your child in a religious school, you can. Or if you want to homeschool your child, you can. That's what those court cases are referring to. What they do not refer to is the parents do not get to dictate curriculum to the school. Parents don't get to say, I don't want my child reading, for example, Huckleberry Finn. I want them to read this book. That's still at the discretion of the school district to assign that alternative assignment. And my understanding, for what it's worth, and I will tell you, I reached out to some attorneys that represent school districts. I said, what are some of the more common things? What are the trends that parents ask to be opted out? And all of them said the same thing. There's really not a trend. We can't tell you what the most commonly opted out things are, except things that are actually provided for in other statutes and in your regulation. Sex education, for example. You can specifically opt your child out of anything having to do with sexual education. That's in your own regulations as well in the health education class. I'll share the message that schools work individually with parents to determine and understand, okay, what specific activities do you not want your child participating in? And maybe there's some discussions that take place as to, okay, whether that's really an activity. You say you are opposed, for example, to DEI. DEI is not really a thing that you can say, no, you're not going to DEI class today. But they can be very specific as to the activities they don't want their child participating in. So the school districts will work with the parents to come up with alternatives. The next area of opting in and opting out has to do with directory information. You all have heard me talk about the Student Data Privacy Act law several times. Those of you that are new on the board, I talk about the Student Data Privacy Act a lot. It is extremely restrictive in the state of Kansas, more so than the federal law. And here is the law for directory information. There's a definition of directory information up there. I'm not going to read it to you. If the parents do not want their child's directory information released, and there's a few exceptions, like yearbook salespersons, they still get access to directory information. But if you do not receive written consent from the parents to release that directory information, then you cannot release the directory information. You have to opt in to release directory information in Kansas. This is the opposite of how it is in most states, because under federal law, parents have a right to opt out of the release of directory information. But Kansas wanted to tighten it up and make it an affirmative act that the schools have to engage in. So that is a way of opting in versus opting out. There is also an opportunity to exempt your children from what is referred to as non-academic tests. And the general rule is if there's non-academic questions about personal or private attitudes, values, beliefs, about either the student or the student's friends or family, you don't get to ask any of those questions, called a questionnaire, called a test, called a screen, or whatever. You don't get to ask the questions unless the parents have been given notification at least 4 months in advance, or I should say no more than 4 months in advance. You have to provide information about the test, who's made up the test, who's made up the quiz, what are you going to do with the results, who gets to see the results, and you actually have to publish the questions or the questionnaire on the school district website. And again, you have to get the parental written consent before you can ever have the children engage in completing these questionnaires. I will tell you, this is something we've been talking about for about 2.5 years. I stole some slides from Dr. Proctor when he talked about this in 2022. You can tell we have a very different writing style. So when I say I stole them from his presentation, I literally cut and pasted them from his presentation. Here are some examples of what we consider to be a non-academic test or questionnaire. He also tells me this morning, by the way, I changed that slide, so don't use it. Well, too late, I already put it in there. These questionnaires were not specifically intended to support academic programs, but they are very commonly, or at least they were, very commonly used in school districts. So what about other screeners? And again, at the time, and I believe some of these have been removed, But at the time that this law was adopted in 2022, this was the guidance we were putting out, that there are specific, you call them screeners, call them tests, call them surveys, that are specifically tied to academics. So at the time, the guidance from KSDE was that exception that we just referred to about the non-academic questionnaires does not apply to these particular assessments. That being said, my understanding is school districts, again, have been very liberal in what they have allowed school students to opt out of. State assessments, you heard like an hour presentation from Beth and her team about the state assessments. If you do not want your child to take the state assessment, then they don't take the state assessment. They just either don't go to school that day, or you can inform the schools, I do not want my child participating in the state assessment. That is something that school districts generally have allowed students to do. My understanding is that is a very small percentage of students statewide that opt out, but it is still an option. There is another part of the exemption from the non-academic tests I'll refer to it as suicidal ideation screening or examinations. If an employee of a school district becomes aware that a student may be at risk, and this is based on a report from another staff member, from their own observations, maybe a friend of the student has come forward and said, look, Jane is telling me she's going to go cut her wrists in the bathroom and we're worried about her. Okay, that's what we're talking about. The school may administer what it refers to as a suicide risk assessment or screening after they have attempted to obtain prior verbal consent from the parent or guardian. They don't have to have it in writing. Basically, they pick up the phone and they try to call the parents, the guardian, saying, look, we've got a report about Jane. We are very worried about her. We'd like to have a conversation with her. If the parents consent to it, they may proceed. If the parents specifically do not consent to that screening, then the schools are not to proceed with that. In the instances where the school makes a reasonable effort to reach out to the parent or the guardian, they call, they text the phone number, whatever the case may be, and no one answers. If they've made a reasonable effort, then they may proceed with that suicide ideation screener. But they have to follow up and let the parents know afterwards, look, we tried getting a hold of you. We weren't able to. This is what we did, so long as they provide that notification after the fact. The Student Online Personal Protection Act, I will tell you that this is not an act that allows anyone to do anything. There's just not, that's not in the law. The Student Online Personal Protection Act is a prohibitive, it's a restrictive act. It says if you are an online provider of services, specifically education-based services, and you are dealing with K through 12 students, you may do certain things, but here's what you can't do. And it expands on what federal law protects. Federal law protects specifically students, I think, 13 and under, and then 13 above. There's two different categories. Kansas decided to codify its own version of it. And imposes limits on what the online educational service providers can do with the information they obtain. Layman's terms. Let's say you have a student that is enrolled in a virtual program. That virtual program is specifically targeted towards students. It is an educational program, right? I mean, that's the primary purpose. You're necessarily going to obtain information about that student, not only when they enroll in the program, but also as they're participating in the program. So it limits what these operators can do with that information. You cannot create targeted advertisements based on the information from the educational product. What do I mean by that? If I really wanted to mess with you all, I would ask you to pull your cell phones out, and I would tell you a particular topic that I imagine none of you have Googled in the past 3 weeks. And I bet your social media is going to blow up with advertisements about that particular topic, because it's happened to me for the past 2 months. It annoys the heck out of me, but it's happened. I'd want to, but I'm not going to. What that's referring to is you're not going to get the target ads based on the responses that a student provides when they're taking your online class. You cannot use the information to create a user profile unless you're doing it specifically for educational purposes, such as, oh, well, you have completed this portion of our educational product. Now we know to move you on to Section B or Section C, whatever that product may see. So you can do it for educational purposes, but you can't do it just for the sake of creating a profile, because you also cannot sell any of this information to third parties. I know that's a huge concern of parents. And then generally speaking, and I'm not going to go through all of them because it's mind-numbing and painful to read, I describe them as FERPA-esque protections against data disclosure. Okay. So those all exist in state law, and I would say they've existed in federal law before they existed in state law. So that is what the Student Online Personal Protection Act does. There are two, originally the law did not apply to public schools. So if you attended a high school and you went through a virtual program that was operated by the high school, it did not apply specifically to the high schools, because high schools are still governed by the Student Data Privacy Act anyway, and they're governed by FERPA. It also does not apply to any national assessment provider that is giving a college and career readiness assessment. They were exempted out from the law a couple of years ago. Again, it doesn't magically give these assessment providers the ability to do something new. It just says you're not limited the same way that a third-party commercial vendor may be limited. Madam Chair, that's basically the summary of the laws that I think apply to the questions of opting in, opting out. I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify anything.
Scott, I know there'll be lots of questions. Clarify for the board, do the regulations and the laws apply to public schools only? Do they apply to accredited schools? Do they apply to any student in any capacity? Because I think that would be beneficial for the board to know.
So let me back up a little bit. The exemption from the directory information under state law, that is applicable to all schools. It is not limited, I don't believe, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I don't believe that is limited to public schools. I believe that applies to private schools as well that receive, and to clarify this, really the same protections you have under state law, you have under federal law, and FERPA only applies to those educational entities that receive federal law. That's how it's enforced. State law is enforced from the Attorney General's office or your local district attorney's office. Most district attorneys probably don't even know the law exists. They just defer to the Attorney General's office. There is one of these particular laws that I referred to that is specific to, I think it's that one does, back up a little bit. I had specifically used the reference to public schools because it only refers to what school districts can and cannot do. And I believe that 726316 is the law that only refers to public schools. I will follow up for that to be absolutely certain, and I'll give you information in a Friday note.
One of the reasons I wanted you to know that, I know Michelle and I have had many conversations around this, and these are the rights of parents. You know, when we talk about parental rights, I'm really proud that Kansas has gone above and beyond in most cases to provide parental rights. And you know, Michelle and I have talked that one of the things you've told me, if I'm an involved parent, I can get what I want in the public schools because I can control what my kid's involved with and what they're not. And so I know there'll be lots of questions, but as Scott mentioned, most school districts then go above and beyond to try to accommodate a parent's or a student belief or a wish. Wish is a request because of some concern that they would have about some part of a curriculum.
So I did find the language. I intentionally added no child attending public school shall be required to do anything. So that law I know specifically does apply to the public schools. The theory being you're not going to go to a private school that's like not matching your own personal religious beliefs. I just called a hunch.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a quick question. I know it's not an activity, and you said you can't say I don't want to do math. But as far as the like online, like having a iPad for a young kid or having that one-to-one device, that would be something that would have nothing to do with a religious belief or your strong moral beliefs, But that would be something where you would want to require, because they buy those books we have books and we have paper that they could print out the exercise online to hand out. If they do it well on that way and they could prove competency, they should be able to do it without the computer, correct?
So now you're asking me a policy question about whether or not I think the law requires a school to do that. I don't think so. I don't know what any state law requires a school district to say, okay, you don't have to use the computer to do that, because I think state assessments are all computer-based, for example. Mm-hmm. My understanding is a lot of people will not take the state assessment, specifically because it is computer-based. And I'm not going to make an assumption as to whether or not there's a religious belief that someone may have. Again, I think that's probably very liberally construed. If I write on a piece of paper that my beliefs, my teachings are I will not use a computer, the student probably better not show up with a smartphone in their pocket.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
That question, I think, is a question of technology and whether or not the schools are using it and whether or not the schools can make accommodations to not rely on a computer for some lesson plan. That would be between the parents and the schools.
Yeah, and we know it exists because people just will not sign the user agreement. That's one way of, if you're not going to sign the user agreement, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get a one-to-one device.
For what it's worth, and I think this kind of goes to your question, because I've asked, I said, well, how are you making accommodations? And there are some families that choose to only part-time enroll in the school. And you decide math, for example, if for whatever reason, I'm picking on math because I hate math. It's one of many reasons I'm an attorney and not an astronaut. So many reasons. Well, I like to think that's one of the reasons. I'm blind as a bat. Schools may say, well, then you enroll separately in a private program to obtain your math credits, one that's not going to be computer-based. That is my understanding of one way that the school may make an accommodation.
You also mentioned, Scott, you mentioned something about if you aren't going to read, how come? I can understand if you're in an AP course, a national course, where you could be getting some college credit, or you could be taking a test at the end. But if you're in honors, if you're in an honors ELA class, you can absolutely choose which books your child will or will not read. They give you a list, and you have to approve that list at the beginning of the year, and you substitute out. Maybe you want something that's more challenging, and your son or daughter could produce that they can read something that's beyond a fourth grade reading level. You could absolutely substitute that book, especially if it's in an honors class, as opposed to possibly an AP class, which I feel like you're a little limited on that because you might be getting some college credit towards that.
So again, what I'm trying to provide is what the law requires and what the law does not require. The school district may very well be willing to say, okay, fine, you're not going to read this book. Here are some alternatives that you can choose from. Funny thing, side note, and I asked so many people about this case, and I know I did not make this up, but I could not find anyone else that had heard of it. There was anger with a teacher that a parent had objected to reading a particular book, and I don't remember which one it was, and the teacher had just simply sent the student to the library for an hour each day because they were talking about the book that the parents did not like. And the teacher did not sign an alternative writing assignment. The end result was the school discussed it and said, no, you do need to provide some alternative writing assignment. You can't just send the child to the library to do whatever for an hour. I don't know how specific the law would require let's say you had one particular book. No, I don't want the child to read this book. This is the book I want them to read. If that's a book that the teacher has never read before or not familiar with, I don't know that you could require the teacher to assign that particular book. That's really the point I was trying to make.
Okay, yeah, because they are a common. I will just say this. I feel like we have school choice right now, and you can absolutely go in there and work with that teacher. It's not like people are over demanding. I feel like they are just they will accommodate. People just need to advocate for their kid, and I feel like I've done that all throughout, and they are responsive. I just want to say how appreciative I am of that. That if you're going to a public school and you're asking for these things, as long as you're not saying I don't want, I want all this done to other children. It's my own child, and you're giving them reasons, valid reasons. I feel like they are very accommodating.
And again, on behalf of the schools, the individuals I've spoken with, they've shared the same message, is they will accommodate those requests as much as they possibly can. They want the students in the class. They want the students getting the reading and the writing assignments. I think most people I spoke with would agree with you on that.
Thank you.
Or everyone I spoke with would agree on that, I should say.
One of the things that comes to mind in the different things we've talked about is like the ASQ, the kindergarten readiness part of that. So we know that that while the state is asking the districts to provide the opportunity, I guess would be my word, parents can say no. Like, it's kind of some of those type of things that I have thought of in the midst of this too, that it's not the law that they have to do that. And actually that would probably fall underneath that the one that is the law, because I don't think it's academic based as much. So,
Well, the ASQ is filled out by parents. It's not filled out by students anyway.
right.
I don't think. This is when Amanda throws something at me and I'm getting this wrong.
You got off good. Anybody else want to, any other thoughts? Huh? Go back to being Mark.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you,
I
Madam Chair.
think we're good for the moment then. Thank you very much for putting that together. We really appreciate it. And I appreciate that Michelle wants parents to know what they can and cannot, they can advocate for their students. And I guess on a personal level, I've had a parent reach out to me with a frustration of an iPad situation for a second grader that they have not been able to find a different way. And so we're still working through that, because the child's just not doing well with the electronic part of that.
And so here's so that you know when we get those complaints. And by the way, if you think we don't get those complaints, we get several a day. And we follow up and then try to follow up with you. So we would call the superintendent and say, why aren't you doing this? I mean, and it could be, well, the law doesn't require, okay, but it seems to be a reasonable request. Why wouldn't you do it? We can't force them to do it, but we try to prompt them to do it. Like, it seems that if you can print it and they're asking to print it, just print it and send it home, and why fight over this? But sometimes they do. It's rare. And then you know what sometimes happens when that happens? We change a law. And that drives us crazy because most people aren't doing that. And a school board, or we're not going to hear them. That's the exception, not the rule. And we try to walk through that with the superintendent or the principal and just try to help them get to a better place. But there is the local board, and they do have some autonomy in that if they're not violating the law.
Okay, downhill slide. Hang with me. Hang with me.
It's Dodge City Days.
It is Dodge City Days. I do intend to go. Okay, I really would like to hear committee reports for anybody who has had a committee. I'm so annoyed because I had all my list ready. And then I left it somewhere, who knows where. So I was able to get the original off my email, but does anybody want to volunteer to give a committee report? Betty?
Actually, it's just kind of an introduction, School for Mental Health Advisory Committee, and we will be, I believe it's presenting next month, and that's just preparing toolkits for buildings. Many of you probably have heard and get concerns about bullying in the schools and understanding. I think, Scott, you kind of gave us an update on a definition. So all of that will be presented on next month, and that's just kind of a teaser of what to look forward to from School for Mental Health Advisory. Thank you.
Jim?
The Educational Task Force, the Funding Task Force met. You have, I'll be very brief because you have the agenda in your packet. We just talked about basically weightings at this last meeting. We're going to meet again the first week of April. That was the second meeting. The first meeting was only an hour long, and it was just to introduce members. And so that's where we are now. I'm concerned that some of the questions that are being asked appear to me to be asked by people that want to limit the amount of money we spend on special education, but I'll keep you updated on that.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For anyone who is dying to know what's going on with the policy committee, we have not met yet. So I just wanted to provide that update.
It's been a little crazy, so I can
Little
appreciate
crazy. We've also got a slight change in our schedule and the way we do lunches. And previously, the policy committee met often over lunch, as you would hear, the duty-filled lunch. So I think that we're going to split our time between in person and on Zoom, but to be continued. And then, Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up question? Sure. Just around committees versus all the other things we serve on. For instance, I do not at the moment have an update for you on the latest SEAC meeting. I'll be waiting for the next one. But would you like to hear that during committee reports, or do you want me to include that in board member comments?
No, I think that's a
or written
committee report, isn't it?
And call it a committee. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And did you have a volunteer commission meeting? Are you on that one, right?
I am on the Kansas Volunteer Commission. I don't think I have a recent update since our last meeting. No. I could also share a couple of updates from NASB and ECS, if you're open to that. Real quick for anybody who wants to jot it down, NASB.org is an organization that we belong to as a board, the National Association of State Boards of Education, not to be confused with NASB, which is a different organization, and you may be getting emails from them. I noticed I was recently added to their list, even though I didn't request it. Interesting. So I'm not sure how I got those, but we're a member of the one with the E. And we did have a meeting last Friday that I know there were a few board members that RSVP'd to because I saw their names on the list. If you didn't make it, that's okay. There's a recording. That was an ed tech. It's essentially a small group that gets together on ed tech. And I sort of vice chair that meeting. It's not a formal meeting. We don't vote on anything. But we do bring in speakers and have conversations around ed tech. And so if anyone would like the link to that, as soon as I have it, I will share it and we'll get it out on a Friday note. And then NASB is also doing a monthly, it's usually a Monday afternoon meeting that you should all get an email about. And those are great. They vary a lot in content. This last one was nice. We did some breakout rooms and got to chat with members from other states. And I always love talking to those from other states. So that's usually a good meeting, and it's only about an hour long. So those should be coming in your email. If you need help getting subscribed to those emails, just let me know. And then ECS, Education Commission of the States .org, if you want to look them up. I had my kickoff call with them over the past month. And just wanted to remind the board that they are there to serve as a resource for us. So if there's any topic that you would like to see research on from other states, they will put that together for us for free. It is included as part of our membership. We are not the only members. We as a board are not members, but rather Kansas is a member. And so at the moment, Governor Kelly is serving as the, is it president? I don't want to mess up her title, the president of ECS. And then that will roll to somebody else, I think, in the coming months. But they're a wonderful research organization. If you go out to their website, ecs.org, you can look at the various reports that have been requested by members in other states. They don't tell you who requested it, but they give you kind of a nice summary of what was requested and then what the report reads like. And they cover a wide variety of topics. So we have an extra little research arm if you want to use them. So please do.
Thank you. I did not know that. Yeah. Thank you. And I did sign up for that meeting, and I don't remember what jumped in the middle of my world, but I didn't, had it on my calendar, but
next
I didn't
time.
get to do it.
We'll see you next time.
Hope so. I do.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it took us a hot 2 months to find and track down our Kansas Council for Economic Education. They've been through quite a bit, health and loss of members through, health stuff. Anyway, but I got a hold of the Wichita lady, Jan Wolcott, first. And we talked for about an hour. So I'm expecting to be pretty active with her and get that chapter pretty active. I think that they're trying to recover now from all of that loss. And so I've also spoke with Charlene Nichols, and it sounds like they're a pretty fun couple of ladies right there. So.
Yes, thank you. I didn't know that. Beryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was able to attend the Kansas Awards luncheon
Yes, thank you.
on the 21st of February, and some of the committees that I am assigned to, they had representatives there who were awardees and those who had received those notifications, I guess, as being finalists, et cetera. So that was a privilege. And then also on the 3rd, at your invitation, I attended the KISA meeting. Very informative for me to learn a lot about KISA 2. I thought I knew a little bit about it, but I learned a lot more. And the next meeting is in June. They said they meet quarterly, but I think the next one's going to be in person in Wichita. They're looking at 3 areas of system accreditation: compliance, school improvement, and student outcomes. And so everything I've heard today really folds right into what the goals are. I love how they are going to be supporting schools toward growth and improvement and not dinging people because they're not meeting certain achievement levels. So again, at your invitation, I'm glad to continue to sit in on those because it's really helping with my learning curve.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Dennis, please.
My computer shut down already.
Oh,
so-
gotcha. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize.
Opioid and prescription drug committee is kind of interesting because they don't meet that often. They do a Zoom. I think there's a annual conference in Wichita in December, I believe, so that's a ways off. But I get hot sheets from them, which describing things that are going on around the state that's significant for drug overdose, and it got my attention here last week. Carfentanil is an analog of fentanyl. We've all had a lot of news about that. Well, there's this synthetic that is being found on the street now that was actually a veterinarian dosage for elephants. I mean, it's a large animal, and just one drop of it, the size of a grain of salt, can be lethal. And so there's just there's always these things we're dealing with in the public that we want to be aware of. And when someone overdoses, it really is an emergency, and anyone that's trained in recognizing that should really go right away to any kind of life support, because and that's what Narcan is. We've talked about that being in our schools, and I think it's just good to be aware that kids don't know sometimes what they're dealing with. So then the other thing is with the Ag in the Classroom Committee, they are always looking for ways to fund things in the classroom that would be a benefit to a teacher. And the Kansas Department of Ag has a grant that they're working on that would give $1,000 to especially pre-K and early ed classrooms that are wanting to start a garden or something like that. And so I volunteered to help be in a review group for 50. They're going to award those to 50 schools. And so I'm going to be working on that this end of this week so they can put that grant money out to 50 schools. So that's kind of exciting. And my region turned out to be Kansas City area, which I haven't been up there, but it's still good to read the reviews of what the schools are asking for. So kind of an exciting thing for a teacher to receive a $1,000 grant to do that. So, right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm on the Professional Standards Board. Generally, Shane does my job for me because he comes often enough to talk about what's going on in that world. We did receive, as you all know, from our last month meeting with the CARES breakfast that we had, the conversation about accreditation and a third tier that we would look at. So there was a presentation by Jamie Finkeldye to ask for that. So that's something the Professional Standards Board is looking at. And we just got the presentation, so lots more to talk about in the midst of that. But that is one of the things going on in that world. And then, yes, always test things happening. The history, government, social studies standards are under review, so that process has started and is running through as well. And I think that's about it on my side. So thank you. And comments from me, thank you very much for yesterday, for coming and taking that extra time. I very much appreciate it. I hope you felt it was worth your time. I did, so I hope you did as well. Had positive comments from the commissioner, so I don't think I drug him out too hard to mess him up. I think after that we have travel requests that we need to approve. What we have at this time. So if anybody would want to make a motion for that, or have any questions, I guess, if you have any questions about it first, it's in your packet. Yes, ma'am?
I move to approve travel.
Second, Betty? All in favor? Okay. Yeah. Do we have any future agenda item requests that you would like to have added to the list? Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two, if that's okay. I haven't had any for 2 years, so, I got some catching up to do. One is one that I wanted to bring up during our retreat yesterday, but I only got one, so here's my other one. I would love to have a conversation about leadership at the administrative level, because I think that if we are truly concerned about the teacher shortage and teacher retention, I believe it starts with leadership. Yeah. And I think we have a lot of opportunity to do better by our teachers by starting at the top. So I'll just leave that there and not give a long speech. My other one is, I mentioned it earlier, but I realize it makes a good future agenda item. So the messaging to our schools about the FAFSA, it would be great to have that on an agenda, as an agenda item, to discuss what schools need to be doing specifically to get that information out, and kind of what our expectation is of them to make sure that they are sharing the word with their communities. What are the benefits of the FAFSA, why it's important, because that's messaging that could easily get lost if we aren't careful about that. And there are a lot of opportunities, especially when I think about what my district looks like, and honestly what all of our districts look like. There are opportunities that come with filling out that FAFSA, even for a student who thinks they're not going to college. Sure. They might fill it out and realize, oh, I have a tremendous opportunity at scholarship here, and I could potentially even go for free. So I want to make sure that they have, that we have a plan for that.
And with that, I would formally ask all of our districts to share with us, share with your representative, what are you doing that you're promoting the FAFSA? Because I've heard from several that they are. So I would love to hear what they already are doing, which will then help us even just expand that further into more districts that maybe will be like, oh, I didn't even think about that. So I would invite sending emails to all of us, pick your representative that you are under and, share that with them. Betty had a request.
Yes.
Thank you.
And as board members, as you know, I've often brought up concerns on IPS, and even tried to encourage the commissioner to do a commercial, which he declined. But I do have a school district, Derby, and I am so impressed with how they have incorporated IPS even in the parental communications. There are just so many things that they are doing that's great. We know that most of those schools, districts that have been successful, incorporate IPS. That's a part of it. But we've never actually had one that just focus on these are the steps that we are taking to bring that individual plan of study to the forefront, how we engage families, how we engage students, the follow-up. Derby does a great job, and at some point, I just would ask that we have a presentation from that district where they can just step us through what they're doing.
Okay,
Thank you.
So like their whole journey of how they are doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? And, oh, yes. Sorry, I stopped looking because it didn't seem like it was happening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will bring up what we brought up yesterday in our retreat. Is I would like to see a presentation. I know we have a financial department here. Because right now, revenue reports, if you want to look at a revenue report for any USD in our state, it has to be done by each individual fund, which is about 35 times over. So we live in a day and age where we have, Excel sheets and the ability to pull up reports that feed from, a centralized location. And I just think that as a Department of Education, we could provide a format that these local school boards could readily plug in information and have basically a fund accounting, following generally accepted accounting practices that right now they don't. Anything that we've seen so far, and we haven't looked at all of them because it's very work intensive just to look at one.
Right. Okay.
So.
Okay, we will talk about that. Thank you. Michelle, thank you.
So we had the two speakers today on the math thing. Is that even in our? Is that even anything we can address with that? Or is that all? Is that all?
That's the Board of Regents.
Okay, I just want to make sure that they can't.
That's their requirement, not yours.
Okay, so, and then I guess the other thing would be just to address going forward, and maybe we'll find out a little bit more as far as the people that came and spoke about the reading, if there's anything that we can do or help with that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. One thing that I failed to say earlier when Dr. Lane was before us, so I just wanted to throw it out there to you guys, is I have done this. I've gone to Fort Hays and I have talked to them about the blueprint and their part with the curriculum that's been put together and the whole thing. I would really just suggest, the colleges in your area that are part of the 7, the 6 plus Washburn, or any private ones that, can look into and, just kind of ask them. We have this time span between now and next month before we take that vote. So I would really encourage you to, make a phone call, have a conversation, and just see what the College of Ed in that part is, what their thoughts are on it all. So just would encourage that for you. I've had fun doing it. So mine's in my town, so that doesn't hurt anything. Sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to see a presentation on the longitudinal database and just all the different ins and outs of that and what's going on with that.
Longitudinal data.
I'm sorry, I say things wrong.
Longitudinal database. Okay. I want to hear you say that word in a song. That'd be good.
Some kind of
Okay. Now, if there's anything left that any board member wants to make a comment about, whether it's about the meeting, whether it's about something going on in your particular represented district that you want to highlight, I and Vice Chair Zek just wanted to give that opportunity. Please know this is not a time for a discussion. It is truly just you putting out a little bit of information very quickly. So, yeah, I have Debbie on the screen, so I'm going to go with her real quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment is actually for Deborah so that she can put into the minutes. The letter I had sent out requesting a special meeting, I would like that to become a part of the minutes, the record. I was going to read my letter, not your response, but I would like both letters to be reflected in the record because I believe that the federal directives, especially those with deadlines, deserved our board to at least have the public conversation to set board policy response. I believe it's a dereliction of our duty not to respond clearly. And then finally, in the 3 months since I've sworn into this position, the Department of Education has made 2 press release statements of policy, yet the board has never met to discuss those policies. So they're acting out of past policy. And so I would appreciate any future press statements to either have a conversation here or that it's clearly delineated that the board that's indicated in that press statement that's a position of the Department of Education, that not one of the board.
We can put in the minutes your comments, but the letters were not a part of the board meeting, so I don't believe they can actually be added to the minutes.
Right, I was just not going to read it. I could read it if you want me to read it into the minutes, but I know for time, I only made 4 requests I wanted to receive any correspondence or federal DOE directives that will potentially affect funding to Kansas schools. This includes the nature of the first deadline, which I understand would be this next Friday at the time I wrote this letter. To receive from Mr. Ferguson advice for the board of any obligations it may or may not have, to provide an opportunity for the board to discuss and ask questions they may have on this subject, and to provide the board an opportunity to act as appropriate to these directives. I had 3 board members who were interested, but I didn't feel comfortable to extend my conversation to any more board members to request a 4th because I was concerned about freedom, or, the Open Meeting Act. I didn't want to be talking to too many people. So that is why I sent the letter through the Department of Education. The response back was basically, you can have your response put in the record. I could read it if you want. I think that for people, they would probably prefer just to read it themselves, but you just basically said no thank you and policy.
Scott, could you speak to just the executive order part of that? And I think we actually failed to bring that back from the earlier thing, so that's my bad. So could you take a moment, please, to give the federal?
So specifically, which executive order? Is this the one that I provided a memo?
Yeah, that Dear Colleague letter that went with the,
Okay.
yeah, the Dear Colleague letter.
This is the Dear Colleague letter referring to you can't engage in DEI and you need to make sure that you're not being, basically the comments that you can be non-discriminatory. Sure, very briefly. You all have seen a memo that I wrote to Commissioner Watson for him to distribute as he felt appropriate. There was a Dear Colleague letter sent from the acting assistant secretary, I believe, to the U.S. Department of Education. The purpose of the Dear Colleague letter was to clarify that no state or local education agency should be engaged in any discriminatory practice based on race, identity, race, ethnicity, and I forget what the third term is. I'm blanking, pardon me. That's really all those Dear Colleague letters are, is they are just letters of guidance. There was no change of law. There was no demand of there really was no demand other than you all better be careful and make sure that you're not violating federal law. The Reader's Digest version of my letter was, we're not violating the law now, and I feel very secure in saying that. Schools know that they are not to discriminate based on race or ethnicity, and I'm not aware of any program that anyone would allege, well, anybody can allege it. I'm not aware of any specific allegations that programs from a Kansas public school have been discriminatory. And so that's why I wrote the letter, and my recommendation to Commissioner Watson was there's really nothing for us to do at this point because there was a hint that there would be further guidance coming that was supposed to come out about 2 weeks ago. The guidance was lacking, for lack of a better phrase. So that was really the basis by which I wrote the memo to Commissioner Watson, which I believe was shared with all the state board members. I didn't see anything there that specifically required the state board to examine any specific policies. But again, I don't dictate what you all do. I was just merely advising Commissioner Watson and letting him know I didn't see anything in there that was actually required action.
I might refer you though to the article in the Times Sentinel where they did cover the TNTP contracts that we have. So just so you can look at that.
Yeah, I wrote the contracts, and we actually, to be clarified, we do not have a single contract with TNTP.
Okay, December 2023, TNTP was in the packet. So they're subcontracted. I know they are subcontracted.
That may be, anyway, we're going beyond.
Right. One thing that I think is important, that a local citizen in a school district, if they believe there is something going on, they need to file a complaint with the Office of the Civil Rights Commission. So that needs to happen. So if there is something that somebody is aware of and concerned about, I believe that would be the best recourse at this point. Our policies are that we should not be, that is not to be done. Discriminating.
Right. To clarify, for what it's worth, yes, that is the basis by which if anyone has a complaint alleging racial discrimination, or race-based discrimination, pardon me, that is the venue. And that has not changed.
Okay, thank you. Danny, your name's on here. Did you have something?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this goes back to the presentation as parents as teachers, and I'm slow thinking today. And so the question I have is, so the parents as teachers are doing all this in-home stuff, and so I decided I'm just going to take my baby to the early baby indoctrination centers, early childhood centers, and not worry about anything. So are we over funding so that parents getting how to be a parent, but then they take them in and let the school indoctrinate the kids? So I have a question about that.
Beryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a statement in regard to our vote this morning to not require the FAFSA for graduation. And of course, as a former educator, I know the value of every student completing a FAFSA, but also as an administrator in an area where some students were living independently in their senior year, parents were nowhere to be found. To have parental information on a document that would either determine whether or not they could graduate from high school, to me would be an in-service to so many young people because they have the academic capability, they can go to college and do well, but to be prohibited from graduating because you have an absent parent who can't fill in their tax information so that student can graduate, to me, that's a vast in-service to the student. So that is the reason why I voted that. That should be removed, but I also think we should, as we've said, strongly encourage school counselors and school leaders to make sure every single student is aware that completing a FAFSA will benefit them personally in the future. Encourage parents as much as possible to do that, but the bottom line is I would hate to penalize a student for the negligence of their parents, so that is why I voted in that way.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that statement. Yes, Dennis?
I just want to ditto that. It was, really a strong opinion of mine that we should not put that burden on families, especially when it has to do with private financial information stuff. But I appreciate what you said, because I think, and I have to go back to one of the superintendents in my district who just said, we create a day, we advertise it, that we're going to help with that application. If you want to come to the school, we will help you with it. I think that was just a good way of dealing with it. The opportunity's there, but the freedom is still there. My little spiel here is for Great Bend. Dr. Watson and I visited that school, and I just, I didn't know if I could get there because I had another appointment in the morning, but I got there, and so glad I got there because they have just a really good restorative type of thing going on for kids that are struggling in the early grades that have been classroom disruptors, and they have a program that they, I think, kind of patterned after something out of Illinois, I believe. They made some attempt to find out what was happening and in another state, and they applied it to their school, and it's been very helpful for 8 or 10 children that they have like a special classroom that they help them out for a couple weeks to kind of get this restorative issue, whatever's going on in their life, they really apply and make a proactive attempt to get them back into the classroom and take care of whatever that emotional issue is. It's making them a problem for a teacher. So it's called RISE, RISE, and restorative. I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but they're in that first year, and they've seen 3 or 4 students, I think, re-enter the classroom. And I would like to, that would be a request, is maybe after they get through their first year here and have some data or have some testimonies about that. I'd like to hear from them. Great bend.
Betty.
Just a quick shout out to Andover, although they were celebrated by Dr. Watson. 3 teachers in one school district. I did get a chance to visit, go to their classrooms, Horizon Award winners and Presidential Award winners, which is a national award. And great job, Andover.
Good. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. I need somebody to read the motion for the executive session. Or should I be reading it?
It doesn't, can I read it?
Oh, it doesn't? Yeah. You have to put in the times.
5:35 is when we can start.
We'll take a quick break.
I move that State Board of Education.
Danny, can I get you to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of non-elected personnel matters, which is justified pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under COMA in order to protect the privacy interest of the individual to be discussed. The session will begin at 5:35 for 10 minutes. No action will be taken during this session, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 5:45. Invited into executive session are Commissioner Watson and Scott Gordon.
Second from Betty. All in favor?
I made it.
Danny, are you voting? You did, okay. I think we're all good. Okay. So you have about 5 minutes, and then we need to roll it in.
State statute says
Okay, we are back from executive session. And now we are looking for a motion for action to take.
I move we hire Dr. Renee Nugent for Assistant Deputy Commissioner of Learning Services.
I have a second. We got 3 or 4 of them, I think. Okay, we'll take Jim. All in favor? Oh, did anybody want to have discussion? I'm sorry. No discussion. Okay. Again? Favor? All good? Connie is missing. Yes.
Connie's absent.
You got that, Deborah? Okay, thank you. With that, we are in recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the School of the Deaf in Olathe. Okay?
And if you need a ride, I know I'm taking a few of you tomorrow.